Ladies and gentlemen, hello once again to Project Horizon, and this is the TMV Torture Rack as we head to what will be the finale for Group Omega. I am Volt, and I got Zovi with me here for the first game. It is gonna be WOL, sorry, it's actually over there. I'm still a little bit, like, I guess, dizzy with how orientations work, but yeah, you know, our least biased Wolves fan here.
Yeah, I mean, you said it's the grand conclusion of the Omega group, a triangle, you know, a murder mystery of overlap in terms of who can qualify for playoffs, who can then make that run for champions. But Volt, I believe there was a recent announcement very relevant to our inner workings of Project Horizon and the future of the VALORANT esport. Am I right?
Yeah, you know, you said champions. There it is, 2026. Woo! It is coming back to China, not for a Masters, for the grand finale of the 2026 season. Shanghai again will be hosting champs. It's going to be really intriguing because I feel like the arenas are absolutely great. And a lot of the production stuff, I feel like a lot of the other regions now are starting to catch up and like, damn, those are really cool things. You know, the audience interviews, the meme cams. I think all of these are great bits of production value. The production has been really clean. And one of the things that I'm going to say as an EMA person myself, much less tech pauses in general.
Yeah, I think it's really fun to see regions kind of copy each other, what works for their production, what they like to see, and how the audiences receive it differently. And number two, this is the first time they're, I think, returning to the same city specifically for hosting a global event. We've seen them return to the same regions, obviously, same countries, and I think, I mean, you could count Berlin, but even then, it's rare to see, and I'm curious to see then, okay, what did they learn the first time around that they're not going to implement when Champs is pulling out all the stops?
Yeah, speaking of champs, how about we pivot back to 2025?
Ooh.
This is our standings right here. As you can tell, the teams in green, whether it is on Alpha or Omega, those are the teams that have made it to the playoffs. We still got the fates of Tyloo and JDG on one side today. It is between DRG and Wolves, though. And you know what? Pretty much XLG should be locked in for first place, like, bar none. And that is going to be the most important result for them, I guess. And you look at Group Alpha, I feel like this is actually the place where I'm a little bit intrigued. You know, there's a chance for both Billy and EDG to try to vie for first place.
Yeah, I mean, again, you look at the groups and you look at the tournament as a whole, and that's not where people are concerned. They're more concerned about, you know, get a point for each victory, and having a deep playoffs run means you get more championship points, while those that don't make playoffs will start trending down the champion point ladder and not end up qualifying. And when you're a team like Billy, like Wolves, where Trace is like nipping at your heels as that first seed in Group Alpha, you know that these low-hanging fruits, these low-hanging teams are wins that you need to be getting. So when Wolves came out 0-3, you know, while Nova's 0-4, it's really difficult to see, and especially for a team like Nova, where they have to make that complete run because they have no chance at really qualifying through championship points. Everything is on the line.
Yeah, I feel like we talked about Wolves a ton. Of course, they are today's first game, but there's still, of course, DRG that will be fighting for their own fate as well against XLG. And this is a very conditional setup for XLG, sorry, for Wolves rather, to actually find their way into playoffs. XLG need to win, and they need to win this game. Sure, I do agree. I feel like Nova is the weakest team in the region. Even Titans gotta win, for goodness sake. But when
I don't want to call them the weakest.
That way, no,
I'm
calling them the weakest. I mean, okay, who else are you gonna really call
when
the
you're
weakest?
consistently going to like map 3s or like double digits against really difficult teams? To me, that just shows that you're unlucky, or you're like that far away from striking gold, right? That's what my personal view is, and I think that's the definition of Nova. And I think today is when they can prove that, you know, beating top 3 Masters Toronto team of Wolves and shutting down their potential at going to playoffs and possibly Champs Paris.
Yeah, and it's going to be a pretty intriguing proposition. Of course, ever since they benched Monk, I feel like Nova have been really struggling for identity. Something that we've talked about on Wolves as well. I mean, Wolves themselves were really talking about how they feel they've been left out for dry, basically, when Stage 2 came out. Like, I'm pretty sure you saw like the press conferences. Of course, we have those translated here, thanks to our crew. Jontaki in particular is the one that's doing those. And they've been talking a lot about how they just don't really have the edge that they had anymore. They're figured out, and they didn't have enough time to prep for the second stage.
I think in particular, touching back on, we just saw the roster and the starting lineup for today for Nova. I got to see that first kind of debut of ozero returning as the IGL over Monk, and I definitely think there was a little bit of quaking there just because of the role shift a little bit. You know, we did have kind of ozero almost solely on like Flash Initiator. So having to come in and learn the Viper. And then, you know, a role Monk has been playing of the Vice that we saw that, okay, ozero is not picking up the Vice. And instead that responsibility is going to fall to a player like Guang. It was like what really, really made a difference in that series. So now, I mean, you had a little bit more time, you know, you got another series under your belt, but because this is your double match week, you've had less time to fix the issues that were during the G-Lag gaming matchup. So a problem of old for Wolves has now become a problem for Nova Esports kind of vibe.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you touched on Wolves. Well, their current situation, they basically did the stage 1 ADG. Just play another duelist and hope you can frag your way out of it. And, you know, one of the few people that I feel like have actually been keeping a pretty good standard has been Lysor. Zero on the other end, I feel like, has been one of the standout players all year long for Nova. But, you know, when I'm considering this, I am still very worried for Wolves and their fate in today's matchup, because it will still rely again on the veto. You know, that's something that we haven't touched upon, but both teams really feel like they don't really have a home turf. It's like you see the Lotus sometimes, maybe we'll see the Icebox. You know, Wolves have flirted with that before, but even the Icebox, really, we've seen them lose that to DRG after winning the Lotus. That was their opponent's map pick. So, you know, Wolves is a little bit all over the place, and they themselves admit that. But they, of course, will be hoping to, you know, get over that hump and try to get into playoffs. And from then, maybe they'll have a better odds. But remember, even if they do make it to playoffs, they start in the lower bracket. So no second chances for them there either.
Hey, I mean, this is a team now that, you know, they've smelled the blood in the water. They've gotten that first win under their belt. That is all it takes. That's what can start a run that got them to Toronto, that got them through Toronto, and is now hopefully going to carry them into playoffs and at Champs Paris. But touching more on, like you mentioned, some of the changes coming into their own in this stage, trying to adapt to them, the new meta, a new pace. And at that helm is players like Spring, players like Lysor, who you mentioned Lysor, you know, yes, has been a vying force here, was even MVP in Fade and Spring's eyes in that match last week. But it's also players like Sweet Fat Baby, the IGL behind this squad, who's now been calling around these new roles, especially Spring, mentioning that as the secondary duelist, he's been able to better execute the plans that have been set forth by him as a player. And I think that just shows how coordinated as a team that this unit can be.
Yeah, and even then, I would have to say, like, Spring has definitely been pretty impressive individually. I feel like I really put a lot of the credit on the wins that they've had and how close they've had some of those games to both Lysor and Yui, even Soyfat as well. Like, all three of them has been pretty clutch. It's been like whether or not Juicy and Spring will actually contribute enough to the fragging when things happen. You know, like you look at Soyfat, he's like waving the shirt, you know, and then like the complete wholesome transition when you go to Yui. But you know, I feel like a lot of pressure definitely on Fade, because this is a team that has been struggling not to find form but to find identity, and maybe right now is about enough time to do that.
Yeah, I was saying identity crisis. When you're exposed to the global stage, you see so many different play styles. You see what worked, what didn't work, and why. And again, they mentioned how packed their schedule was, how difficult it was to make those changes in the short term. And they think that it's going to be, you know, just in the nick of time that they get set in stone and can, you know, be confident in that new form. And I think we saw the beginnings of that off of, you know, just the statistics, the MVP level performance from players like Spring. It gave a little bit more fluidity to Juicy. And again, I think the results from today and that, again, XLG beating DRG kind of addendum is truly going to allow this team to grow if they need to. But we got to talk more about Nova, their opponent for today, their first, or I guess second in that long checklist of prerequisites to playoffs that they have to get through. Players that I want to be looking out for, especially, I've seen Azira and their multi-kills, their clutch potential, but it's actually Guang, I think, that stuck with me the most on that Sentinel. Being able to anchor impossible situations, put up insane eco potentials for this team, and if you're going to need it at any point, it is now, and it is one of your last opportunity, really, to get a win in this stage.
Yeah, and you know what? Speaking of the wins, I gotta give you a little bit of trivia. You know, in 2025, The two teams have faced against each other twice, both of which have been Nova wins. That was in kickoff and in Evo Stage 1. So, like, not the main stage. They haven't been facing the main stage in either of Stage 1 or 2. But just the fact that it's going that badly for Wolves is the intriguing part on that.
And they were the same exact rosters that are on this stage today as well, right? We talked about the Monk sub in, but with O0 returning, it is, you know, start and end point. And under that same wind as well, Nova actually eliminated Wolves from kickoff in that matchup that you're talking about in the lower bracket. So a little bit of grudge match, a little bit of kind of revenge there, you know, from starting the season and now maybe even ending their season right here if they can't win today and make that punch their ticket to playoffs. So I'm curious to see how that's going to fare as well.
Well, you know, we're going to have to see where it's fares. I feel like more than how it's fares, because that's the first step. We talked about the veto a bit. It has been a bind permaban for Wolves. I don't think that's going to change here today.
Even being Sunset, actually, in recency, they are just scared of that, but Nova's scared of it as well. It was a new map they tested the waters on. It looked okay in their debut, but outside of that, I'm feeling a Haven, I'm feeling a Lotus, and then that map 3 is where we were having some big question marks of, say, an Icebox or a Corrode. It really felt like Nova had the power in this ban, ironically, even though we've seen them test the entirety of the map pool, and Nova banning out Lotus. They were scared of the double duelist here, so we get a Wolves Corrode pick. Now, you said this would be disaster in the green room. Tell me why.
Okay, I don't know if you've seen it. They had no clue how to play Corrode when they pulled it out on the official stage. They just thought, oh, you know, how hard could it be? We're just gonna like do the, you know, they did a lot of the ranked plays. It's not really that they had like a full-on execute. Like you saw like the double TPs and then not understanding how to play around mid completely. It's the part that actually worried me a little bit about the Corrode. Maybe they fixed that in prac. You know, they've had some time to do it. But I feel like even the Haven, sure, it is picked by Nova, but Wolves starting on attack does indicate that they'll probably continue to play the double duelist composition here.
And something else that you might have caught at the tail end, which is a little peculiar in my mind, but shows that Fade may be cooking, is that Wolves chose to play Bind over Icebox. And mind you, the last time they played Bind was when all gamers, you know, finally were on that starting a high rise that they've now been riding in towards playoffs, where they 2-13 this team and shocked everybody. You know, lost FPX to kick off the stage, understandable. They're a consistently strong team. They had return of some champions level players from last season, but then the all gamers game rolls around and we're like, what just happened? So I'm curious to see if they made some improvements or if that could be a form of disaster if we head to map 3, but we gotta get there first. Haven and Corrode. Haven, really a coin toss in my mind. Corrode, also, you know, a little questionable, maybe leaning towards Nova unless we've seen some seriously behind the scenes work out of Wolves. But again, those are things times will tell Volt.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, they're going to have to basically take that point home. It's a double-edged sword kind of veto. I'm maybe not the biggest fan personally, but I think that if they have fixed whatever was going on with Wolves and middle, they should have a much better chance at basically playing the game. We've seen some of the world's best teams play Corrode, perfected, but we can touch on the Haven now because the compositions are ready, and Wolves indeed are rocking the double duelist. Yoru, ISO, I love that double duelist composition the most, personally. I feel like that is the best thing for ISO, and Haven is probably his second best map in my eyes.
Oh, for sure. And I was wondering if they were going to kind of switch it up and go for this ISO Yoru composition, just because they were previously running, you know, a mirror to what Nova runs. It is obviously the Jet over the Neon. And the fact that they're leaning into this shows they're truly embracing that new identity, changing it to multiple maps instead of trying to change it halfway through the season and only for certain maps that they needed to improve upon. It feels like it is a holistic approach. But again, to go back over to Nova's side, I got to cast them on Haven, and Swirl is not a player to mess with on the Neon. If they get online, they are going to carry that momentum round after round. They're going to be standing up. They're going to be the one yelling back at, you know, Shabab BB. And I think that is going to be a strong indication as how they get started. And the fact that you mentioned we will be having them start on the defense and the double duelist for Wolves starting on the attack is a little wary to a degree.
Well, let's see if they're going to be wary, because they've won 4 out of the last 5 times and they've headed to this Haven, and now they'll be hoping to make it 5 out of 6. Chip is off the shoulder for Nova, but this is the time to save face. For Wolves, everything rides on them starting well in this best of 3.
All right, 5 strong over towards A. You had a little bit of trap play as soon as contact was made outside of B main. Ready. But as soon as that pressure dissipates, rotations come through. Gonna rebolster the A side off of this Killjoy utility because look at how deep Guang is with this shorty in hand, just relying on the util on site that the clone is eaten through.
Oh, the shorty. Guang already with an excellent start. Spring, good in the response, but the site is already taken. The shorty's trying to waste as much time as it can, but the readout time is perfect for Wolves. And in the meantime, they deny the flood onto the site itself. So it's CB, a single shock dart, no recon, 4 players. If there is a solace that both Juicy and Soyfat, even Yui really is also a bit banged up, but for the most part, this one should be unwinnable for them. They are trying to dissect those duels, but if you look at Wolves, they have already set up a pretty pristine crossfire. Should be no hope, no dreams. CB starts off well. He breaks it down though, and he's got the arrow. Not ready for default though, but he's taking his sweet time. He's got the shock dart that can kill Soyfat, and suddenly this one could be very scary, but Soyfat survives. Spring anyway saves this one, but that almost got my heart rate dropping from round 1.
And take a snapshot. That is the power of this double duelist. Just steamrolling their way onto the A side. Disrespect for the Killjoy utility aplenty. I'm surprised that Guan survived as long as they did over towards sewers and even able to find that initial kill onto Lysor, but there it is. They just find their way through utility. And I mean, maybe it came out of Snova not rotating fast enough off that B site once they realized there was no contact, but all in all, as a pistol, you don't want to dive into it too much, but Sweet Fat Baby's diving into it all the way in terms of the confidence zone.
Yeah, and I really like this from Wolves. You know, they know what's working for them. The double duelist composition, very tough to break on that A lobby control, especially with the double tap from the ISO. You can deny a lot of control from the other end. And right now, that's exactly what they're doing. They've taken control of long, and if you look at Nova, the Gambit is actually on the C site.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate. Gamble B, Gamble C, doesn't matter. But CB upgrading from a Ghost to a Sheriff, and you'll find better results. Like 2 kills, 2 crisp headshots found. Now you can see the forces actually rolling their way through. They realize that they're still trying to fight CB here and may be able to get the crunch. So my question is, when does Wolves recognize this, and what do they do as a result?
Yeah, CB, well, plenty of time. And the scale is actually a lot slower. He knows that nobody's towards short. The dark cover, the right place for him to play. He found the 3rd kill on the round. But the problem is the rest of Nova really couldn't actually find their way through. Because if you look at them, they couldn't make the commitment on that side, so they had to go back, wasting a lot of time really in that transition. And it means that another one-on-one is found. The round still salvageable for Nova, but CB has done a lot of work, and Soyfat in the best case scenario for him here. Bulldog, Spike on him, and Eon tapping the spike. Not a single shot from Soyfat yet. 3 players in the smoke. They're gonna try to dap him. Lysor on for the 4th. He needs to commit to the ace. Swirl in a 1-on-1. But Soyfat only got 5 bullets. They need to make it work. The classic is out of bullets. He's trying to play ring around the Rosie, and that might be enough. No, it will not. Swirl finds the connection, and Nova steal back the Thrifty off the back of CB's triple.
Wow, what an absurd round. I mean, I was a little wary. I'm like, why is your Sova going solo short? You know, with that duelist, that gamble stack over towards C. And the fact that C was able to put up numbers in that fashion and utilize their utility, the recycling of the dart, the shock darts to keep them at bay while that flank brewed, while they cleared out all that information, while they knew Lysor was playing on the site. And while Wolves had the correct decision making, particularly Lysor trip gets destroyed, you want to fight towards CT. Just the sniper rifle there, that shot from Guang, meant that they weren't able to finish the job and get that ever crucial ace. So that, okay, the damage, the distraction play that was done by Shiva Bibi wasn't enough. That just wallbang body shot. And there it is, the confidence that I talked about. Standing back, giving it back to Wolves.
Yeah, round for round, taunt for taunt. And now Wolves are back on the pistols. They got 2 sheriffs as well. But this round, I feel like should be in a pretty good spot for Nova. Their utility is good enough to take control of this one, but the double tap is enabled, and they're looking their way into that C garage area. Swirl finding the kill, switching over to the pistol, and the pace of the round has pretty much been stalled. They got garage, but from here, it's all about trying to pivot back towards that B side. So Lysor is everything, and him losing his life means it's a much easier transition for the rest of the team, and Nova are able to clear house 1 by 1 in the easiest way possible. They work their way through the angle. It should be pretty easy for O0, and they do that as easy as it can get. A flawless round for Nova. And this time, they will not be dropping the ball.
A little bit of a desperation site. Smoke just trying to get that extra cash in the bank of an eco-round plant, and even that gets denied. And you're starting to see the shining is what I mentioned, the Guang kind of anchor over towards Garage, and obviously it comes out of Swirl as well, playing kind of ping pong there from Seaside as well. And just the speed of these pivots as well, where they're able to counter the B execution. All very nice, but this is where things matter. You got disrupted, you gotta get back on track, or Nova will only expand the lead if you get into this win-loss cycle. And I mean, with Swirl being as confident as they are, and a great paranoia setup, surprised they haven't found any yet.
Well, they found a kill still with the Hunter's Fury. They got the support for Swirl, who is good for a pair. And that is good enough already for Nova as it is, but they are still committing to that fight. Wanted to take complete control of the angle. That will cost Azir his life. And now they might have to fall back. It's a 2-on-3. They do actually have enough space to make them work for retaking that C control, but the good thing for Wolves, Spike is in their acquisition. Just about all 0 there with a neural theft, able to find a kill before it triggers, and that might mean that is the whole round. Lysor trying to be a bit patient here. Timing is everything for that duel, but a snake bite is taking a lot of the close-up space. He had to wait it out, and that means that CB is there, ready for the trade, but 0 does not need anything in that one, and that will be enough rounds for Nova. Now they broke the economy of Wolves, and maybe an imminent timeout, if not this round, at least the next.
Oh, for sure. I mean, that was a beautiful setup again. Nova understood the weight of that round and completely shattering the money there for the side of Wolves. That's why they invest, again, that Hunter's Fury to set up Swirl for that contact, that distraction play. And, well, they got punished a little bit by overstaying their welcome there. They entrusted in the rest of the team. And not going to get your timeout just yet, Volt, because I see a Stinger forced and a Stinger rush towards A coming in hot. But this is the kind of time where Guang is going to shine. As Anchor Sentinel going to be asked to perform. We'll see how fast the support comes through. They learned their lesson from the pistol, it seems. Already getting the Viper on site. Neon High Gear will be able to pave that distance out quite well, too. Let's see what these Stingers can bring to the fight.
Well, they already took care of the double tap, but for the most part, Wolves still a little bit patient, trying to play their turn in the util game. Guang down to half health. Swirl try to play the angle. Wolf starts off well. The hold there could have gone a lot worse. Thankfully enough, they did not find the kills. If anything, the Stingers actually found primarily their exact kind of value. Up close and personal, and the kind of range they want. And now they got the spike down. It is CB and Azir trying to play that round together. Can broken, but Azir should also be easily identifiable. It's all about Soyfat in that spot and how much he can stall for the angle. If he can get that one for free, that would be excellent for them. This time around, Azir will not be able to break the crossfire. And they got 2 players in short, a 3rd player coming in, a dark cover. And just look at the way that they're playing that one. It's completely locked off for CB. So Wolves stand back around with authority, but this is not a good looking game for either sides yet.
Yeah, again, the pistol round, it wasn't an issue of getting on to site. It was just that coordinated kind of retake effort. And I think that's exactly what they replicated here. They dissected the Killjoy hold really, really well, which, like I said, was a previous win con for this team. They kind of now are starting to shore up those post plants where they now, or at least in the early stages of the A side, did fall a little bit short. So that also cleaning up the team fights here was pivotal, because we look back to, again, the eco rounds that put them in this position where they gave CB the ones he needed to succeed. So now, I mean, tag team it all. Keep these players high HP, high spirits, and start on the road to recovery.
Absolutely. And you gotta say, like, as good as the round was, it was a rookie error from Nova. Not just to play their turn in their utility. You know, they used the wall, they used the snake bite, they took care of the double tap, right again. You know, the A side once more. This time, a lot more proactive, and CV does not care about a double tap. That is 2 for price of 1. And I feel like that's a trade that Nova should be happy with.
Coming out, like you mentioned, 1 player strong here. And the efforts early on this map meant they had a bye coming into this round. This is the first time we've seen Wolves get closed out and have, I would say, enough time to carefully concoct a plan B, right? Last time, 0 ran interference, right, ahead of the neural theft, and maybe you also saw outpacing from Wolves there, a little bit too antsy. But now we get time for, you know, to BB to cook, to have that mid-round call. They let Fly Sword deposit over towards A off that trap wire. They try to scale up. They set up a red herring with that alarm bucket and destroyed over towards B. The real call could be to group up with Lysor while this recon draws the players back to B. And this, the wall, it almost caught them off guard.
Yeah, they almost found the timing there. Lysor is still pretty aggressive on the site. Those 30 seconds might actually allow a pick for Soifat, and now that changes the equation. They have forced a pivot back towards that B site. Maybe if they found a kill on his ear, this would have been a completely different round. But now the timing for the Omen is excellent on both of those kills. The wall is there, Paranoia not finding value, and that is the round over. Wolves found themselves at the door, but Azir slams it shut.
And there's those lethal multi-kills, and he said, they are not getting through this site, even in the late round. You can see the coach staff smiling behind them as well. They know that they're doing a good job here, because he mentioned Pack-sided Haven. This is a great start against the double duelist here. And CB, again, being the player to open up and give these opportunities, these advantages over to Nova. It's very nice pairings right now on the side of Nova here. And Wolves, you mentioned an early timeout. I think this is where you have started to lose rifle rounds. You've won the ecos and the pistols, but I mean, they aren't gonna roll that dice yet. They have still strategy in the book, like a quick C exec off the dimensional drift, and look at that, nobody's home.
Yeah, you know, they found a space. Okay, that's a kill contract. I was wondering what that is. And it's actually taking his ear, but he won that 1v1. And that is a 0% kill contract ratio and counting still. Juicy in the angle, got the blind side, 3 players on the run. He could definitely kill one at least. He almost found the second as well on the shorty. But that is enough in the terms of stopping power. CB has made it across. The Hunter's Fury will allow the timing. Lysor, though, identifies the one-on-one. And the player ad logs. It's good for the trade, 0-0. Looking to find a pairing. Spotted there. 2 attacks in the drone. 70 HP. A chance for Wolves to just finish off this game. The dart on the money and the kill as good as you want it to be. And Wolves have not taken a timeout, but it seems that they have found the rhythm of this game.
Yeah, the understanding of how Nova wanted to play that with the Flood style was there. That's why you had the kill contract for disruption. And Azir just at the individual level, little jitter step, destroy the seal, then take the duel. And I also really liked, again, the follow-up from the Yoru, but just, again, weaponry not there. You can only get one with the shorty. And that's when a player like Lysor truly has to step up. They don't have post-plant utility that falls to your Omen with the one-way, the Paranoia, and your shock darts and late recon. So, again, played out well. An example why they don't have the timeout here, but look at this. Now it's Nova's turn to innovate.
Yeah, they tried to speed it up. But Swirl this time is going to be caught off. CB as well with the undercut. Forced to back off. And that is the space for them. They use the neural theft now, identifying 2 players on the A site. But can they actually beat the timing? Again, almost catching CB off guard. He's trying to play the game. He's playing with fire, though. It's such a dangerous game. And he gets the value behind it. The Omen finding a double kill. And a chance for Azir to add more. But Yuikao trades him out 1 for 1 through the smoke. And leaves Guang alone. 1 on 3. He takes the timing. Fishes for the 1. Almost found the double. Thankfully, Yui going to be able to find his own 3K, and that is Wolves stabilizing the game. They chose that attacking side, and now it is starting to show.
Yeah, it felt more like a punish, right, onto that aggressive play that we pinpointed. It was a switch up out of Nova, trying to stay unpredictable there. And then the following, again, CB, we talked about them being a player that's able to crack open those side execs. They got run down. Neither shock dart lands to destroy that shield onto Spring, and as a result, they are able to take that side in tow. There's those moments. And again, they never really had issues clearing out these short players. Azir takes a few more than Guang is able to do previously, but still, just a stroll in the park for Wolves. They stabilize, they equate at 4-4, and now, you know, money's looking a little dicey. You got a Sheriff here, got a light shield there, and this could be the tipping point.
Yeah, well, they say a grain of salt can tip the scales, and right now they're in a desperate need. Finding the lead in that one. Fake out used. 0-0 is able to add the space. But for the most part, Wolves have actually already pivoted back. They want to go back towards lobby if that's an option. B side also a genuine proposition. Guang on the other side, and that is the person they got to be careful about. CB as well with the information. Now they know that there's some presence towards B, but I feel like it's a timing for Wolves. They went back to the A side there, but a pick on Lysor is such a big problem because now they've lost their flank watch and they will need to speed the pace up, which could leave an opening for Swirl. Smoke phase, he needs to find a shot, but both him and Azir lose their footing, leaving everything to Guang on site. He's good for the one, but the timing for the flash is great, and Wolves take hold of that round. 3 players in, the pit defensively used. Spring though, finding the best timing possible, and that will shut down the round. A massive investment from Nova, but an excellent read from Wolves.
Yeah, I was really nervous there. I'm like, you're at a 3v2 and you're fighting forward. If you're Spring, it's questionable. But again, they understand the speed in which they want to execute these retakes, and the Viper's Pit was supposed to be that tool for re-entry, so running interference before the decay can truly set in. And I was nervous, I'm not gonna lie. We've seen them try to sell these B-fakes, whether it was Lysor this round or Shiva maybe in the previous round during the mid space, and it didn't work. I mean, it didn't work this round. Sword was still there, ready to fight, and it's just better mechanics and aim right now, favoring and shutting down some of the key components that are usually winning points for Nova.
Absolutely. But, well, the thing that I'm looking at right now is that the wins from Wolves are actually rounds where they just take the duels. And it seems like that's their motto. You know, we're playing double duelists, take the duels. We should be able to win those. But we've seen that if Novas actually are able to just flood the side pretty quickly, like the way that they're setting up right here, it would be a difficult time for them. The execute is in, but look at how far Swirl is going with the Hunter's Fury. They're trying to clear over the site, but there's still Juicy and Spring inside. They turn the flash, but still 2 kills for the price of 1. Azir and CB will be able to take hold. And it leaves Yuikao and Juicy to be the final 2.
Azir sees Spike, I'm 90% sure, in spawn, but the recognition that the last player here is YU, who has a From the Shadows in hand, means that they're going to relinquish that position here. Contemplated the regroup, but they haven't invested it. They still know they're going towards the site, and I really wish they just waited, because now it's the square, I would say fair 1v1, but look at the HP.
What is he?
Almost double.
Yeah, he's not hurt though, so he should have the timing, but the read is great from YU. Azir beats into the punch, and that's the equalizer from Nova. They finally stop the hemorrhaging.
Yeah, and you mentioned, okay, Nova isn't afraid to reflood into these sites, but that's what Wolves had been shutting down time and time again. So they try to, again, leverage CB's ultimate as Hunter's Fury, second 1.5, mind you, to get ahead of it. As soon as they see the indications that they're rolling into the C site, you know, the paranoia, the Yoru flash, they know and they fight forward to try and intercept them back site. And while, you know, Wolves, again, win the initial duels, like we mentioned, they have been heroics and clutch potential from players like Azir that will keep Nova in this. Oh no, look at that on collision here.
Oh, yeah, critical mass for the 2 sides. Wolves on the losing end of that one for sure. No, never mind. Lysor and Juicy are actually able to hold down the fort. Azir will have to fall back, but that might leave a chance for... but oh no, O0 could not find anything, and Azir still in the line of fire. Tries to find a few shots of his own, but couldn't really find the sweet spot. The good thing for Nova is, even though they're down in numbers, the HP is certainly in their favor.
Yeah, I was nervous about the dry re-engagement there with players such low HP like Shiva BB and Lysor, but getting that numbers advantage here now causes a sense of desperation. Azir again going exploring, trying to seek out that prime piece of information. Tip the scales here. Dangerous corner if not cleared, but that's why I think YU is leading the charge here. Full HP, can take a risk, can take a fight, and can open up this C site for the team.
And they got the dark cover as well now. So they can even try to smoke themselves and go for the run. There it is. Still, YU. I think they're going to check that one. They're not complacent, and that is the duel right there. That's the C site open. Leaving Guang for the clutch. They got the lockdown. And just the Guardian though. So that is the one spot. I mean, yeah, just the Guardian.
You've not seen this player with it. And look at the HP on the players for Wolves still in the fight. My concern is the util here.
Well, and the HPs are actually my main concern for their side. Trying to take the timing on the player on the cubby. No lockdown. Guang though, taking the liberty. Take those duels. They're not going to spot them. And it's going to be YU to find that shot. Another triple kill. And the momentum is certainly back for Wolves, you know? Like, they haven't been like that in the first few weeks. But it seems like they have found the morale back in the camp.
Yeah, and it's in a careful and cautious manner, though. Right here, again, they've been good at diffusing these aggressive plays. They did it over towards A. They did it here towards C. Again, CB is the player that always kind of comes out ahead of it at an individual level, but at the macro level, it feels like Wolves has always come out of it a player up or can easily get that player back on their side like they did this round. And I think that's where Nova, again, needs to learn, okay, do we need to invest less into these all-in fights? Do we need to get out faster? We'll see if they learn here pretty quick.
Well, speed from Swirl. 2 more players on their side, but can they even take those duels? Soifat tries to go out, but punished again. Swirl good for 3. 2 trades from Wolves, and Juicy doubles down. And it leaves Azir, just a Bucky, not the kind of duel that he wants to take, but Juicy needs to pick the spike up, and that is the worst possible position for it. The lockdown comes in, they're trying to play the angle, the Bucky cannot find a shot, second dive asking, Azir is gonna do that, and that is the half tied down between the 2 teams.
So Ascent, I love you to shoot at BB for that round, for the tied half. And I mean, that's it's always a mystery when the same strategy works on a Thrifty, but it's again the setup here. The paranoia was perfect from Swirl. Again, that cage as well, really an undoing there, kind of fragmented the players on Wolves as well. When it's normally meant for, again, just cross, die information long. So all of that has set us up here for a 6-6 half. Well, you're like, okay, then it's even footing, but you gotta remember, this is a double duelist. This is an attack-sided map on Haven. We'll see if Wolves have the defense as fleshed out as they did for the attack side.
Well, I mean, for Wolves, I thought that they would have loved to get more than 6 rounds, but considering the start, 6 rounds is pretty okay, Like, it's not the best thing ever, but I'm really happy that they got 6 rounds because they are going to have a tough time on the defense, to be sure.
I don't know. I really do, in my mind, like the Yoru and the ISO specifically on defense for Haven. Other double duelists, it's not as prevalent, but you have those kind of get it out jail free cards. You have the gate crash. You have, the double tap where you can get a fight and get away. And that's where a map like Haven, fighting out a garage, fighting out B main, you can get rewarded for that. We saw kind of the Neon, the setup from support players and that kind of approach on the defense for Nova, right? Around C long, around A. But I really want to see what Wolves is able to do exploiting the middle of the map, where we kind of saw Nova just, other than Guang fighting out occasionally for information, kind of neglect it.
Yeah, and here's the thing, that's what you're talking about, those 2v2s. We've seen Nova actually handshakes those when they were on the defense, so I'm pretty sure that they would be expecting that on attack. It seems like the crowd likes pushing a lot, much like the 2 teams that we have here.
I know, right?
And yeah, we'll just see a lot of aggressive plays from Wolves for sure. On defense, it's just the fact that I think that the Neon actually puts a monkey wrench to a lot of those plans, especially for the ISO. Like, sure, there's a get out of jail free card for the Yoru, but when I look at the other side, that is going to be my one primary concern, is that when you look at Spring on the ISO, that's gonna be the one that, we usually put ISO in a deep spot for at least like a one and done, if not a multi-kill. But that is not going to be an easy case in this one. We are back to the second half, and a pistol is paramount for Wolves to keep the ball rolling.
And you can see the double duelist quickly clearing out A, but as soon as pressure is there on C, you get the gate crash over, and you're ready to receive the engagement, but if you're losing it, it doesn't matter. Now you're going to rely on YU, the solo anchor here, because Lysor's paranoid out of CT, and fortunately, they're not doing much here either.
Yeah, 3 kills for Nova. That's the side open, everything on Spring. It comes through C long, but anticipated by Guang. Double tap, down, shot's not true. And that double tap can hold massive value as it allows him to jump spot, but CV, pretty precise with that one. There's a team ace, as you've heard. Everybody participating in that round, and Wolves just not ready to handle the pace, which is crazy considering that they're the double duelist comp.
Yeah, they're doing a really, really good job diffusing, I think, the benefits that an ISO does bring to a map like Haven. And, I mean, you saw them try to fight together here, but again, Lysor gets fragmented by the paranoia. Again, the speed of the Neon. You mentioned they weren't ready for that aggression. And I think that's, again, Nova has continued to surprise Wolves. They get away with these one-off rounds, and it's often at important times, like second round of the half, on a Thrifty here or there. And now it set them up for a really good lead going into the start of the attack.
Absolutely. An excellent game from CB as well individually. Jan is here, 17 for the Sova, 11 for the Omen, and still counting in today's game. If you look at the side of Wolves, I feel like the one thing that I want to highlight the most is that Soifat is just not really having the best game of his life, and that is one of the things that Wolves do actually rely upon a lot. They rely upon the clutch factor from their teammates, and right now that has not been the case. It's an easy one for Nova. They got themselves settled all the way deep in spawn as well, so it feels like Wolves no way really for them back into sight. Maybe Garage is the one area that they can try to work their way back through. But, like, even
They're
then...
just trying to die to Spike.
Yeah?
And this is where Nova can go searching. I don't want you to sacrifice, you know, too many weapons, but you want to start charging these ultimates. We saw CB early. Hunter's Fury made a difference. We can see that true for a lot of these ultimates, and Lysor trying to prevent that outcome, but fortunately will still be a similar time to the slaughter. They collected by CB and the Spectre.
It's a good number, you know, 2 kills, not the end of the world, not the worst either for Nova in that round. You know, like they haven't lost their bigger investments. They only lost, I think, a Stinger and 2 Stingers, I think, if that's the case. So, you know, it's pretty okay for them. As he said, they charge the ultimates. Thing can be set for the other side, especially with the few kills they've gotten. But it is just that setup right there that I thought that might have actually netted them more. And if it did, then it might have been a difficult round. But right now it's 8-6, and we all have yet to see a timeout from either of those 2 teams.
It's too early in the half for that right now.
To me. Yeah.
If they lose this rifle round, wait, I was gonna say if they lose this rifle round, I would have considered the save. All right, but or sorry, the timeout I meant. But the fact that they're doing it before the rifle round means that Fade understands they lose this rifle round, they basically lose Haven. And while this is, you know, the map pick of Nova, to remind everybody, you're going to Corrode, a map that you have lost both times that you have played it this season. And not in good fashions either. 7-13, 4-13. So you took a risk picking into it here, and you're trying to have that safety of Haven under your belt here. So again, Rifles trying to, again, maybe read into, because they've done a bad job, I feel like, again, getting caught off guard by a lot of the aggressive tendencies from Nova. So just maybe reminding them of that, maybe trying to call it, okay, what could they be doing on this next bonus round? Keep an eye out for.
Yeah. And, you know, for one of the things that Wolves have been talking about, I think in their game against DRG, they talked about a lot about their read of the meta. So that's an intriguing thing to see. Like, you know, they got the reads for sure. You know, this is not an orthodox comp in its natural state, but the way that they're applying it, for me, is the weird one. You know, you usually see the ISO played a lot towards lobby, trying to take that product control. They got both duelists towards C, trying to wait the time out here. But even when they try to go for the TP, they're not in the best of spots. Swirl still will go down, but it's going to be 0-0 in his ear. Find a pair of kills still. They got the sight with the flood quick from Wolves. And this is a round that carries everything for them on the defense. See, finding the timing with a Spectre for a double kill. And it leaves YU 1-on-1, an entire minute to play for. I love the fact that he's this calm, but is he anticipating the duel? The Sova trying to jump up only to be chopped back down, and that is a must-win round converted. But 4 players is a significant casualty rate for them.
Yeah, that is so costly there. And I mean, the fact that Juicy's getting run down by this Neon, right? The relay bolt forces the early gate crash, and they're still stuck back sight, stunned out, pinged out. I liked that Spring tried to use it as an opportunity, right? Like, it's like, oh, you're distracted by Juicy, I'm gonna swing, pop a double tap. But it's the team flash, and it allows us here to scale up with the judge. And it's just small mistakes like these stacking up. And that is going to require heroics that you mentioned. Volt is sometimes characteristic with this team, and that's what YU delivers on a round that they're not very happy about how it goes.
Oh, well, speaking of happiness, they wouldn't be happy if they don't find a kill there. But Soyfat is able to find a kill with the Hunter's Fury. So they start a player up, Juicy on 10 points of health. But at the end of the day, still pretty fine. They get the numbers advantage, and they are doubling down on that A site. I like the call, but with the Juicy only on a classic, I don't know how much he can really do once they try to go for the execute. So that's why we see Wolves, I think, pivoting back maybe more towards just having this be a retake round, which doesn't mean that they don't need to kill Guang in transition quickly.
I'm a little wary for them playing retake here as well. I mean, 2 off from Spring, 1 off from Lysorel, but it's CB and this Hunter's Fury that scares me more. You can get him off site, and he can play the Hunter's Fury, but they have other plans. They're fighting forward into spawn. They're like, you give us all this space, we are going to take it in tow. You are not going to be allowed to play retake here. Wolves, usually good at defusing these situations, is also starting to falter, and I said it, I wanted CB to play the ult, and he's still going to play it, even if it's from the other side of the map.
Yeah, look at the amount of space that he's bought. He's transitioned all the way back and go back towards the B side, I assume. But instead, he went to Garage. That means that everything is in the hands of 0-0. He needs to find a spray down here. They're trying to slow it down as much as they can. Whoa, and then about to push it on the Viper. There it comes, too little, too late. And Wolves still find a defuse. They equalize the game. And now Nova are the team that I feel like should take a timeout because that one was smart when it started. But I feel like they overcooked, especially with CB with the Hunter's Fury.
I don't think the Hunter's Fury itself was an overcook. I think it was more just the decision to fight into CT there. Maybe a misunderstanding of what the buy looked like there from Wolves, or maybe a misunderstanding how many pressures were truly on B, but all in all, lost the heroics. I mean, keeping this many players alive. I really liked the cascade there from Spring, him mentioning how he likes to play the supportive duelist in this regard. He does. Covers the back of his teammate, gets the spike defused, and keeps us even 8-8 as with B exec when all else fails. Let's see it.
Yeah. First, try to step. And actually interesting to see that Azir saving the second one and decided to drop down knowing that there's no danger on the other end. Plant coming in, that shock dart could have found their mark, could have found the kill with the undercut, but they did not find the kill. Instead, Nova have expanded their foothold towards A-Link. They're trying to segregate the team into 2 packs, and if they take Lysor down, that's an excellent start. Instead, the Cypher is the one that starts with a kill, and it's going to be 2 for the price of 1. Soypad as well from C-Link, and everything is collapsing for the defense. A quick back-to-back from Juicy. Flick of the wrist, and they take Wolves back to the lead.
Wow. And we saw that change from Nova, right? They didn't really push too far forward on their agenda. They tried to play a little bit more, anchor the site, like that halftime report showed, hold site or fight. And unfortunately, neither are now working for them here. Now, this is where I probably am going to contemplate the timeout here if I am the side of Nova. You've tried some switch ups, neither have worked here. Even just fighting through A like that, it's just... Wolves are starting to get the momentum, the wind under their sails, and it could just carry them into a comeback and taking your map pick away.
Absolutely. And this is one of those spots that I feel like I'm worried. Like, are you worried about this game? Because this is basically a breaking point, especially for Wolves. If they lose this round, their economy's reset. Nova, yes, having a losing streak, but things are not looking too bad for their buy and their economy. So everything relies on that one. If Swirl's able to find value on the overdrive, it can dissuade the plan to the other side. And there it is, starting with a kill, a double onto Lysor. And no trace coming in. Juicy, too little, too late still. Able to spray down through the smoke and then the TP back to safety. So they do find a numbers advantage, and CB risking to add more to it. 23 kills in today's matchup. They could add more to the tally. Love the patience from Nova. That means that they will have time for the plant. But look at Wolves. They're really actually considering a save this early on.
I don't think it's a save call just yet. This is too important of a round. And CB is going to maybe prompt them to make that decision a little bit quicker here. It's been insane. Now Nova realizing, okay, we can't make any more risks. A high-low setup here. Force them off for the time being here. Require someone to step up, some level of heroics, and Spring double tap. Vulnerability, they're looking for it.
Well, they do identify where they are, but they cannot find the shots. It's gonna be 0-0 on Guang to make it easy for Nova. So this game remains at a tie. It is punch here, punch there, eye for an eye kind of game. And unfortunately for Wolves, I feel like the one thing that I want to touch upon is that their double duelist comp isn't really doing that much proactively. They've been very reactive, and that has allowed Nova to basically exploit the C site. Okay,
they have been proactive, but it's been like permanently over towards A, and they never go A. So that's where, again, I said in the early show, I was like, I want to see them fight for mid space, you know, a little B, little garage pop, and we have yet to see that. And here it is yet again, just rinse, repeat, double duelist down short of A. And once again, just this very default start and then quick pivot from Nova has been so hard for them to get tabs under. And Juicy, I mean, operator in hand, this might add some stability to the A site, so you have more comfortability from Spring to branch off, right? To play their own game here. I'm curious if it's going to reward them in the long run.
Well, it is in the angle, but there's already a player on the left side. That means that they can get the cross if they want to, and if you look at the side of Nova, they have also basically made a pivot towards B. So that is the real option between CB and Gohan, just buying a lot of space and time. You look at the way that Wolves are set up. They are anticipating the B pincer, but that is the kill. Azir, though. Besting the operator on the angle.
That is an insane shot to hit. I would have been like 140, I'm done, and I'm opt. I'm out of the fight. And the timing there, the poison cloud too, it's just insane way to open up the round. And now, again, quick BX, like we saw this went last time, but it was Juicy with an Outlaw that really put a stop to the post plant here. And now, I mean, you've got more things to worry about, like the Viper's Pit on a Link.
And it's near impossible for Wolves to use the undercut combo there, and they even use the kill contract this time. Spring needs to find the kill. It's messy, it's labored, and it does not work for Wolves. Only Soifat that found anything. Lysor long range on a Stinger will still find another kill, but he's pretty low on HP. They got 3 players on the lookout, and they push double digits through.
A weapon that you do not want to be saving. And I think we're starting to see, okay, why there weren't any timeouts in the first half. They are saving them for the long haul here. They're saving them for major issues for the second half, right? We saw Fade use one really, really early on, and now he'll be able to pull the emergency stop when it's getting towards crunch time. And I feel like it's, to me, a little bit too early for Wolves' second time out. But we'll see if that's the conclusion they've drawn when, again, it feels like it's not macro that's falling apart. It's just team fights and individual confidence there, right? You mentioned Spring, kill contracts not going his way. You know, op shots going south. I think they just need to resync, and they can keep this close.
Absolutely, but that's the thing about the ISO though. Like, out of all the duelists in the game, I think he's basically the most linear. Maybe even I would wager, and that's a hot take, a bit more linear compared to Reyna, because at least Reyna got the global layers now. Like, the only thing that the Aura's got is the ISO's got is basically the wall. Like, the undercut, sure, but that's not guaranteed value. So you need to be on form, and Spring isn't really on one today, unfortunately.
And that's, again, goes back to, I actually posed this question earlier, and I was like, I wanted them to prove me wrong when I'm actually watching the match, is why it's like Spring is on this instead of the support duelist like a Yoru, right? They've been on the Raze, they've been on the Jet, now they're on the ISO, and I feel like, in my mind, Juicy has that kind of record to put up that kind of role and that level of performance more so versus, again, these lurky duelists that try to insert themselves in awkward positions like a Yoru does would fit Spring, who was this impactful lurk player in there to run a run. But those are things to contemplate on a later date, because you cannot change your comp now, you cannot change your mind. What you've got to change is the round. And I mean, ecos and ults, that's all you've got to rely on here to keep Nova off of 11.
Yeah, and not even a lot of sheriffs. Like, most of those are ghosts. Which does signal that they want to buy on round 11. They want to deny match point on the next one. Good idea from YU, but really, it seems like Nova are ready for that play drone setup. Most of them are going to pivot back towards long, where there is only a single player on the angle, but Lysor should be ready for that double push.
Be ready for it doesn't mean you can still withstand it with the weapons that are in hand here, right? Only ghosts, classic, sheriffs, you name it. And the relay bolt is not gonna make you win that fight any more likely. They just steamroll their way in, shut down any heroics here. No CB antics on the Thrifty like we saw out of Nova. At this point, I mean, coming down the wire, you're 2 off from a Killjoy locked in. You're trying to prevent them from getting these kills. And I think that's why they're playing exits, playing to die to the spike here. We're waiting for Eco to recycle.
I mean, especially for the other side, you know, like the only person that got an ultimate that's goes to Sufat, and really 3 away from the Hunter's Fury. You wouldn't mind dying to the spike, being 2 away, trying to find those in kills. But now they've given those kills away, and that should be the end of the round. Only Sufat alive. Maybe he'll be able to find a freebie. They're not checking the angle. The right clicks work out for the 1, but quickly traded by O0. And it's 11 for Nova. This, remember, this is the map pick of Nova, so it makes sense that they're doing well on that one. But I would wager that Wolves had the choice to play a much cleaner game. It is just them not showing up individually here, which might make me feel a little bit scary about the Corrode, because Corrode is all about those mid fights, and they will need a double duelist to be turning up their full gear when it comes to that map.
I mean, I think... I could see, first off, we gotta praise Sorrel again, the confidence. But I think for me personally, we have to remember, this is their new comp, right? New first Haven. There's bound to be bumps in the road. I don't think this is necessarily a bad showing, but again, it's crunch time. So this is not when you want to be trying out new things, trying to buff out the edges. This is where you need to be hitting shots like that. And Juicy, just unfortunately not able to do so, means this should be a free entry onto the C site, but the Hunter's Fury flush out is faked. And it has caught a fish, hook, line, and sinker. All of the players making their way to this site for Wolves. And as a result, they're going to have free reign over the B site. Interesting call here. But again, there's no impactful space gained by Wolves to to indicate that they will be able to hold on to this space.
Yeah, but it's an important kill from Spring. It's all about shutting that one down. Sofa finding a kill, allowing the space for Lysor, his second one from the Sofa, leaving just CB. He's been really impressive today. 28 kills in total.
Impressive.
But there's a player that is ready. Yeah, that's the point. It's like, can he really overcome the ult in that one? He's got enough time to definitely take those duels, but this time Wolves are not presenting one-on-ones. Yeah, they are ready with the team. The jump spot is there. Now they know where they at. They got the high-low buddy system, everything in the works, utility as well, just to make it as difficult as possible. And even the way that this one going, I feel like that maybe CB is just considering trying to find another exit, because he knows, like, he take the operator away, it's going to be difficult for Wolves. But this really should be an easy one. All ready, shots fired, mission accomplished.
And in this final run, you know, towards, you know, snuffing out the fire that is Nova, or locking in an overtime here, we cannot overstate the importance of keeping it 4 players alive there for Wolves. If CB had been able to get 2 more, especially that operator, they would not have been able to rebind in that situation there. The one player we were able to see, I think it was Spring, had 600 credits, right? I mean, you'll still win the round, so you get significant funds, but this is the other problem that we're facing, is that Wolves has utilized both timeouts while Nova has not touched a single one. So they can ride this out. They can take one now, and they can take one before 12. And I think that is where Wolves is going to run into a few additional snags.
I mean, but that is also a benefit for Wolves, right? Because they get a free timeout pretty much if they win the round. So it's a double-edged sword. I'm not a proponent of... Yeah, here's the thing. I'm not a proponent of teams not taking timeouts in the first half, because that was such a weird call. Both teams could have really benefited from actually slowing down the pace or trying to add something into the playbook as an adaptation from the coaches. So not calling the timeout, a little bit questionable from their end, but this is the right time to call it for Nova if they still have them remaining.
And I think for the reason why this has been called is Nova, if you notice, I don't want to say they've become a little bit predictable, but more so than their previous showings in this half, in this map. It's just like there's been a magnetic draw to the B site, and when you give a team that, again, is trying out this new Haven comp for the first time in an official, more reps, more times to dissect a problem, which is that B site hold, they're going to crack it open eventually. And that's exactly what they were able to do. So again, keep things fresh, and it looks like they're going for an all-in towards Garage for the first time, and that's exactly what I wanted. To pull a new strat out of the book.
Absolutely. Well, they needed to pull something out of the bag right now. The pace much quicker for Nova. I love that teleport from his ear. It does open a lot of possibilities for them, but Swirl already in the side itself, trying to open the space towards Garage. We were talking about that play, and the pincer is executed to a T, but Juicy's there. It could have been dangerous with Shorty. I could not pull the shotgun in time, so it's about YU and Lysor, 2-on-4. And they are very separated from each other, so they will need to make sure that they combine first, and that's why we're seeing YU trying to work his way into Garage. Now he's identified by the Killjoy util, and as you can tell, Nova understanding the accomplishment, understanding the mission. So the smoke on Garage does isolate them a bit more. The Cypher duel is everything. Lysor, though, back's turned, makes it a 1-on-4 now, and this is 11 points. This is 12, sorry, for sure. As Nova cross over the hump, Wolves have been on a bit of a high roll there, but eventually brought back down to earth.
Yeah, I mean, I like in the 2vx situation them still going for the round. They know it's going to be map point. They know that 3 players still have money to buy. Maybe they can front the bill for another player in this situation, but ultimately, I felt like that timeout was literally just to come up with that 1-round strategy, right? Get over that bump, get to that 12th, and or some snags like a shorty in a corner of an opping player, but all in all, a beautiful sandwich out of the aggression that Swirl's always able to bring, and also that extra edge of, okay, you're aware that an Omen's in CT, but do you have the proper timing to deal with it, and the mechanics to hit your shots? And both of those answers were a swift no, so pinch on a C, get the round, hopefully get the map here, because they're now 1 away.
Well, they did double C duelist aggression, so that means that the A side so flat on one end, and the other got YU. He's holding that side. It's all a matter of timing. They have not checked the angle yet. They're a little bit patient, trying to play with the lockdown. The paranoia play could be everything if they go for the spray down, but they could not find the kills. Swirl still alive. Maybe it is a time for them to walk back off, because now they've basically given away a kill for free. Silvat on the angle. He does evade the lockdown, but I'm pretty sure that they're gonna clear the angle for sure,
The
right?
cage is here.
They don't clear it though. Swordbat is gonna find a pairing. That is his third as well. And Wolves are trying to counter back. They need to find one more for OT.
I thought, you know, we were winding down that map, right? A beautiful relay bolt prevents the lockdown from getting destroyed, gets all that site space that they need, and Lysor shows up with a singular cage to end everything. You mentioned surely they'll clear out Shuva BB. Nope, because of that cage, they don't feel comfortable enough to take the backside space, and it drops at the opportune timing to set up this multi-frag, and, I mean... That's all you need when it's Shuva BB's aiming, when the confidence there is high, it imbues the rest of the team and could just set us up for an overtime.
Absolutely. I mean, the thing is, though, like, it was a pristine, you gotta say, a sublime back-to-back kills. But then, the fact that they just basically didn't really get the job done with the third peak. That was my idea, is that, you know, when I'm looking at that three-man peak, my eyes are actually on CV. CV swung a bit too late for my own liking there.
Yeah, I mean, happens. We're also trying to figure out what were the best, you know, crossfires positions that they maybe wanted to set up in the post plant here. But again, this was the crux of the issue: the stockpile, the savings of timeouts here, so that Wolves, when they try to, you know, have a really good round like that and want to carry that quick momentum into, you know, an aggressive play off the double duelist on the defense to punch their ticket to overtime, it's like you've hit a stop sign and you have to respect it. It's the law. And now the question mark is, okay, do we change anything up? Do we still do what we were going to do? Or is this truly just, again, a centering piece for Nova, a resource that they didn't want to, you know, not utilize when they could have?
Yeah, and again, you know, as we talked about it before, the timeout actually gives Wolves some time to maybe plan a respite, because for now it has been a battering for them. Their raids, especially with the double duelist, has not been working well. I'm going to be looking at Josie and Spring. Yeah, finally, there we go. That's the raid paranoia as well. They've taken map controls over, and on top of that, they took the spike. This might be the round. OT on the board, but the pack have strayed too far, and they have been traded by Nova. Still, advantage with Wolves, but the spike being down will force Nova to go back to window eventually. I love from Wolves, though, that they just didn't commit to it. They're like, they're going to have to work through a lot of space. That means that time is actually on our favor, and we can strengthen our side holds.
Oh, and Guang, this lurk could be everything here. The drone, the timing, the cancellation, but it's too late. All they get is the 1-for-1 trade. Now Azir, sight set on the singular player. It'll all calm down to the timing of Lysor here. They're on the trail. They know.
Didn't make a step.
It's gonna be perfect. Oh, we're going to overtime, Volt.
Ah, the drama from map 1. Strap in, TMP. This is gonna be a long one. As we are setting up this series. You know, it's been a back and forth. Sure, Juicy and Spring didn't show up that much in regulation, but this is redemption time for them. This is redemption time from Wolves, and this has finally been the breath of fresh air that I wanted to see from them all defense long.
Oh, I always love it when I'm like, I want to see this strategy, and then it works out brilliantly there. Like you mentioned, yep, they strayed a little bit. You know, we were able to see a little bit of trades on the Nova side, but that's something they've always been good at is, again, understand the risks when they get aggressive, versus Nova always find themselves too deep and may just be opening overtime in that same fashion. It's going to be a head-on-head A-side collision. We'll see if there's that disruption, that piecemealing on the Wolves side that we saw be their downfall previously. If they can stay together, stay strong, and fight this.
Well, speaking of fighting things, that's Swirl again. How many times have we seen him take the angle and 0-0 as well? They take the fight straight home, and Spring is brought down. Already 3 from Neon. Looking for Lysor on the angle. Great first one from the Cypher. Still needs to find more, and this duel is labored, it's messy, and it's not adequate. Nova might break their hearts. They gave them OT just to toy with them a bit more.
Ooh. And Fade said, you know, we thought we were playing too slow. We didn't like our pacing at Toronto, but right now on Haven, I think the #1 thing that I really want to see from them is to slow down right now. You wait 5-10 seconds into the round, and you're going to diffuse all of this pressure if they see nothing. You know, stay in Garden, stay in Window, stay holding Garage, and see if it'll make a change, if you're even gifted that opportunity. Like you mentioned, they have to now survive this onslaught, this side swap, to even get that opportunity to remedy things, and that's exactly why Wolves is going to pull the ripcord on their only overtime timeout.
Well, I mean, their pulse is weakening. Is that ripcord just putting off the flatline? Are they just being taken off ice? That is going to be the real question here because, as he said, you know, the pace is too quick for them on the attack, but we've seen their sorrows on the defense as well, and that's the point that, yes, Solfat has been doing some excellent work, Lysor and YU as well, but those reads on the double duelists, they need to continue in the exact same way that they've had to happen on round 24. Because if they get the wrong read, we've seen that Nova are very quick to punish their weak positioning, especially on the A site.
And that's the thing, is you don't have to have the correct read in the pre-round from the get-go. And that's what pains me, is they were so good at setting up, again, these lurk players that could gather information, that could have late-round pivots. And while it's maybe more prevalent on maps like Lotus and Huron Haven, it's still a 3-side map. You still have these brilliant players like Lysor, and I think it, again, just comes from this new identity that they are so fixated on. And I need to see that flexibility, you know? It's an ebb and flow. You don't have to be a strict cookie-cutter one way or the other. And we'll see if they get that opportunity, because for now, again, this same defense approach they've done. Deposit Juicy, deposit Spring, and see if you can kind of lure them into this A fight.
0-0 in short already. Spring, the timing is everything for the two duelists here. Is here on the back angle as well. Will they even be ready for the trade? They go for the peak. Now eventually is trying to wait for the angle. The rest of the team pivots towards B. That's the timing to catch Juicy off guard, but they did not connect the shots. And instead, it's a 1-for-1 trade. Nova will hold it down, but Solfat is actually going to be able to take control. Yuikao with another kill, another hat-trick in Solfat, and they come alive in the nick of time.
And that's the call of the IGL. I mean, you're about to be staring down 4 players alone in a round-defining duel there, a map-defining duel. The fact that he's able to put up numbers in quick succession like that shows why he is a leader for this squad. Mentioned stepping up when they need to, and I mean, part of this round was gifted in my mind by 0-0 winning that duel, and you saw Ezreal try to wrestle it back, but all of this, just a gorgeous setup, and now they finally get to remedy the mistakes that I'm going for, that I was asking about. And they're like, there's no way Lightning strikes twice, there's no way they fight A again, and they're partially right.
I mean, it almost went completely wrong there. YU not dying this time around, instead they find 0 on the Viper, and leave CV just with their skin. They need to stop flirting with Fade because our 3 players on the angle, if they get caught. And there's a side open. Swirl, sure, he's there, but they're pretty much not ready for the take. There comes the undercut. Buys enough time, Swirl. Playing on the other side. It's 0 with an important kill, but they still commit into the execute on the other side. They might be caught off guard. Not the swing for the Neon that he wanted. And now Wolves are on the lead on attack. Finally, they put themselves in an advantageous spot. Guang, 1 on 4.
Regardless of agent, this is the kind of situation Spring thrives in. Playing down the post, playing off of his util to make that space, buy that time for his team. Exactly what they're doing, right? Cascade drops, Cage comes up. Now, at this point, I mean, you've got buddy system in place. This feels impenetrable for Guang. That's exactly what's gonna happen. Chain reaction.
I'm scared.
Wolves pull ahead.
The first miss from Spring. I was just ready to get PTSD. But
180,
you know
break the wrist, clutch the round. I would have gone wild.
Yeah, but you know what? It's safe. Again, you know, the same highlights as always. A little bit shaky from Spring and Juicy in today's game, but the rest of the team are really stepping up to the platter. And those double kills there, that double kill from Spring, I feel like that's everything in the round. If it wasn't for them, then, you know, the whole round would have collapsed. There's still another timeout with Nova, and I would actually love to see it now, you know?
Yeah, I think this is the only opportunity that they get to really take it, right? Suddenly an opportunity to put things away 15-13 for Wolves, and I mean, okay, think about it, right? Both halves were 6-6 for both sides. That's how you get to overtime. That's quick caster math for you. But I still feel like they had a better control over their attack when they weren't going for that A rinse and repeat. So the fact that now it's kind of on this side is where that complication arises. I think one slip up, it could go south here. I think that's where, again, Nova, we mentioned they don't want to be predictable. I think that's a big win con for them. And we need to get Swirl activated, right? That's the other win condition here. So I think that's where, again, the coaching staff in my mind is, again, the times they've taken these timeouts have been, you need to win 1 round. It's not a big picture thing that has to change. It's not a big mentality thing that has to change. It's just come with a strat, execute, win, and you're good. And I think that's exactly what we're going to see here.
Absolutely, but I mean, you know, Wolves are definitely fixated on today. They're fixated on the playoffs. But we got the luxury, at least I got the luxury of not being a Wolves fan, so I can look in the future a little bit more. Even if they win,
biased casters. What do you mean?
hey, all I'm saying, even if they win, that is not a convincing look against the only team that has not found a win in the league to struggle this much. Even if it's Nova's map pick, you know, it's one of the maps that you do play a lot.
I was saying this isn't a bottom team in the league in my mind. Again, always goes to overtimes, double digits against impressive teams, and now they're doing that against Wolves. But this is the time where they must see action, and something they've always been good at is overwhelming these side anchors on the C site. And I said activate swirl, and they do so. Corner not cleared. It does not matter. Lysor only gets one. They're dropped, and it's a disadvantaged retake for Wolves.
Sufat and Spring. 2 players remaining. Again, it's the exact same attempt that we've seen on the other time where they are separated from each other. Swirl in the first pick, and that is job done. You roll back the time. It's double overtime. And now we'll see if 3 is the magic number.
And you dubbed the broadcast today for Project Horizon the Team V Torture Chamber, and it might be in a different fashion in that we're going to trap him in purgatory of an overtime for map 1. That doesn't even matter in the grand scheme of things, right? You could have map 2, you could have map 3. And we're trapped here, just getting our foot in the door. And speaking of getting their foot in the door, Wolves finally did, and they've just gotten yanked right back outside, thrown out of the house, and we'll see if they can find another refuge.
I don't see any real safety for them, unfortunately, in this matchup. They'll need to have something big change.
They're going slow!
Yeah, I was about to say they need the big change in identity, and they finally got it. There we go. But it's not the best stars.
Ooh, the spray down. That's rough. Life's already half HP. They defuse the situation on A. They start to fight forward, but it's predictable. You can see the mass is starting to rotate back over, and that's why I love finally we get a good C5BB mid-round pivot. You're gonna go to C. There's literally nobody there except for Azir. But if there's anybody who disrupts in the most questionable of times, it's Azir.
Yeah, and he's got a play on his mind, and I feel like that's the right one. If they do actually catch Lysor on the flank, that would be great for the team, because you look at the rest of Nova, they're working their way from a lobby. So it's a very late rotate. It's all about keeping their timing. Meanwhile, on the other end, I like that from Wolves. They understand we just play the 5-on-5. No need to overcomplicate the round. Spike is down, and now Nova are setting themselves up. This should be an intriguing one, because Wolves have got the best possible angles to play. There's still a fake out, still a blind side, but not really used in the way that I would have actually preferred it. Still, it doesn't matter. Spring, good on the shot, looking for more. The fake out buys enough time. All 3 players line up, but they cannot find the kill. It's a little bit messy from Wolves, and they give away some space. Now it's just Lysor and Sufat, and they will need to hold this round. From logs they go. Lysor saving the round for now, and it's all about Azir. Time running too low, and the Cypher will be able to buy just about enough to force the stick. No way and no time for them to come out of it, and that means that Sufat is able to get a spray down, and Wolves are on map point again.
Wow. And I mean, so many moving pieces in that round, right? You have a triple flank coming out of A instead of deciding to commit to C long, which there's that view of Wolves that we've seen where they have 3 players playing off-site, playing for, you know, the one way, the shock dart combos. And then you have the other style, the other approach of Wolves, which is this, fighting forward into CT that usually runs interference on the Floods. It is why we didn't see Nova playing for the Flood. And they got the best of both worlds here, right? You got Shufa BB clutching it out from long. You got the aggression opening from Spring, and Lysor went so far on such low HP that they are now, again, back in the driver's seat.
Yeah. All they need to stop Swirl. He's been the real problem child. If you're looking at the side of Wolves, they have been unable to dissuade the Neon for now. They didn't get the stun. The Paranoia did not find value. Sylvat is still going to be able to find a kill. Swapping guns, finding more kills. That's 2, 3. Nova trading back, but it's not enough. It's all about 0-0. 1-on-2, Spike is down. And there's very little space for them to play on the side because both of them are at Link. And sure, there is a minute and there is a poison orb, but I don't know about their ults in this round.
If there's anything that Spring has not picked up while picking up the duelist role, it is the duelist ego, right? Does not overstay, plays it side by side with Lysor. They know what Ozero is capable of in this 1v2. Well, it gives him time to set the seeds of doubt positionally. Should just be the tag team action or just Spring winning the duel outright in the long run. Anyways, 16-14, 30 rounds later, Wolves are going to steal away Nova's map pick. And yeah, you deserve to gritty on them a little bit.
Yeah, no, Sofat definitely has had a great game. You know, it was an excellent one from CB as well, but unfortunately for Nova, just couldn't carry this one across the finish line. 34-20 from CB. Lysor, though, 25-22 at the end there. You know, that's a
Stepping
big
up.
turnaround for sure. And, you know, as much as they stepped up, still an alarming display from Wolves. Sure, they got Nova's map pick, and I have high hopes of Wolves on Corrode. But if players on Nova, you know, if Nova individually steps up again, this might be a 3-map series.
Oh, I'm so curious. Hard to say. You mentioned it, CB, kind of an MVP for the side of Nova, met by the counter Sova here. Lysor, though, again, I said it, the team dubbed him MVP last series. Right now, in my mind, like, impact-wise, he is the MVP here on Haven. And we'll see as they head over to Corrode if they change things up, if they switch away from the double controller in favor of this new double duelist identity or not.
Yeah. I mean, that identity has worked well for them at times, but there are glaring problems that we've seen here on Haven. I don't think that they're going to apply as much on Corrode because Corrode, I feel like, has a two-sided map, you know? Yeah, it's similar in the way that you want to approach mid, the same way that here you want to play towards being garage and try to maybe, you know, drain the utility out a bit. But there's a lot more space to being explosive with a double duelist comp in Corrode, I feel.
And also, hopefully you're going to see like some of these singular duelist deposits. You're going to see lurks from Lysor, those kind of things. And it's also what you're going to see from Guang. He was an insane anchor on Corrode against all gamers. And I think those are the things you're going to see from both sides of the same coin.
Yeah.
Both of these squads have very similar makeups. And again, it's kind of honor on the line for Nova, and it is playoffs and possibly champs on the line for Wolves.
Yeah, everything for Wolves. You know, they've put it out on display. Excellent individual performances from the core of the team. And right now, just all about making sure that they get things done. So how about we take a listen?
然后给图，电图，右边走了，只有一个，闪光。我白了。死了，冷静，我换过来 A 小，我来了，我们开枪头，冷静，来准备打，他没出枪了，对，等，小心他会捞，别急，来，过来准备夹人，老烟。 退屋了 ，A 小，快退屋！来，退屋！被一双，往前倒。8点后，我叫左边，8点后跟 free 眼，这，还有一个，不，8点后，水漏，CTN 是冷静，补 CTN， CTN 有缝，小心，小心我，屁股来不了，等等，听我空，我插剑，你们 contact， 我在看2楼，联手冷静，一个看 CT 行吗？我在看 CT， 好，我在看2楼，兄弟们，他出来我射箭。 你看一下我补哟，10秒烟，我都看到两边我都补。3秒烟CT 行吗？可以。2楼有空窗，现在有空窗，给的烟了。2楼 CT。
Well, makes sense, you know. MVP, well deserved for Lysor. He stepped up pretty much, and I love the fact that, you know, they pretty much have put out a great display between Lysor, Sufat, and Yui Kao, because I feel like the three of them really were the makeup of where the victory was. And while Juicy and Spring did not really actually supplement the firepower as much as I would have liked, I feel like they still played their role in the space making.
Again, I think on the attack half, I will say, I think Juicy did his job. He was there entering for the team. I think Spring in the post plant did his job on the attack half, and even in overtime, we saw it be, you know, what really turned the tides. But overall, it's growing pains. It's going to happen when you're implementing new comps for the first times in officials, and clearly they hit their spurt really quick here, able to shoot up just in time to hit that 16-14, and as a result, stealing away Nova's pick. Again, they're making questionable decisions from the map veto perspective, going to Corrode, going to bind maps they've been a little sore around the edges on, but if they can debut changes on Haven, they can probably debut changes on a map like Corrode that, you know, isn't even fully fleshed out yet, like newest in the pool.
Yeah. I mean, there was something that I wanted to actually talk to you about. It's like, you know, like this game, you know, First Bloods have actually been, for the most part, going for Nova, so I'm really surprised their 5v4 conversion rate wasn't that good. A single flawless, that was for Nova. A single thrifty, also for Nova. So somehow losing that one will actually feel pretty tough for them. But yeah, back to the Corrode. You know, the Waylay. We've seen that a lot of times. I feel like China just haven't figured out how to bring the maximum value out of Waylay.
I don't think we'll see it on
something. I feel like it's actually one of the best maps for Waylay, personally.
But it's not the maps that they played on. We've seen it on Bind for Wolves. We've seen it on Lotus for the side of of Nova. What we're probably going to see is very similar compositions, actually. I would say to Haven, actually, especially if they are trying to maintain these identities. We'll see the Neon first swirl. I'm curious to see if they're just going to keep it, you know, what they worked on the past 2 losses for the side of Wolves or not. But Bolts, I believe all of that is going to come after a quick break. You know, we brought a lot of energy. It's a very, very high match, so I think we need a breather, and the audience can also take a break, get something to drink, and when we come back, map 2, the Team Omega Deciders Best of 3.
Oh, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You know, a quick break. I feel like I'm refreshed. I just had some water to refresh my water quartz. And everybody, make sure, you know, hydration is important. It's everything. And keep your posture in check because, you know, some backs are about to be broken from this series. Either backs or tears. We'll see how things go.
I mean, we're heading over to map pick of Wolves on Corrode, one where they themselves have shed some tears over the course of this stage. The newest map not being the friendliest to them, both in the first best of 3 they played and in the second, both against FPX and All Gamers. Again, 7-13, 4-13, but that was prior to their identity shift, so we really don't know what we're going to get out of them versus it's more on the other side of things in Nova that they only have showed it once, and that was against also All Gamers, but it was, I think it was a bit stronger of a showing, I'll say. It was a 9-13 loss, sent them to the eventual loss on Lotus of a 6-13, but again, I saw very promising things. Again, it was more Swirl couldn't get online. I did really like the debut of the Guang Vice, though. That looked really, really strong, and again, we know Azir is comfortable on the Omen. We know O0 has picked up, has fully embraced the Viper lifestyle on as many maps as possible, but here's our answer. The double duel is still strong, alive and well.
And again, you know, the thing that we touched upon a little bit earlier is that Spring is actually on a committed duelist there on the Neon, and Juicy's allowed the Yoru again. I feel like, you know, again, I'm not really against it, but we'll have to see how things work out for them. My eyes are primarily actually going to be on CB here again, because the Fate is going to carry a lot of value. You know, the Fate Silva, the duality of the two carries a lot of weight, I feel, in the way that you approach the game, especially with the combination of like the Seas and the Thorns and the Relay Bolt, the Snake Bites, you know, all these can prove to have basically powerful mini combinations to clear off angles like Elbow on the A side or the Cubbies on the B side itself as well.
I think for me, I've yet to see an Astra actually on Corrode, so I'm really, really curious how that's going to work. You know, lack of regeneration. I feel like YU as well. Maybe it's because he is comfortable to a sense. The Sentinel is more kind of, I feel like, constructive of that than, you know, an Omen, more of a duelist kind of nature. But outside of that as well, I think the reason why we see the Sova pick for first Fat Baby over the Fade is just paper thin walls. We're going to see Odins, we're going to see Ares, and I hope they bring Havoc. It's pistol round first and foremost, and look at this. Wolves, they're gonna run it up mid. Off rip, it looks like.
Yeah, and it makes a lot of sense. It feels like that they've had a read of how Nova usually would want to play this. They've played the extremities. Mid is open, but they've pulled the rotation. If you're Wolves right now, you should be ready to play anti towards the pop that is going to come from B-Link. Everybody setting up is here with a Paranoia. It could find a lot of value if it goes a little bit more to the left, but the player is close by. Lysor needs to find a double kill. Great trades from Nova. On the other side, Spring and Yu Yao find the trades as well, which leaves a 2-on-3. The lead is a little bit there from the other end, but we'll have to wait and see how things go on the post plant, because the spike is planted. It is out in the open. And if you look at Nova, they've doubled up towards A main, but that means 2 more easy kill for YU. As once again, they step up to the platter when it matters.
Yeah, I liked that kind of minute pause there in mid space out of Wolves, and then the immediate redirection into A. And YU, if you notice from the get-go, after they kind of opened up to receive any pressure mid, rerouted, went A main, and again, it's going to add that sense of stability on this Astra. They're always going to be lurking. They had that global utility, so you don't know where they are at any point, and clearly no, Azir and Swirl fell victim to it. So all that to get the pistol underway, which was a soft spot for Wolves, right? They got the pistol second half. They got the first half's pistol, but the second round's where things went south. Let's see what happens this time around.
I think it should be pretty easy for them, even if the relay bolt is used. As you can tell, Wolves, they have enough stopping power with their composition just to make sure that they don't get collapsed on by the Neon, unlike the previous game. And I feel like that's going to be the primary value of the Astra, that the stars do more than just smoke. And sure, while you lose the more aggressive value of the Omen, it does mean that you also gain a lot of control on those smaller angles, like the A side itself. As you can tell, the amount of nooks and crannies
There's so many
they
corners.
need to play around, yeah, like it's just near impossible to clear them with an Omen util unless you're taking heads-up duels, and that's not what they want to do for sure.
Yeah, and the Eco Gamble stack never paid off on Haven. They are definitely going to rear their head here. But Juicy, I mean, I want to say that was almost a triple collateral. 3 players in one go. Line him up. He's going to knock them down. And the Bulldog of the Wolf bites back as well. They keep it really, really clean. A very, very nice difference compared to what we saw to open up Haven. Put it that way.
Yeah, it's pretty great for them, because I felt like when the Seas landed on 3, that might have been some disaster fuel for Wolves. So thankfully they were out and they found the place to just find those kills. You know, an important one for sure for Wolves to keep the casualties to a minimum. And right there, I think we should see the kills. It is actually a double lineup on both kills.
Oh, wow.
So, you know, yeah, that's absolutely nuts. But right now, this is the round where everything is decided. A lot of players on light shields actually on the side of Nova, which does mean that this outlaw gains a lot of value, but will instantly be shut down by CB.
I was about to hype Juicy up after the eco kills. I'm like, okay, you missed some rare op shots over on Haven. If we're hitting like this with the outlaw, hopefully when they get the operator online, see some magic. But for the time being, first kill doesn't go your way. This is where we actually are seeing Wolves really, really slow down, like they were just unwilling to do on Haven. And it's interesting that they are finally willing to, just from a simple map shift. I'm sure Fade says something in the break.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Fate was clearly not happy with the way that the Haven went. If you look at the coach cam the whole time, like, there are a lot of things that they were not happy about, and right now, they'll be unhappy if Vizier is able to find a lot of value. Stars use space slow down, but the C's not really finding a lot of value. Spring instantly with the Bucky, able to find the first blood. Well traded by Swirl on the other end, and that opens up some space, not just for CB. Swirl is also on the angle on rotation. 25 seconds, they take the left side, but Guang takes down Sufat, and that does mean that they get a lot of space. They lock them down in the site, and now it's all down to YU, and he will instantly go down as well. Nova playing really on the bonus, and that is exactly what you want to do on defense. Contingencies, slow down the lanes, give them a part of the map that you know you want to give them, so you can actually corral the way that they play this round.
Yeah, and I think that's also partially just because of the mid space that was occupied by Nova so deeply. They had to have a one-track mine, Oath Ray main, so you never clear out Guang. And also, with how big this map is, then you have that faster neon rotation, which is really, really nice to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the rotation, I think it's gonna speed up this time. Rifles on either end, Swirl on the angle, but a start comes out instantly. 3 players on the side of Wolves, and the wall stopping them for the time being. Nova are attempting a crunch, but the timing is just not there.
The ping's coming through, the shift, the refight that they are about to attempt, likely off of some regeneration of Soviet utility. Just trying to prime the coordination between them. Here it comes, drone, arc rose, all of that to set up this engagement.
Yeah, plenty of util from either end, and now they find themselves into A link. Love that adjustment from Nova though. Dual players on A main trying to take those duels. That's Sufat down. That is the spike as well. Looking for the second kill. The Prowlers open up the space. CB still looking for that duel. Low HP on Uikao, and they're able to find the kill. A mean shot from CB, doubling down on the matter. And a final player left for dead. They're both low on health, but they should be able to swing off the back of each other. And even if they don't, Swirl is there on the angle. A great warning shot from Juicy. But at the end of the day, this should be Nova's round for sure. There's no way that Juicy clears it up. He made a single kill. So at least they save some face, but this is much cleaner from defense.
Yeah, really, really nice proactivity from Nova, continuing from the last round, whether it be mid, whether it be a main. And I think that goes back to, again, Wolves isn't going for these deep deposits. They don't really gain space while fighting in other parts of the map here, which I feel like is very characteristic of Corrode and in other regions like the Americas, where you'll have like a lurk player deep outside of B, even while you're pressuring mid and pressuring A. You kind of entrust these solo fights to key players like you normally would, say, a Spring, like a Lysor. And we're not really seeing any of that because, again, it is this double duels and they want to take the fight to them, and they're gonna get that opportunity here on B.
Yeah, they're gifted a big opportunity. The Outlaw in a good space. The smoke dissipated quickly. That's an excellent opener there for Swirl. Another one from O0, and they shut down the round. It was an attempt from Wolves to close the distance. They tried to do that, but O0 punishes them all.
Yeah, a little flashback to how some of those A fights over on Haven went. Again, it feels very copy-paste in the terms of the Nova approach. They fight forward, and once they have answers there, they know it's safe to go exploring on other parts of the map. So, winning out that duel, again, shutting down any sort of momentum that Wolves might have sought to build here. Whew. I was saying I like the Guang anchor, but they've switched things up, right? They've splintered the Vice utility, so yeah, you gotta rely on players like O0. Coaches are like, what are we listening to?
I mean, I really like it though, the fact that they are understanding that this is a round that the pace would be sped up. That means that they understand the game pretty well, but now Nova are over eager in that one. That was a far reach, and immediately YU is able to punish. Juicy takes off the TP.
Oh, wow.
Great shot from CB though on the other end. They still are holding a main tooth and nail, but as you can tell, Wolves looking for the 5 back, shots back and forth. Not much found, but except Azir. He's left for dead. He should be stranded in that one, but suddenly he's the one that's trying to take the shots. Another one from CB, and they line up for the Omen. It's a clean round from CB with another triple, and Wolves are looking lost.
Wow, and it just feels like the waves of each team are canceling out. You see kind of these pauses, these setups, because the Ashton really takes time to set up with these kind of fights, these engagements. It's not as fast. It's not just a quick paranoia out and your duelist is suddenly supported. So yeah, it's going to have Juicy on these islands, and if he's losing the engagements, then you don't have the time to refight, to retrade. And all of that to say that Nova is so fast at setting backup shots, setting back up these crossfires. So when, yeah, you've made the decision to put up the Cosmic Divide, the round is already over. And look at that, Gong's like, what just happened? We won that in that fashion?
Yeah.
All right, Azir. Okay, pop off.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
and you can tell,
he's
like,
not
yeah, look
happy.
at Fade. Yeah, absolutely, look at Fade. Like, this is basically flashbacks from Haven. It's like, what are we doing? I guess they're trying to do a lot of things, and I like the fact that it's very apparent that Sufat understands where he can direct the talking, because this was a round that they had first blood. You know, Nova over-aggressed. They should have been able to play the round that they wanted with a slower pace, but much like the Haven, they speed up a lot for no reason.
Yeah, and I feel like as well, something to mention is we didn't see any early timeouts over on Haven, so they realized, okay, 4-2, we want to put this away in 2. We don't want to go over to bind, a very, very soft spot for us. So, again, getting major issues pinpointed, dealt with right out the gate here, because it does feel like big picture things are too simplistic on the side of Wolves, and Nova are kind of punishing that as a result. So, again, maybe a clash of that identity and the desired pace of the map design coming to fruition. But for now, and it's an eco round. We're probably not going to see the fruits of their labor or that timeout this round, except, do you see what I see? I see full shield and I see a spring overdrive. That tells me they're willing to invest it.
Yeah, but much like the previous few rounds, I like this from Wolves, an initial bit of patience, the calm before the storm, as you like to say, just to make sure that that initial wave of utility does not slow down Spring on the investment. They back off from the reveal. And yeah, I think after this drone, they should be actually springing towards mid again.
Springing towards mid. We'll see if that's what happens. I mean, the drone has to make contact first.
Well, there comes the contact. Nightfall pretty quick. That denies all the plans. Well, there it goes. X marks the spot, and they're all marked on the angle. Not the best stuns from Swirl. Opens up the space for Juicy, and that's a massive mistake for Nova. They did not have the setup. They did not have each other's back. The Drake protocols are falling apart. At least Swirl's gonna be able to find a shot, but Wolves solid. And it opens up some space with the steel guard, and now they equalize the front. Guang got a shorty. He was ready for this. They were made for a round like this. A triple from Swirl. Shut down on the other end, and here comes the rifle, but it's not enough. Sufat is able to find a double, and once again, the IGL steps up and shows up when it matters.
And that's when you just want to be a fly on the wall in that timeout. Did Sufat maybe cook up that eco strat to fight into mid, or did they address the big picture problems? Because it's only 30 seconds. You don't get that much time. And I mean, all that to say, they did a really, really good job punishing that sort of proactivity from Nova, the searches that they've been trying to set here. And I really love the investment, again, of these key ultimates. Again, that's what you cannot be afraid to do. It gives that kind of EG 2023 feel to it, in a way, where that's what you need to turn things around when things are dire.
Yeah, but again, I feel like it also came down to Swirl just trying to use the relay bolt, not being able to use it, and then that little bit of an opening towards A-Link allowed them to isolate the one-on-ones, finding the space, and then they make a move again. Speaking of the devil, Swirl is there this time. Success for Nova. They find 2 kills, no answer, nothing actually from the side of Wolves. Even Sufat is not able to find any value. YU down to 30 HP, and this should be the round. They're trying to pivot back towards B-Spike, but the spike is out in the open. All the fights are presented. They were one-on-ones, but they're still able to hold it down.
It's like, at this point, the solution for each team in some of these situations is, okay, there's no way they get away with it twice. We saw that on Haven, we're seeing it here, and just the way that Nova reapproached the mid-fight, dumping everything they had into it as soon as contact was made here. And again, that comes out of getting Swirl active, getting him confident, and they did that so well. And the team fights here were super, super impressive in such a fashion that you have that many players surviving and all in a brawl. So at this point, again, I think the answer is Wolves. Yep, you gotta slow down. It's okay to go for these double duelist dives, but just wait, see, get info. Everything you see here can help, so you know what situation you're fighting into.
Well, I like the fact that they finally slowed the phase down a bit.
Yep.
But the main thing is they're pivoting back to B, which actually looking at the players that are there, once again, they see the same thing. Guang splitting their own utility, which might be a problem for Nova on this round.
Oh, we never get the Lysor lurks over towards B main either. So finally, you know, looking a little bit more multi-threaded here. You even have a lurk up mid from Sweet Fat Baby, who might even drone into A-Link to try and sell an A-split. But the difficulty here is look at who's haunting. Look at who's already in A main. They know this is going to be a B regroup.
Yeah, and the quick thing is the rotation came from Nova. They got Guang on the angle. Stevie as well, but it's all about Sufat here on the angle. He springs in, moves up, Paranoia. Doesn't find a lot of value, so the execute actually is cancelled. They go back towards A. And now they might have some hope if they're able to break through Azir, but it's a freebie from Spring. And a double from Azir on the angle. The flash is good, but they line up for Azir to find the quad kill. And Yirikawa will not stand the test. It's 6 rounds for Nova and a masterclass from the Omen.
And I was just looking at the minimap like, Swirl, are you going to help Azir? Are you going to help Azir? Are you going to help Azir? And then it just is there to pick up the pieces that were left for him, the scraps of the ace. And you can see no laughing, no there, anything. It felt like, again, a shaky mid-round call. Hesitation on, again, what I mentioned was, okay, they had no deep deposit A. They had no information on, okay. Again, it just feels like broad map control is lacking, and so they don't feel as confident in their decisions. They're like, okay, we don't have info on who's on this site. Can we fully aggress here? And when you have a double duelist composition as well, you just need to pierce through that material. Make your own spear. And I'm hoping that, again, they get that confidence back here, as it's another kind of do-or-die rifle round.
Well, you know, if B doesn't work the first time, surely if you butt heads again, it might work. At least this time. The fake out got the shear. So they can come back here later if they want to, and they already forced the Viper spit from Nova.
Yeah. My eyes are drawn to YU here. I want to see him get some information on who exactly is tucked away A main, because if they go for that mid-rotate, again, they're going to run into these window players. They're going to have to invest utility to clear out main, and I don't think this composition has either of those faculties to it. So with less than a minute left, the last thing on my list was for them to challenge the Viper spit. And that's exactly what they're gonna do.
But the Thorns are out. They can't really work their way through. And O0 can just sit there the whole time. Nothing that they can really do. They try to rat him out. It's an excellent shot from Lysor. And that is exactly the problem there. Space open for Juicy. And he is gonna find blood. 2 kills back to back. Now it's just CB and Azir. And while Azir has had a pristine round, the quad kill, it's very difficult for him on the angle. He still finds the first. So that's the door open. But pretty sure with the kind of setup that they has that there should be no way back into this one. And even Nova themselves understand it's just all about damage, because as you said, this would be a reset round for Wolves. So even finding a kill or 2 more in this round would be everything for them.
And now, in 2v4, they still want to go for it. It's still Nova up 6, so you have rounds to work with, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, still, it's just single kill there. Azir, Paranoia, not a lot of value. Spring taken down. Now that's good enough. 3 kills, pretty much the magic number.
And it's okay. The Sweet Baby is like, okay, we somehow challenged Viper Spit. We got the spike down. I think those are strong takeaways for a round loss. So can still get up, can still be confident there. And we'll see at that point. I mean, I said that was the last kind of thought in my mind as a challenge the Viper Spit, and they show how that double duelist can find that workaround and doing a good job of implementing the support Neon, I'll say. And whew, there we go.
Yeah, no, setup is good. Round is good. This is, again, Wolves, I feel like, have finally found their stride in the way that they want to approach the map. The pace a bit slower. They like now to basically flirt upon that B site a lot, which is going to be a problem for them. Because as long as Sufat is also there towards mid, Nova are not taking that space for free, and they've identified that there are 2 players there as well.
Again, the slowdown looks good. Juicy with those kills found on Challenge the Viper Spit the previous round, gets Dimensional Drift. And all this kind of diffused, kind of stalled out a little bit. Yeah, there it is. Again, just the D-map control productivity here. It's so good. It's so good.
Absolutely beautiful from Guang and Swirl. Just gonna slow that one down, steal the pace, steal the round. That was a must-win for Wolves. If they had any hopes of just trying to maintain momentum, but then they instantly lose it, which now the question becomes, did they pivot back towards the A site? Can they even find success there?
I don't know. Again, this, like, if you notice, right, like, every opportunity that Nova gets, they're taking space on the map. Whether it was that route and getting behind the entirety of this team because they know that it's kind of an all-in approach with this double duelist dive from Wolves. Versus we're not seeing that from Wolves. We're not seeing why you take deep A main space on these lurks. We're seeing them stay very far back to play their util, play their game. And here it is again. They get confirmation of a singular player and they're immediately prodding and finding a spike.
Oh, a second kill on top as well. That's disaster striking for the side of Wolves. Don't like that from his ear. You can just break the TP and go back to watching the angle. That's a bit risky of a play. But Nova found the spike, expanded, and they quickly got punished. 2 kills from Wolves. Guang on the trade. They know the Juicy's all around the corner. And Guang is able to find that one as well. Just bring that trusty stinger on the angle. Unfortunately, not enough. And all paths lead to Guang in that one.
Guaranteed advantage for Nova here on the defensive half for Corrode. Not the 6-6 half we saw over on Haven. Again, a new comp. There's growing pains, but right now it looks like they are coming up with the short end of the stick on the side of Wolves. I mean, already utilized again one of those timeouts when it was 4-2. Now it looks like they're again starting to get pulled underwater with no lifesaver in sight. And I mean, we've talked about, okay, the pacing changes. They need to be willing to speed up and slow down. And it feels like they're too stuck one way or the other on the spectrum right now. Versus Nova has a really good mastery over that ideal.
Yeah, but the counterpart to that is that I feel like the pacing is better from Nova. Yeah, you know, the pacing is better from Nova, but Nova has a much shallower playbook. It's been like 2 or 3 plays. It's either a mid pop or an ace or an A main aggression, and that's basically the only thing that they've done. So it's quite surprising that in 12 rounds, Wolves just didn't find the answer.
Yeah, that's the issue. Is they're doing the same things, but I have not seen evidence, we'll put it that way, that Wolves knows and understands that they're doing those things, right? Yeah. It's a lot of question marks across the map, like you're pinging them out, but then they don't fill them in, they don't color them in, they don't reveal them. And again, it takes just lurk players like Lysor, like YU, just pushing up ever so slightly to get those answers. Whether it's jiggling, whether it's jumping. You see a fade, you see on Neon deposited, you know that they have a trap play set up there. You know you can lean towards the other side of the map.
And it is basically that push and pull that I feel like hasn't been the best for Wolves. They've been struggling on the tug of war, both in the Haven and even here on Corrode. And on Corrode is even more so punishing because Nova have just been able to find those spaces where they've seen him pick YU, they've seen him pick Sufa out of a few rounds, and it basically demolishes the map control of Wolves when the time comes.
And again, it's that element of Nova seems to be catching them off guard while still running the same strategies, which concerns me even more so because, yeah, this is only the second time they've seen them on this map. So number one, no logs to go off of. All they saw was the All Gamers matchup. And number two, we know that this team has a deep playbook. We know that's the kind of strategy they pull out when they take timeouts that they have not had to invest yet. So a little nervous for that prospect here that when things are finally challenged, they would have made changes, but it's new half, new look. See how the double duelist does with, they're not even grouped up this time, they're split.
Yeah, love the spacing from Nova. Much quicker, much more abrasive, but they need to find the kills. Connection on Spring is true, and now they're trying to work their way into the side. YU able to dissuade them for the time being. Need to find one more right click. In the meanwhile, Juice is able to take down Zero, and that leaves some space for Guang, and he's able to find the one. The Sufat that is trying to play towards mid. Juicy still in elbow. And that distraction can buy enough time for Guang to be taken down. Now the numbers are even. And the spot is not the best for them. That's why they're trying to spring through. The space is everything on Juicy. He picks a one-on-one. But CB is the one that's successful at the end. And it's down to the IGL. The leader to step up to prove it with himself. His gun. Ghost at hand, both players at the corner, both of which are slightly damaged, and they try to present the one-on-ones. There was a line there where maybe he could have found a round, but at the end, Nova are able to stick the landing.
Yeah, and I mean, even at 1v2, it feels like the differences between these two teams are striking, right? Nova is willing to take these coordinated, risky team fight efforts to get that advantage, versus we don't really see that quality out of Wolves here. And I think that's why they've now been cost another pistol. I mean, too bad they put up a good fight, but again, not too much to pull away from that. It's just confidence and winning engagements right now.
Yeah, and again, it's all about that little bit of pacing. We've seen Nova very confident. The conviction behind their plays, I feel like, is the main factor. A lot of jump spots from Wolves. YU able to hold the crossfire on the other end. But for the most part, it's really a lot more secure. Like, you feel like Nova is just playing this entire map with confidence, unlike Wolves that sometimes reek of desperation.
Okay. YU pinged out. They're trying to punish, but they don't see the entire picture here. Spring was ready to form crossfire, ready to fight back, but the call comes through from O0. Rotate back. Information procced. CFAT looking for more other than just the jump peak confirmation.
Yeah, but the big constellation of players towards middle. Time is still plenty for a rotator. They want to go back towards A, but the B-side commitment, it is Swirl on the line. They line up, but Lightstar is good for the trade. 2 for the price of 2. And it's going pretty well for Wolves on the force. They just need those extra bit of stingers to try to find the value that they will do in this round. Spring down. So now it's YU and Lysor. Already found a kill from this elbow position. It's all about taking the timing when they're planting the spike. Unfortunately for them, that will not be the case. Clean as a whistle, and it's 0-0. Put double digits for Nova.
Yes, speaking of time in there, 0-0. Great way to cap off the round, but again, if you just screenshotted like the mid round there, like Super Baby, yes, gave up that control and they understood, I think that, but it's still just like every corner is covered across the map by that point by Nova. They have deep A control. They still have their B anchor. They have a player up in window, if not 2. And this round, it feels like they're just all in, leaning a little bit too early on the side of Wolves. And they clearly got punished for it in that last round. Especially when you have a Vice main and the force is running a mid, you get a nice pinch.
Absolutely, and the thing that I feel like also happened there from Nova is that they've got control of A main, and they weren't really scared of just going back, saying, hey, even if we have to fight for a lot of space initially, we can just go back towards mid. We have the advantage in firepower, we have the advantage in util, and then they can play the game like that. Even in this one, it's a very slow mid control, making sure that there are no real problem from Wolves. Eventually, it looks like it's going to be towards that B side, which is completely barren for the time being. Yeah,
they're playing full retake on B. They kind of put all their eggs in the basket on A. And my concern is that the singular Prowler has deconstructed this entire mid-trap. And, I mean, I think they were just trying to, like, hope that Nova would get into that cycle of rerunning the same strategy, but now I think they're going to realize we might have just been tricked.
Yeah, it is a real CB as well. To find the first kill in the round. And if they stole the round now, it would have been great, but that's a Vandal fallen. And that can actually mean some problems for Nova if it does come to the B side in time, but for the time being, love that from them. Everybody has their eyes on Link. They understand that the trap play was towards mid, so they're trying to reconstruct that part of the map. Lysor, first player in, very low on health. Crows taken down, and that's an easy kill on top. So for sure, Sufad now is just gonna save the Vandal. I don't really see any extra value in trying to play this round anymore.
Yeah, I mean, CB, again, just pulling the players over towards A. When you don't have weapons, you want to take the strength, the fights, and numbers. And I don't think this is a bad idea. Start padding the economy. It's going to be 11, so it's going to be tight up until you make this comeback where you would have to run probably for another similar overtime.
Yeah, the Vandal saved. Things looking good. 11 rounds for Nova. And this is the Wolves that we've seen in the first 2 weeks. And that's the real problem for them. This is the same Corrode, I've got to say. They look lost, they can't play mid, and they don't have an identity on the map of where they can actually play strong.
Yeah, if they're confident in this new double duelist, and I want to see their sunset over their Corrode at this point, I think it lends a lot better. And Fade here, I mean, 10-4 already having to invest their second timeout. Sorry, 11-4. It's rough to say the least. It's a similar position where Nova just gets to stockpile their timeouts until the very end. And that's exactly what they're going to do. And I don't even think we're going to have to get to that point here, right? Haven, again, was this back and forth affair. They were consistently adjusting to each other. They had pretty good reads, pretty good mid-round adjustments when we finally did get to see Wolves slow it down. Here, it's none of that. It just feels like a lack of understanding of the map itself.
And it reflects on the scoreboard as well, like YU, 7 kills. You got 6 on Lysor, 5 on Spring, 4 on Sufat. So only really Juicy is able to break through past that double-digit scoreline. And I feel like the extra important statistic, again, much like map 1, first bloods have been all going the side of Nova.
I mean, not different than Haven either. What was it, 18 versus 12 first bloods, I want to say?
Yeah.
Right? Like, that's a pretty significant gap. And I think that comes again out of, well, last half more so the productivity we saw from Swirl and the setup that came from the Fade and the Omen. Versus again, here, you saw the trap play, it was there. I want to see them do that, set those kind of plays up multiple rounds until they get triggered. And it just feels like they try something and then they give it up. But this is something new they can try coming out of the timeout, the operator for Juicy.
Yeah, well, Sufat identifying where to play is coming from Nova. They can definitely play for a crossfire here to deny the anti-pop from the side of Wolves. You see, Spring is anticipating a play like that. The arrow doesn't find a lot of value. It is broken, but they're waiting for Wolves to make a mistake. They're waiting for them to take a step, and that won't be the case, so now they back up.
Again, it's very, like, detached or very far back, these holds on the extremities, right? It's not like they're ready to fight together. It's more, okay, one and dones, or you pop off and that's what determines the round, right? Why use in that position, right? Spring's in that position. And we're gonna have to see one of them perform, and feels like, why use the Chosen one?
Well, chosen for death, as it seems, as CB is able to find that first kill. Everything now rests on Lysor for the hold. They got an operator, not the best weapon for the job, in the hands of Juicy. Did not find any value in this round either. And now with the spike down, a lot is going to be asked of the Vice. Nightfall to deny the space towards spawn. So they clearly know that there has to be a player at elbow, and they're completely keeping him away as a contingency. Just playing towards that part of the map, slowing down their pacing. They got the advantage in terms of numbers, but Lysor starts it off well, and Spring with another kill. All of them are going for the side of Wolves, and that retake collapses immediately as Wolves strikes. Puts the 5th on the board. Still, that's the first step in a 1,000-mile journey for their comeback here on Corrode.
Wow. And I mean, we said Nova's a team to stockpile timeouts, but that's probably one where I would be taking one just to stop the momentum, to take a breather, because that looked clean. That looked like for the first time all the players on Wolves were on this same page for how to play it. And granted, it's the first time they've really been granted that opportunity to play a full retake. Albeit the Nightfall kind of delayed that timer, which is where, again, we look to Nova and are like, that's a mistake. They invested it. They got too eager for that 12th and are now going to, you know, it's going to be costly in the long run.
Yeah, and now the value of that, I feel like the translation of it, though, is the real problem for me. Sure, you know, it is a valuable round, but as you can tell, for the side of Nova, their economy is not bad. Their ultimate economy is in a much better spot, and with a play like this, Wolves have gained a lot of control towards the extremities. They got the read towards B, with the angle from the off from Juicy. On the A side as well, they're playing a lot more defensive with the Vice as well. Taking care of YU's back, but he's taking a step forward. Could be caught in a bad timing. Swirl finds first blood, and now Lysor again, left in that same spot. This time the Poison Orb. Open up space, and they could immediately spring onto the side itself. Lysor this time, a lot more aggressive, knowing they got the Steel Garden. They're waiting for the timing on the pick, and they do actually find the kill before the Steel Garden comes through. So now they're trying to slow down the pace. Interdimensional drift in, util out, but no real value for Wolves as of yet. Now they're back to the pistols, and it's a round and match point for Nova at the end.
Yeah, Lysor just getting caught off guard. It really felt like a dying wish to pull out that Steel Guard, and they needed that as that anchor, and just getting run down in that regard. So Nova, again, take the fight to them, get to their 12th, and they are confident. A little nerve-wracking to win the second map in this fashion. Is how reverse sweeps are made, heading into a bind, heading into weak math, albeit Wolves chose that over Icebox, but feels like an inevitability that we are soon going to reach. It'll have to be 7 rounds in a row to get to overtime here. And otherwise, you can see Fade, the disappointment, the frustration of how nothing is going their way.
And now, Nova, we're thinking about brute force in this round. The transition, though, in positions. Lysor, again, still on elbow. Finding a lot of value, but Nova immediately pulling back. They need to work through mid. But if they do, that's a much easier setup towards that B side without the operator being present for Wolves.
Again, we have the semblance of a trap play towards mid. Not sure they have quite the faculties for it, because again, it takes time for Astra to set up a Neon, but it shows they had that good read, they had that counter to it. But again, it's just, you look at the map and there's people on islands. This time it's Juicy, right over towards B main, and again, they're going to be asked to perform alone.
Yeah, fake out already. A lot of utility invested, but they have not found their way into the site yet. The reveal allows Juicy to find a spray down to the Swirl. And sure, they found their way into the site, but the flood is quick from Wolves, and they're trying to overdrive their way in. Kills are back and forth, and they all go Juicy's way as he locks down the side. We said that he needed to step up, and he did.
Yeah, very, very nice. I was not expecting it to go that way. And I think that's where you get the benefit of, okay, if they run into the Yoru, you have a gate crash. You have ways to get away even when full nearsighted by a paranoia here. And spray through off the fast lane, that was clean. The cross map support of the Thorns, that was clean. The refight immediately. Nice look from Wolves there. Again, when they can come together, it looks good. It's just, there's been those disconnects here and there. And all right, one down, 6 to go.
Well, still, the ultimate economy now swings back, I feel, in the favor of Nova still a bit more. Even if they found the round, Juicy was almost halfway back through the interdimensional drift. But for the rest of the team, a long way from their ultimates. Nova setting up towards an A-side play. But Juicy is there, support from the start as well from YU. They find the angle, but they don't spring in. They find 2 kills on a spray down, and that is the A side open.
Defense is shattered. You can see the immediate speed up there, and look who is mid to cut off the rotations. It's Guang. Costream might kind of grant them the luxury of safe passage for the time being, but as soon as they make it to Link, there it is. Final nails starting to construct that coffin that Wolves will inevitably lay in 2v4. Viper's pit is up. This is where they make their final stand and head to bind.
Yeah, Spring already taking the lead. Behind him, Sufat. Not been having the best games himself, but if there's a time to ever step up, it's around like this. Well, finding the timing, the shot not connecting though. Now they need to be careful of Elbow and the other part of the map as well. Sufat walking in with the arrow. Not the best call, but for Spring, it's not gonna be enough. He found a 3, needed to get the whole ace, and he will not get his mark until the next map. We still got the decider. It is gonna be bind up next.
A great attempt there from Spring, but ultimately not enough. And you can see Fade immediately going to Sufat BB, saying we got things to talk about. We got problems to solve before we head in to bind. A map that does lend well to the double duelist style if they decide to take that Roach. But hey, maybe we'll get the Whaley that you've been wanting, Volt. We've seen that from Juicy prior. See if that's their continuity here. But all in all, I mean, Nova, the experience on this map showed even if you had a VOD on this team, it did not matter. The problems were still problems for Wolves.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, for Wolves, it's the same Wolves from the first few times that they played Corrode. Even if they changed the composition, the team in general didn't really change their own pacing. And if it wasn't for a few good shots and a few good bits of individual heroics, they basically didn't show much outside of that. I would just have to say they were not greater than some of their parts is the way that I would describe that one.
Yeah, they were only good when Nova simplified the game to the same level of simplicity that Wolves was playing at, right? We talk about that one-on-one kind of retake. We talk about, you know, the eco rounds. And I think other than that, Nova just had a really good big picture of map control about how they could push and pull where Wolves was going. And I think a great example of that, again, was that deep A main control from the Fade, from the Neon, or when they especially wrapped Wolves on their B exit and got behind them immediately. When you do have Lyster, who's not really playing true to the flank, when you do really have Asher playing offsite more for that information, for that utility, there it is. And it's just, Nova looks good on this map. We'll see what Wolves can do on bind.
Yeah, it's a lot scarier when you transition over to that bind because it pretty much plays the same 2-lane approach that you play in Corrode. Instead, it's a little bit more simplified in the way that there's no real mid. You just approach the side themselves, and we'll approach the team comms. So let's let no back.
他现在要骗墙，我把帘子留着了。
你6，我吃张6，我7。
OK。啊，我想中路压了，来，可以跟我要闪。中路给压，铁帘子，有。欧们过来，中路压了。中路有一个，靠 A 的。中路压了，来，我们就进去，避开大。我给多。我很慢，我来的很慢。把爆了。给压了。I'm burning。有墙。Go！ 太厉害，我们太厉害。
Ooh, and the immediate celebration there. an MVP named Vizier. Actually, I feel like they kind of were that silent but deadly like killer there, kind of setting up for success and then finding it. I want to say they were all probably fairly around the same. You know, to look at the full scoreboard to confirm, but I mean, 84 cast, 2.6 KDA.
Pretty much
it's evident
so.
on the stomp, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I have the scoreboard on my other monitor. It's 18 for Azir, 17, 9 and 1 for Guang. Now you can see the whole story.
Yeah.
It's pretty much a team effort. You gotta
Yeah,
say,
exactly.
like, I mean, this is the opposite of the Haven, actually, because it was, you know, individual play. Or, I'm not, sorry, not the opposite, the same as Haven, really, where, you know, Nova's playing as a team. Wolves, they got a few players that are playing well, but the rest are really heavy on the back of the pack there. Sufat not really having the best of games, neither did YU, really.
14-5 first bloods, and I mean, look at that again. Wolves only getting the spike down 2 times, and they started out on the attack, so they had every opportunity to do so. And I mean, again, it shows how, again, when they got to simplicity, when they got to those post plants, they were able to close it out, which I think is going to be important when we get over to a map like Bind. But again, if they don't keep a map-wide knowledge or focus, I think a map like Bind becomes really difficult when you look at, okay, showers control, when you look at, like, long fountain control. And it then causes some red flags and alarm bells going off in the back of my mind, but that's what you have to entrust to the coaching staff, and you have to entrust to, you know, assistant coaches in TMV's chat saying we did not play Corrode how we like to play Corrode, and we hope that they get back to that fighting forward, or Nova might just steal away their playoff spot.
Yeah, I mean, for Nova, this is all to save face. They're one of the
Of
teams
course,
that
yes.
individually, they're great, by the way, individually. But again, they face the same problem that JDG does, where, you know, like the individual level is great from the core, but they just are very shaky in their veto, and they can't really seal off 2 maps. And we'll see if that changes, you know. You got Bind, one of the weakest maps for Wolves in the pool. So for Team V, this is, you know, nightmare fuel scenario. But for us, this is the peak of the entertainment, the finale of Game 1. We'll be back after the break. Well, the pack survives, but for how long, Zobi? That's the real question. One more map. We have not seen them play bind the entire stage. Pretty sure for good reason, if you remember how their bind was. So let's see how things go, because I wagered that Nova are actually pretty good on the map, and they would still be pretty good even after the break.
Yeah, Nova only played it once, and it was actually with Monk as well, and that was all the way back in week number 2 against FPX, where it was a 6-13 loss. But we talked about how the integration, right, of the Viper for O0 has been perfect, right? They're always in the action. They're always, you know, fighting alongside their team, and they're able to call really well. They're not really that lurk Viper, which I'm curious to see if they are going to be on a map like Bind, where it so is intrinsic to how the map is played. And on the other side of things, right, we were having this kind of soul. Well, this was a map they were running double duelist even before the identity changes, but it was YU on the Raze and Juicy on the Waylay. So do they keep the same composition and just switch who's playing that Raze? Do they then, you know, have, okay, Spring and YU switch so that it's a Brimstone? There's questions about how this new identity will affect their bind, but I think, like, at the macro level, they'll still want to play it the same way.
Yeah, but the main thing is, with your entire, not just China run on the line, with champs on the line, you just prefer to go for the safety, you know, ignore the Waylay, say, hey, you know, Waylay is a bit hit or miss. Do we just go for, like, tried and true picks? Do we just revert back to our old comp? Yeah?
I mean, I don't even have their composition for Wolves prior to this stage noted down, right? Bind was out of the pool for a solid amount of time. They didn't really play it at Toronto. And, oh, I'm seeing things in taking shape. It is, in fact, the Juicy Yor that we're still seeing consistently here. They depart from the Lysor Cypher, and Nova, they're the ones actually to take changes in stride. No more Vice, bringing in the Deadlock and a Sky over a Fade. They've changed everything up at a pivotal moment.
Yeah, and you know what?
Both together.
I'm really not against either of those two changes. What I'm really actually looking at is O0 on the Sky. Like, I love the Deadlock. I think it's an excellent pick from CB, but single duel Sky is not my cup of tea at this current meta with this current iteration of Sky.
Yeah, I mean, right here, I think, to me, my concern is that when they didn't just have O0 as that 1-for-1 sub in the Monk compositions onto that Viper, like Lotus, where they kind of overcooked, you saw how it affected them, getting out of that routine, getting out of that consistency, and I am nervous in that fact here, right? You have CB on a Deadlock, that's a little weary. O0, it is a comfort pick on the Sky at the individual level, right? It's what they were playing for before. But how they played it recently with this team, that's where those question marks are going to come from. Now, I liked Sky on this map, probably one of my favorite picks, just really, really strong over towards long, and then information gathering. And then I think that's where that's the answer to why they're picking it. Just, you can get aggressive off what it provides. And speaking of aggressive, do you see what I see outside of B Long Bolt?
Yeah, absolutely. They're throwing all the 9 yards, the kitchen sink as well. And it might as well be such. Everything on the line for Wolves. Nova trying to at least find their first win in the group stage, their final game, and their last hurrah for 2025. So now we'll see if that is the real timing, because look at that, they're all going on the flank and Wolves are still taking their sweet time.
I mean, you have to, right? Wall is up, you're waiting for it to drop before you re-engage, but might just be too late.
Yeah, they're trying to make a play here, but there it is, Sonic Sensor, 3-player value. Now the flank comes in. First one from Swirl, and Guang as well lines that one on top. Those are 3 kills for Nova, and the Pincer comes into perfection. Only Lysor left alive towards Showers, and he will take a breather. Nova start off right where they've left off on the Corrode.
Wow, that is gorgeous, and I completely agree. It's the same idea, just translated. Double Sentinel stall utility. It provides enough time for them to brew and get that perfect timing, smokes or not, from short. And kind of goes back to, on a pistol, I don't expect that layer of defaulting, but they've got to be aware that these things could be happening, and I just don't see that out of Wolves right now. And that's what I'm hoping we'll see in the future round.
I mean, that is the value of the Deadlock that I was really happy to see presented against a team comp like that. If you know that Wolves are going to play double duelist, they're going to make a ton of noise. The Grav Net, all the extra util, the Sonic Sensor, they just provide an immense amount of value. There comes a Trailblazer. Not finding that much. Wall down, but CB, maybe I would think that that's a little bit over-aggressive, but he doesn't really care. Still finding the kill. A second one on top, and that is the spike down in Showers. Wolves still trying to fish for kills, but I think that's all that they're going to find. The round is probably out of their hands already.
Yeah. And I think that sums up Nova quite well. Taking risks they don't have to, but they don't care because they're going to win those engagements anyways. Spike in an uncomfortable position, and even if it was, the pinch through showers is gorgeous, and CB not only win the buy-up round, but in flawless fashion. I was worried about CB on the deadlock, but right now it's looking pretty fluid. Like, the wall comes out really well. They're playing off of it to get those kills in an easy jiggle fashion. If this is what we're getting kind of the teaser for, we're in for a ride.
I mean, that is exactly why I think like the deadlock works so well on a map like this, especially if you have the sky. You can do that combo between the nade and Trailblazer on the site. It just had a ton of value when you try to approach it like that, and already not the best of starts from Wolves. Nova should still have some real contention in this bonus round. Utility, much more defensive, a lot earlier this time, and they actually pincer down on the TP, find the opener on the Lysor, and that's exactly the kind of start Nova wanted.
They love these little surprise plays. They pull a strat out of the book and then flip the page, and on a bonus round at that, and finding an impactful player, a lurk player like Lysor, why you gotta start re-clearing it, and you can see that's exactly what Juicy's trying to do. But with 4 players strong on the A site, they haven't gotten through any of this utility. Nova isn't even giving them a chance to find those openings.
Yeah, if there is a chance for Wolves, I think just the pivot, if they go back towards B, maybe there is some hope, even if some of that device utility is actually on that B side towards Hookah. At least there's not that many players to fight against, but they commit towards that A site. 3 players on side itself, 1 backside as well. There comes the Yuta combination. That is the grab net destruction there. 4 kills at short, and it is a massacre in this bind.
And with every passing round, every concern that I'm bringing up during agent select just gets marked off the list. I'm like, huh? No fade? We've seen a really, really good fade and some great setups. Well, guess what? A grab net and a deadlock is just as deadly when coupled with that paint shell. Yeah. And it's a one-way ticket into a 3-0. And oh, are we seeing the remakings of another 213? Only time will tell.
Well, right now, it just feels like if there is some reverie for them, it's this time out right there, yeah. You know? Some space to heal, but what do you even do about the deadlock? That's the real question, because we don't see her that often.
I mean, what do we do about the deadlock? Right now, again, you just lost your rifle round. Maybe that was the round where I would have defaulted trying to get information about where these setups are, because again, it's a new composition for Nova. You might not have been prepped for it to a certain degree. You probably don't know what their setups look like, because a Vice deadlock together is not very characteristic of the map. Like Cypher deadlock, that's characteristic. So I think that's what I would be doing, is just taking this, you know, from early to late stage, not one round at a time where you have to win that round. Spend the first round or two trying to get the information. Okay, we have Vice Thorns and Hookah, you know, and I think that's where they're having difficulties is with this composition that they're running. It is very engagement focused. There isn't like a spy cam that you can send in to Hookah. There isn't a dog you can send to Hookah. You can't get that information unless you're fighting for that space simultaneously. Yeah. And for a reason of that, then they're kind of playing it how they have to be right now on the attack.
Yeah, and that's the game of push and pull that we've seen on Corrode as well, you know, them not being able to, I guess, find the right pacing in the midst of that aggression. Speaking of that, you look at Nova, 3 players strong towards B long, actually 4 players at the angle. Understanding it's an eco round for Wolves, so they just want to deny as much of the space as they can, but Wolves also understanding that, not really moving towards Hookah as well, which makes a lot of sense. It's a bit of patience. And if there is some hope, it was supposed to be at A site, but I wanted to look at the amount of util that Guang has towards lamps.
And you mentioned how can we get past that? Throw a chuck a resonate in there once you know where those sensors are, once you become victimized by them like you were on the pistol. And I think this was a good pivot, right? Did it come fast enough in my mind? Not personally. I mean, you saw, you know, 2 or 3 people fight down B long. The logical answer is to quickly pivot over towards B, but now you've done that, there's 1 more player here. There's gonna be a second one on the way as well in the form of Swirl, and it becomes difficult to hold now.
Yeah, but they still want to give that one a go. CB on the angle. The wall actually creating a lot of space for them, but they have not found the frags on the back of it. That is where a fade would have been a masterpiece for them, but instead, Wolves actually finding a lot of value. Swirl only good for a single kill. CB, that was a bit cheeky. Still able to find a kill on the back of it. A second as well. Spike down. Girl traded from Lysor. It puts it back to a 2-on-2, and there's not a lot of time left, so they need to find those frags. They take down Swirl, leaving Azir on the A site alone as they take the teleport back to that B site.
Again, they gathered info, they pivoted off of it, and they locked things down, even on an eco round. Well, did they lock it down? That's the question.
Oh, time!
No, there's
no time! He can just stick it. Lysor has to force the DP, but he's not gonna walk in time. Nova continue their streak. No! The timeout from Lysor as he lines that one up as if he had X-ray.
And I mean, that almost fell to absolute chaos. And again, it's Lysor on this new Viper lurk timings, and I mean, still figuring out the edges, but comes to a grand conclusion there. And again, from start to finish, the decision-making, the execution was really, really nice to get their first round on the board, especially following a chaotic or a much-needed timeout, I should say, from Fade.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say, like that wall from CB, if it was a tiny bit deeper, this round would have probably been completely changing complexion. The fact that it went downstairs and not upstairs allowed them to still walk into that A side itself, which is going to be the main problem. This time, though, I like this. The pace a lot slower. Ultimate economy on the dot for the two teams, and this can blow up in any second.
It's interesting that the two kind of flavors for Nova, though, are, you know, stack the site, the Sentinel utility A or B, like, but together, regardless. And then it's the massive players on the opposing side, whether that's fighting for Shower, whether that's fighting for Fountain, but it's always that look. And that's what I'm hoping Wolves will start to pinpoint soon as a result of these defaults. Now they've seen the deadlock util towards B, they can communicate, they can pivot off of it. I wish maybe we had a little bit of this more coordination between Lysor and Juicy to get a little bit more forward into Shower, but less than a minute left. No time like the present.
I like this a lot, though, from Wolves. You know, a little bit of patience. They'll need to invest a lot of util. Fade. TV taken down. Not a lot of time left for them, though, so they will need to eventually try to start a mark. Backdoor short they go. Well, that hold from Nova means that they get a lot of space. Showstopper stopped by Lysor, continuing to be a problem for Nova, but they will not actually do that much with Showers. Both players are taken off. There's a timing for his ear to try to use it. Annihilation does find a player, and they will still try to dig him out. Showstopper comes from the other side. Spring, that too late, but he will still find a kill, and Yuikao is able to slow this round down. Time was almost a problem, but they still locked it down at the end.
Ooh. And again, they weather away these forces. They chip away at them gradually instead of trying to strong hand their way into it, especially when you're going up against, for the first time, a double Sentinel, right, from Nova. So it's even more difficult. It's like fighting through tar. So the fact that they can find that weakness and puncture through it utilizing this double duelist, beautiful turnaround so far following that timeout. And if it keeps it up in this fashion, if Nova will lose another round or two, they might be the ones taking a timeout.
Yeah, and now I feel like, you know, we talked about this a bit, understanding where both the Vice and the Deadlock actually play towards. That is always the way you want to play around those double Sentinels. The pacing from Wolves has been a lot better. And look at them just being as calm as it is. You know, they don't see much towards Hookah. They don't see much towards Long. Almost there. Finding a pick on both ends. But this means that this rotation is going to be putting them in a dangerous spot. Swirl, tucking in. If they are complacent with this angle, it might lead to a lot more. That bit of patience from Wolves is everything on this one. But now they should strike in the next 5 seconds or so. That allows Nova to find the timing to pull the rotation, especially with the Sky not finding much. That means the Squirrel is going to open up. He discovers their position with the fake out. Now utility chucked in back and forth. Swirl is trying to escape, but unfortunately for him, not much found on the other end. And CB being on 21 HP should be an easy target, and he will be. Good trades from Nova, but there's still disadvantage in numbers. That is a pivotal kill from his ear. Leaves a 2-on-2 on the retake. They try to deny the plant, but that will be the case, and that pushes actually their bomb, or the spike rather, to go towards the B side.
Oh, but Street Baby sticks around here to run interference. The Seekers would have found him if Azir had not first, and all the weight now lies on YU. Orbital strike in hand, knows that it's one player teleported, probably heard both. Let's see what happens from Hookah.
Well, they both need to drop down. Flash, not spotting. YU, they drop one by one. That could have been a chance, but Azir instead will find that kill. Another triple kill, another time. Had Nova averse disaster at the split seconds.
Wow. And I mean, I like the decision to rotate to be there. It's questionable to have so maybe stick around here, but from the get-go, they did a good job again defusing. They didn't fall for the nade net play this time around, but yeah, the tag team between these double sentinels is so seamless, right? CB falls, Wong springs immediately to get to, and keeping a cap on it, a lid on it like that is exactly what they needed to bounce back here. When again, we said that was a round, they lose it, they're gonna lose their money, it's gonna be an eco, it's probably gonna need a timeout, and all of that has been swept away as they maintain their lead.
But there's something going on for Wolves that if they get into a site, post-plants should be heaven. You got Orbital Strike, you got the Interdimensional Drift to work with the Viper Spit. So a lot of tools to maybe try to route some players out if you understand how Nova played the Swarm, but instead it's a lot more patient from Wolves, and I don't mind that because if you look at Nova, they've actually switched around their setups quite a bit here.
Yeah, finally splitting up the Sentinel utility. Thorns to cover B, Sensors to cover A. And I like that they have the solo deadlock fight for showers control. Again, it's not that stack and double sentinel, it's split attention, split forces. It feels like it's very trap play-esque around teleporter here. And with Wolves finally drawn to the A site, a little worrying, especially when that deadlock wall falls. We'll see what Spring and Lysor can do.
Yeah. Now, interdimensional drift, ready, set, fire. As soon as the wall goes down, CB could be caught on line of fire. With Cryptosonic sensor, two-player on the angle, the orbital strike forces them to take a fight. One that they will not be able to take as the flashes are perfect from Juicy. And they're able to take down the side itself. Spike plant should be eminent. The trap play from the TP did not find any value. And it leaves Guang and Azir both got their ultimates, but I don't think that they would want to give this one a go.
Yeah, money is still not completely sorted out on the side of Nova. And it feels like finally Wolves are learning from their mistakes and adapting. We talked about avoiding the net play previously. This time they finally don't lose somebody because there's two players fighting for that teleport play over towards Shower. They also fully invest the resources to clear out one of the avenues while fighting for this A main space, and that was Showers, right? You mentioned the flash, you mentioned Dimensional Drift. All that was really nice to get the information and then fight it, not just run your way in blindly. All that to say, it's flawless. They're going to start getting the money sweltering. They only utilize one ultimate, so they're going to trade that for the Nightfall and the Showstopper here soon. Looking like it's going to be finally a close match.
Yeah, I mean, this is good. This is really good for Wolves, you know. As I said, knock on wood. Individually, they will need to keep up this level, though. And that is going to be the most important part. That if you look at the way that they played this one, that was such a good trap play, but that was predicated on ultimate. When the ultimates are not there, they will need to come up with something with their little bit of util that I feel like they have been getting less usage of them in comparison to the ultimate, in comparison to Nova.
Alright. Coming into this round, those two here rifles are all that were saved, but those are the players that have the ultimates, right? Orbital Strike can make a difference. Especially a Steel Garden on a eco can make a difference. We've seen it convert thrifty rounds for both teams. Now, okay, starting to see again this lack of sentinel utility from the deadlock, money eating away at that potential. We'll see how they fight, and are you gonna try and counter the be long control for once?
I mean, I feel like they were waiting for the burst. Once the smoke fades, you can use the grab net and try to find something, but then Sufat finds the kill. And suddenly you need to force rotations off from the B side. And while you discover players that long, I don't think that they have the luxury now to commit to any duels. And as you can tell, they're trying to use the ultimate's orbital strike, not finding that much value. Lysor.
Misread majorly.
Yeah, it's playing with fire angle right there. Swirl losing their lives. It's one of the two rifles out of commission. And Azir does not have the orbital strike now, which does mean that this is another round that they might just consider saving.
If they can recover the second weapon, Azir might be the one, yep, tucked away in elbow, contemplating that. But it looks like Wolves, they flipped a switch, right? Gather info, make a decision, make a mid-round play, execute, and succeed, right? They found, you know, off a sweep at maybe lurking short, the opening kill onto the Vice, and just utilize that to open up the A side. And they even tricked them in the process to utilizing the orbital strike over towards Fountain when nobody was there.
Oh, that's a big one there. CD not finding any guns. Clean work from Spring. He said that they need to step up, not just as macro, individually as well. That is really great. And now they tie up the scoreline. Not a lot to be found. At least Azir is going to save that Vandal, which will alleviate some of their economic stresses down this half.
4-4, Wolves finally tying it up here. And contemplate, okay, you know, we know map 1, map 2 as examples. Nova likes to stockpile their timeouts, but 4-4, where it feels like Wolves is finally getting their confidence, getting a consistency, their rhythm. I would say that's a cause for worry and a cause for a timeout personally. But then again, we've seen, there it is, the kind of timeouts that Nova take is more, again, at the micro level, it's more for these very pivotal rounds. And I feel like right now it's a big picture thing that's going wrong.
Yeah, I mean, there definitely aren't any big picture things going wrong. I feel like the conditioning that we talked about have finally been figured out. They just identified how to play against the double sentinel, and it has become a lot more difficult to exert some value out of the deadlock more than the Vice. I feel like that's the main thing, and that's the worry with the Vice always on defense, is that out of all the sentinels, you're the one that needs to be most aggressive and most proactive to find value, because the sonic sensors need to have sound to work. So you need to actually make something to trip those sonic sensors.
I think that's why they've coupled it with the Vice util, right? You have an arc rose, you're trying to turn away from the flash, you're inevitably going to make noise. You're not crouching, turning the flash. And I think that's why that combo has been so deadly. But now that they've resorted to, okay, later pages in the strat book of splitting up the sentinel utility and not having the stack on one site, that's where, again, you're seeing this kind of methodical wear down the utility approach out of Wolves that's working really, really well. And they're not doing it alone either. I talked about how I didn't like over on Corrode, how they kind of depended on sole players positioned across the map. Here it's these small duos, you know, clearing out short, clearing out showers. And it truly looks like the team coordination is in sync right now alongside the calling. And that's why Wolves is starting to make up lost ground. But Nova, weapons in hand. Now it is do or die, or Wolves will take the lead.
Yeah, but the Dire Wolves seems to be on the hunt. You know, they've been really hungry for something to be found this entire series, and finally they do find some space to play for. Again, another slower round, but this time Nova just expanded much less of their utility in the first 20 seconds.
Now, Poison Cloud up to try to deny the space. We're finally seeing a all-in investment from Wolves onto this B split. We've seen this Gatecrash time and time again, but very little actual commitment towards it. And here comes the commitment off the showstopper vault.
Yeah, they need to find the value though. Spring trying to find somebody, but nobody's there. They're on the angle, and the pivot is not good. Not good enough on the flick. Too late on the Steel Garden, but they still will at least be able to slow them down. Wolves still find the kill. It's a 4-on-4, but the patience from O0 doesn't mean that they actually can time that one out, and it leaves 40 seconds on the timer. A pit inside that B site, kills to be traded again. There are two players from Wolves inside the site itself. Swirl waiting on the timing. Lysor outside of the tube, and everything lies upon that pit going down. The timing is there. They find the headshot, but it's not enough, and all the kills go to Wolves. It is just Azir, and he's too little too late. TPing after the massacre has been completed. At least he might be able to find something, but while all those players are quite banged up, the average skill is the only healthy one. Now, they need to find the lineups. They're crouching by the solid part, making sure that wall bangs are impossible. And Azir, as soon as he drops, as soon as they hear a sound, they'll go for the peak. They're already shoulder peeking. A double commitment from Wolves. And that finally, for the first time, gives them the lead in this game.
Wow. And just the decision there to drop the advantage of the decay of the Viper's Pit in favor of positional information as to where these players were. And also just look at the defusal here, right? From both sides. Nightfall for the Steel Garden, right? Just neutralize, and mention that coming out late. So you're deafened, not knowing if you should fight forward, not knowing if they ran away or teleported because you can't hear it. And you can see finally Fade, a little fist bump in the air, finally getting the confidence flowing back in his team here as Money's finally been shut out by Nova.
You know, Fate is like, that's what I'm talking about! That's what I'm talking about! Finally, guys, we're actually playing our own game. Because that's one of the things that I feel like Fate has been touching upon multiple times in all the press conferences, is that Wolves haven't really been playing their game for quite a while. This is a weaker round for Nova, but a kill there onto Lysor from CB. Can spill
huge.
disaster.
No.
Thankfully, the timing is good enough for them to be ships in the night. Neither realize the other, and Wolves actually trying to make the commitment towards that B side. Lysor finding the kill, no harm, no foul, and that should be the rotate towards that A side. Swirl next up on the chopping block. He's also aggressive, but I feel like numbers should be the main factor here. It should be easy this time around. They find them on the Prowler, and they work their way onto the side, but that buys enough time for the rotate for Nova. Still, even with that, don't have ultimates, don't have any way to play into the side itself, and I love that from Wolves. They sprung through towards Shower, make sure that this part of the map is clean, so they can actually put the spike down without any worries of them being pincered.
And final two players. You get a little backstab opportunity from Guang. Again, credit to lack of Sentinel, but Again, that's what that extensive shower control gives you. Lysor is still there, a good backstab opportunity to cap off the round. And I mean, again, there were some question marks there. I really liked CB's proactivity, especially when you have Annihilation in your back pocket. Because if you get a hero rifle, that's when we've seen Nova. You give them an inch, they're going to take a mile. Or how do I convert that into kilometers? And as a result, you're willing to invest ultimates on Nico. So them shutting down that potential was huge there. It opened up the A side, opened up the round, and gives them a clean way to expand their lead.
Yeah, pretty clean with that. The time I'm not panning out for Nova, though, is the main problem for them here. You know, they didn't really find a lot of value behind it. They have actually switched up their play, and economy was a factor in the previous round. But we'll see how things go in the long term, because once again, the same slower pace. Nova have resorted to being a bit more passive, but they haven't really been able to, I guess, work their reactive plays as well as they should have, is what I would say.
Speaking of reactive plays, Swirl, on the high ground here, if they get this kill, that would be the showstopper online. But again, this is what I wanted to see, a more characteristic look to Bind, right? Lysor on the lurk, you're prodding the other side of the map, trying to draw rotations over to give him that opportunity. The concern here is that you have this high-low from hell, 3 players strong, waiting for that toxic screen opportunity. Lysor caught wind of something that he did not want to be a part of here, so making their way back to the B site that's now been prodded by your utility, so they can have safe entry.
Yeah. 4 players long. They rotate from Lysor, means that he's an insurance policy on that one. The Thorns slow down the pace a little bit. 30 seconds on the timer. They try to go for the peak, but Guang not finding the value. The Outlaw or the Operator finally springing in. And despite 2 kills from Nova, WOL still empty the side itself. But even with them doing that, they just run away. As he said, they go back towards the A side. That is the safe haven that they have. And maybe a chance to slow down the pace of a round a little bit. But this collision is everything. Swirl anticipating Juicy. It's about who's going to find a pick first. Timing in the favor of the Yoru. The Raze finds the kill. The spray is labored, but Juicy saves it. Azir is next. They got a Vandal. No smokes, however. And the Molotov is too far forward. Azir is not going to be able to find that one. Juicy with the hat trick. And Wolves find their 7th.
And we said that it was these 2 duelists, Juicy and Spring, that, you know, compared to previous series, just were a little bit more absent in the statistics departments. And Juicy steps up when needed to deliver a pivotal clutch to truly shut down any confidence, any air of turning this half around for the side of Nova. And even also just from trading out Spring on that entry with the Operator as well. Like, he's doing everything, leveraging the full capabilities of this kit, right? From, you know, wearing down the Sentinel utility to then clutching out with the final flashes available. It is absurd.
Now Wolves trying to switch up the model, while it was passive and restrictive. Now aggressive and abrasive as they try to set up the pace. Juicy with a contact, not anticipating CB that deep though, and that's the opener for Nova. That's Juicy down, and a lot of their rotations gone.
Ooh. Again, I love that when they try to deposit Lysor, it's not alone. It's set up by Sufa Baby, so you don't know if you're fighting a solo player. You don't want to take that risk, but risk is going to be made for you. Wall drops, the timing not there on the fuel. Now, I mean, starting to run out of options and time. Just under a minute left. They might have to just strong hand their way into this B site.
And they've had a lot of success towards this part, but the last round, the initial trade sequences was not in their favor. This time, it'll work much better against the Guardians. Semi-automatic doesn't really work on the tracking. Azir still finding the kill, a second one from him on the site. And that means that Sufat is left all alone. The showstopper is already out. And Squirrel spotting in there. How did that one not kill? I have no idea. Look at how healthy Sufat is.
That's what I do. A Raze Rocket coming at me, I am W King at the enemy.
Well, it worked out for 1 kill, but how much more can they find? Nothing. Azir with another 3k. And it's 5-7 at the halfway point. Still, Nova, proven to be a formidable enemy, is just on the attack. Now the question becomes again, can they find value out of the deadlock?
Yeah, a really rough start for Wolves, but a really brilliant turnaround there when they started playing kind of the fundamentals of Vine, what this composition is known for. And again, there were some weak points, like we mentioned, particularly that last round when one side falls, they don't know how to pick up the pieces on the other side of the map, but all in all, 7-5 to be respected. I mean, to turn around and be up at the half after going 0-3 is already impressive on its own right. And Nova, I mean, down 2, a pistol can change everything. We know they've had pretty good pistols this series. They have that good surprise element when the side swaps, but also Bolt 5-7 with double sentinel?
I mean, but here's the thing. That's why I like the deadlock actually on this map. There is a ton of value that you can find off the GravNet, especially on that A site. Like the most common one that I've seen a lot of people use is just to use it in a pincer system towards the player in lamps, where with the flash, with the entry, you are basically disallowed from participating in the round as a whole. And I feel like that's the main thing. If they're able to utilize the GravNet as another like Molotov or another stun, that's where it takes the value. But if they don't find that, then they are screwed, because then they're playing double sentinel. Oh my god, that's a fat poster.
Amazing. It's him in this Lifestar cosplay, but I mean, I agree with you. I think that's where the deadlock is kind of that one-for-one substitution of why they picked up the Sky instead of the Fade. But I also want to see the deadlock stay alive and just more so use their utility in the post plant, right? You have the Vice Wall for flank. That's kind of characteristic, so you don't have that pressure mounting. If Wolves do take this as a map-wide approach. And then it's just the deadlock sensors that you really can't play the retake how you want to play it. Because we saw Wolves. That was one of the shining spots of their Corrode, was their retakes were really streamlined at times when they were all on the same page, when they were all playing coordinated. And if a deadlock can get in the way of that, like we've seen Neon Relay Bolts do, that is perfection.
Absolutely. But well, for one person, a lot of the way lies on Lifestar now. If they're able to basically facilitate the same kind of plays, you know, they were lurking, they were passive, they will need to sell up to the platter now on the Viper, especially on the defense as we pivot into the second half, and everything rests on the hands of this pistol. Will it be Wolves running away or Nova trying to speed up their pace? It works well for Nova for the opener. At least Sufat is going to be able to find a kill, but immediately traded by CB, and that's the B side open. It's Yuikao and Juicy to try to attempt to retake. They're already at the door.
We need a new stat line for Nova. How many wallbang kills between Azir and now CB? They're tracking through these walls is absurd, and that's not all that CB is able to do. 3 kills found on the round, going for the support, and they will win another again. Pivotal pistol to put them right back in and get Swole Standard right back up.
Okay, so Wolves got the first pistol on Haven, the first pistol on Corrode. They've got neither here. So that is already not a good stat line. Both teams, by the way, have a sub 50% win rate on the pistols. But for Wolves, this was supposed to be everything for them to solidify their lead. Now, they're pushed back. They might attempt the Stingers again, which is something that I'm interested about. Would you do the Stinger, boy?
Not when my playoffs and champions is hinging here, no. Not at a 6-7. If it was like a dominant like 10-3, maybe. But they already have their idea. They want to do a caress down belong, and the fight Nova's willing to take.
Yeah, Prowler, not a lot of value. 3 players in the angle, too deep, and the flash should make it pretty easy. A double from CB, finally shut down by Sufat. But Azir takes him down, trades back. They should have the side. The right click from Juicy does not find the value, and despite the right stack, it just did not work out for them. Now the game is back to a tie. This is the round that dictates how their journey will go.
Oh, for sure. Nova's like, we're the masters of going for these aggressive second round eco plays. That's what we made you fall victim to on Haven. So read the situation well, counter it well. And now this is where we've got to look towards Wolves. They were down 0-3 at the start when they had these rifles in hand. And we'll see if they can stabilize here a little bit more. I don't want them to I don't want to see them get too brash, right? We always saw the double duelists on Haven exploring. We saw them, you know, fighting forward. There's the air of a trap, place it up over towards Belong, but as soon as the smokes are invested and you see the speed that they're going towards the A site, you're gonna just dip and rotate.
There comes a dip. Straight into showers they go. Defensive play from Wolves. Like that a lot. They open up some space for Nova, but from Nova as well, they're trying to find the pockets inside the smokes, making sure to at least find some value before the round ends. Everybody is trying to pincer onto Spring. Here comes a Trailblazer, forcing them out into the side itself. The stun there with a nade, almost finding the value. But Wolves still alive at the end. The contest never ending, apparently. And Nova just desperate to find a kill. Annihilation not finding the value. The wallbang's not good either. And this one is looking messy, but Wolves finally take hold. 2 out of the 3 in showers are dead. Guan goes for the swing, doubles down, so it leaves it to a 2-on-3 with Swirl in an excellent position. He might be catching Sufat off guard. That will not be the case. An excellent adjustment. It leaves the round 1-on-3. That is not going to be the case. And Wolves standing up and showing up as they finally convert the bonus, and it converted okay.
Ooh. And I've said this before, the one trait that has not been inherited in Spring's Duelist arc is that ego. The fact that he has that willingness and that awareness of, okay, when they're going for an A short exit, I know I want to fight into showers, keep that space because there's not going to be anybody there, there's going to be one person max. But as soon as you see there's more following up the Trailblazer, he disengages, he plays this triangle of trust towards sight, and that's exactly what you need to be doing in these situations, especially when you have better weapons, especially when you don't want to be handing these rifles over. So, now, keeping things up. Finally get their first rifle round. And again, it's consistent B long prod. It's so different from both these how they approach their attack off the rip.
Yeah, and it makes a lot of sense when you're doing that, when you know that there's a Yoru. You want to fish him out, but the Juicy is in the best possible spot. That's a kill. One done. Ooh. Double down from Spring as well. And there comes the double duelist value that we were talking about earlier.
And no Viper, no problem. We're gonna have a lurking deadlock. CB solo over towards a short here, playing around this brim smoke, but a high-low constructed between YU, and Juicy makes quick work of it.
Yeah, he was looking towards Lamps, thinking that would be the position, but the second player in heaven already got that site on lock, and nothing really being found of that one. Yeah, should it be a safe? Yeah, it definitely should be, but. Then what do you do? Is it a hero rifle? There is actually a chance for them to get the orbital strike on his ear and make something out of the next one, the next round. I feel like that maybe should be the call.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team I kind of praised in the prior time where they invest ults right as they get them. CB not final annihilation was a huge hit here. Now he's so far off. It could have been huge in a entry situation like this, but again, this round kind of crumbled because Nova, after the initial kind of fight towards B long faltered. We saw solo player after solo player will try to make that opening for the team between CB a short, between Azir over towards B long, and it just, you can't have that versus Wolves. Again, you kind of have these duos setting each other up, then you peel off. So we saw again individual kill by Spring, but that's why Wolves pulled ahead by 2.
Yeah, up with a healthy lead for sure, but it's gonna be a case of this round that we were talking about, you know, orbital strike being pretty close. It is this second kill here that actually, yeah, that's the one that I would agree that it was just completely unnecessary. But when CB is pushing, because they really need to find something, and I like this. I like this a lot, actually.
It's their second one though. This thought crossed my mind when, again, whenever there's a save in that fashion, like a blowout kind of style, where you don't get much ground, you contemplate using a save. But this is the first time that Wolves has actually had them on the ropes in terms of timeout advantage, right? Wolves still have one in the back pocket. You know, he looks kind of calmer than the previous timeouts. He's just kind of like vibing on the side of Fade and the side of Wolves here. Just like, okay, what is the adjustment going to be for Nova? Can we keep playing our own game? And that's a cause for concern. There's still like a long ways to go if this makes the run towards overtime.
And you know, I feel like time is really the element of the way that both of these teams have been playing. You know, I talked about the value of the deadlock. I don't like the lurking deadlock personally. I think deadlock should be with the primary pack. You got all the tools to actually
with the vice lurking.
Yeah, you know, you basically play as if you're a chamber, but you actually got a piece of utility that's useful. You're not just a pseudo jet. You actually got the graph net that can help us set up. And the fact that they haven't done that, that is the question mark for me for them playing deadlock. It was stellar on defense, but on attack, like again, we've seen the deadlock raise, we've seen the deadlock sky. That should be happening again, even when you're on attack.
It's the issue again. Nova like a map-centric kind of approach, and this comp doesn't lend well to that. It lends well to, again, these explosive styles like a Trailblazer followed up by the Raze deposit. Again, it's this combo. 2 players fighting forward from Wolves. They get chip damage, they disengage.
Oh, that's a bit labored though. That's a bit problematic. They open up showers and that space taken means that Azir now can get the orbital strike. Play for the backside. Thankfully, Juicy is able to find something. 3 players on the left side. They're able to clear it out. CB still actually able to find YU. And that does mean that this game is still dead even. Rifle still in their hands. Orb not found. But Zero found his way into the site. Now towards Truck. There's an opportunity for a spike plant, especially with the wall. Basically separating them into 2 pairs. And Haunt won't find much value. So that bit of patience, trying to find something. Spike down. Juicy fishing for a pick, but they're back in lamps. This is the timing to catch a kill on 0. That's a trade coming in from Azir. And now they try to slow down the pace of the round again. A big one from CB. The grab net too far forward. But CB still able to swing onto Sufat. The game is now basically hanging in the wire.
Ooh, and Azir again was at the crux of that round. Beautiful timing there. And also just the call as well to pause, to recollect. You saw CB, right, reposition from fighting kind of deep into U-Haul to more poison themselves for their plant, for that safe passage of the spike out of showers. And I really liked how Wolves was weathering the storm over here. Like, the Incendiary comes through, they keep tabs on the players in showers, but it all falls apart again because of the lack of information. So, Nova pull ahead. Oh, they're looking for more rounds. They're looking for a comeback. They are 1 round away from tying us up here again at 9.
Yeah, again, aggressive from Wolves, much like what we've seen from Nova on this B side. Sniper down, Juicy missed shot, and 0 actually finding a kill on Spring. This means that they will still press on. Nightfall has got to be invested, and if I'm Nova, I'm pretty happy with this. I don't see a reason why they immediately need to strike. They can wait out the Nightfall. They already got the player lead, they got the numbers advantage, they can reflash in, and that's exactly what they do. Lysor and Sufat both have got the hold down the side. There's multi-kills that could have been happening, but instead, Juicy is traded. A trade protocol is good. It leaves Nova in a 2-on-1, but they present a duel for Lysor. If they've won it, that maybe have been a problem, but they didn't, and now the game is back to a tie.
These unexpected challenges, right? You expect respect to be like shown in these 1v2s, then you just have CB running down over Hut in these 1v2 situations. It's always how Nova's converted these sort of advantage situations, and it says a lot to their character here. And I was wondering if we were getting maybe a timeout, but it might just be the contemplation of a round loss. I mean, yeah, the coordination was here was nice. I liked the tempered approach. They were trying to take these closeout fights together. But again, player after player fights up towards Hut. What can you do? Holding the defuse.
I mean, that's the most important part because we've seen that one fail before, and now we're back to Fate. Timeout. Yeah, I'm actually, look, again, I'm happy about this one. I feel like it's a crucial juncture for them to take the timeout at, because this is the crossroads, right? They've tried to make a play, but that, I'm just going to say it outright, that was a nonchalant usage of the Nightfall to stall, and that's not the way that you use the Nightfall. If they had the patience and said, okay, we lost that fight, we go back, we play retake with the Nightfall, that would have been much better.
I like this timeout for a different reason. It's because if you use it early now, there's no more timeouts until overtime. So you're not giving that late game opportunity over to your opponent to take timeout to talk with their coach. Kind of like how we saw Noah use both when you kind of were consistently mentioning, oh, hey, Wolves also get to talk with their coaching staff. Not a factor anymore. You just got to trust in your team to close it out here and make that big change. It looks like for Wolves here, gear rifle in hand, use some ults to leverage again if things start going your way, which is what I really want to see out of Wolves. It's been characteristic of Nova. Where does that advantage come from here?
It has to come from a pick from Wolves, if there's any hope for them. That's the main thing. But where do they find the picks? They usually try to play towards C-Long. They're going to identify showers as empty with that Prowler. And you look at Nova, they also understand the assignment, and that's a really smart setup from them at the round start.
You see? 2 players spotted out over towards Fountain, and that's all he was looking for. The information, not the fight. No, this is a default, so going for further confirmation of the lurk outside of Shower, but Griller just short, doesn't spot out long here, and that's going to pose potential surprise threat for Spring, who's actually positioning towards short. They might intercept Spike here.
Yeah, Spring, though, needs to find the kill on Azir. That is everything for them in this game. They're not anticipating him. He's holding the tablet as well. And his iPad action here as they try to go for the shot. The Showstopper, good for 1. And Spring not back to safety because Guang is going to take the pigeon off the air. There is still a player on site, but Juicy cannot find the value. Nova found a site, and there are only 2 players left. Not even guns, 2 pistols, Dobby.
I'm sorry. First off, how is CB not dead from the Showstopper that killed Azir? And 2, how did Spring almost survive then? And how did Guang find that kill from outside of Shower with the Outlaw? All this, and I mean, you still have, look at this. You have 0-0 on the flank, about to backstab Sweet Fat Babies, just trying to die to the spike. And you somehow, I was going to say, had Lysor in the opposing spawn. There were so many twists and turns to this round, and somehow Nova, after the Walls timeout, is going to come away on top with double digits.
It was just the timing there of the smoke. It just didn't really pan out well for Wolves. And now they lose the round. Swolfat doesn't actually even take the free orb. Instead, Swirl, find the kill and survive. So that's worst case scenario. There's something good for Wolves. That next round is their buy and they still got the ultimates.
Yeah, I kind of want to see Spring actually fight a little bit deeper in the shower. I think they were having really good success there. Maybe if somebody else set them up for it. It should be a full buy round. I think they were kind of buying what they could, not forcing the agenda through for certain players in the prior round. Outside of that, I gotta see what the ults look like when we jump back in the game. And oh, these are really, really good for Nova. Makes it harder to do.
Especially they're able to separate it into parts where the Annihilation can take a lot of the space that you usually want to play. But speaking of which, that's the speed there, the showstopper, good for one, but there's still another player in the angle. YU is not going to be able to find that much more. Just a single kill, CV with the Annihilation, taking down a pair as well. And once again, back to a 2-on-4, back to a side control with Nova. This time, the mesh barrier is in the perfect position. They got nowhere to take it. And look at Lysor. Yeah, Lysor's already just given up in this round.
I mean, I think they're close enough that they could go for the flank play if from the CT position, Spring finds a kill, finds a way back in. But they look more like they're just trying to bait out kills to start charging up this showstopper, right? This game's not lost just yet, but starting to trend in that unrecoverable direction. You can now try and cut off these players from Nova on the way out through CT. Unfortunately, they'll fall, and like I mentioned, Lysor, who lost hope long ago, should be able to hold this Phantom.
Yeah, and they kind of need to look at their creds. Not in a good spot. Thankfully, they're able to save it. It's 11 for Nova. No further timeouts in the series. And now Nova are starting to really get the lead and the momentum.
And I want to go back to what you mentioned you wanted to see. I think it was during the first Wolves timeout. Was for them to play retake, actually. It's always been kind of fighting forward. It's always been live by the side, die by the side. Or when they're playing these retake situations, it's always down numbers. Right? So maybe have your duelist fight forward, that's okay. But have the rest of the team be willing to peel off to play together in those kind of retake positions. Because it is a characteristic of Bind, especially when you're starting to get close to these have an orbital strike, have a dimensional drift. But seems like that's not the approach they're taking right now. Still fighting. Could be long.
Yeah. And this is like what, the seventh time that they do that. I don't like that investment though. Zero value of the orbital strike. Nobody to play on the back of it. Yeah, they tried to make a play, but there was no confirmation, and there was really no need for it, because there's still plenty of time for Nova to just restructure the round and maybe go back towards A if they want to.
Hey, Nova wastes an orbital strike on Nefal, and it's only fair that Wolves does the same. They thought, they had confirmation players were there, it's just the C's was not deep enough, did not grab any of those players. That was the goal, to take a kill, a first blood early without any risk to your players. And unfortunately, falls short, now back to square one like you mentioned. I mean, they get him out of the timer away, that's a fair trade.
But there's still enough for Nova to definitely commit to that execute, especially with them. Yeah, being able to slow down the pace, that even the Boom Bot didn't find any detections, they need to find the kills. They're investing players towards Hookah and everything there towards that grab net. That should catch multiple of them, but still not the kill. CV falls down, and they will need to try to find the value. The Steel Garden comes in, they try to beat it with the timing, but now they're gone. Sufap finds the kill. Juicy identifies the next one. Maybe a chance for Wolves to slow down the pace. 20 seconds on the timer. Juicy takes Guang away, but Guang still best him in that duel. They will need to win that duel. Everything for Sufap, but he's not going to be able to hold that one. They got Hookah for one, but they will not be able to take them off the spike. Time is too far gone. Spring has found that kill. Trades come in. They don't prompt them out of the TP, and the time is already gone. Lysor won the round just by the mere value of being alive, even in death. Post-mortem, he's the hero.
Oh my goodness, the fact that this is coming down to the wire score lines, even now rounds where, I mean, I was like, maybe Wolves gonna play retake if they do get the spike on the side, but then Spike is certainly under control of the players that are in Hookah, and we started the round again here with, like you mentioned, a major kind of misread, but the fact that it took that long for Nova to actually re-engage on this B side is what was their undoing, and such a great attempt as well at finding these final few players, realizing they couldn't get the spike down, but Lysor staying in TP after the cavalry was called in, wins the round, gets them their 10th, and now neither team is slowing down here, Volt.
Yeah, and the economy from Wolves is not that good. You see, Bulldogs, Guardians, just ultimate's not on their side. Nova might be slated to get a match point if they're able to slow down the pace. and a lot of the utilities actually invested from Wolves rather early on. Again, the aggression towards B main, but look at where the Viper pit is towards short, and
Warranted.
that is going to cut down their play. That basically limits them to 3 lanes to play at.
I mean, you just kind of rely on the scare factor alone of the Viper's pit. Stack your players on B to receive Nova with opening arms. I don't want Juicy to get too aggressive here, right? Already no shield, already lost some HP, and doesn't have the best weapon.
Well, still patient on that play. Nova really relying on that play working out, and that is the play and a half. Double kill from Swirl. And Azir trades well onto Sufat, leaving just Spring and Lysor. How many times have we seen those two in a retake? This time Lysor needs to let the pit down. Spring though, trying to find form. They need to find the big kills. That's CB down. That's the main man. Time is not their ally, but the kills are not theirs. And Nova are 1 round away from denying the dream.
Hey, I mean, Swirl is saying exactly what you just mentioned. 1 more round, and it will be their first win during the group stage of VCT China Stage 2, and they would obliterate Wolves' chances of playoffs and possibly even champions. And what is it? FPX or Trace can't make top 4, and what universe are you living in where one of those two things does not come true? But again, it feels like some of the risks here are warranted, but then they don't get up fast enough. They overstay their welcome. They just are so opposed to playing retake here that they give away slightly advantaged situations. And now, I mean, money isn't there. 1 round is all it takes to fall to disaster.
Yeah, maybe 0-0 being out there in the open. That might have been a play if they wanted to pincer there, but as you can tell, they're still pretty much the exact same setup. One of the things that is I'm not a fan of Wolves is for the past 4 rounds, it has been the exact same 2-man setup, 3-man setup towards B long, and Nova's just been getting better and better at dealing with the utility dump there.
They traded it this time. The Yoru is A, the Raze is B. Maybe wanting an additional stall, per se, of the Raze util. They're trying to still work around this lack of a Sentinel with Lysor switching up to the Viper. But all this to say, Nova has actually slowed down. Again, you're feeling that pressure. It's the last round. They've gotten antsy at times like this before, trying to put this away. Oh, and this has been an... Again! I feel like both teams have been so antsy on these ult investments, and it's cost them dearly as they now speed up into A Volt.
Yeah, there's some space for them to put the spike down. Azir might have found the beginning of the end there. Thankfully, YU was able to find a kill, stall a little bit. Nova tried to pivot back towards the B side. There's a chance for them to find the kills, but CB swaps to the shorty. Maybe save the entire game for them. And that will be it. Just Spring left alive, 1-on-3, everything resting upon him with 14 points of health. No pain shells, behind the wall, behind the thorns, down and under. The coup de grace is in. Nova find their first win of the league, and WOL's journey to the playoffs is no more.
Ooh. TC, Nova. When it's for honor, they have locked in and won a series, and you can see the glasses off. You can see the disappointment, some smiles still to hold face, but Wolves not out of hope for Paris just yet, but chances are grim, chances are slim. You can see they started to come back to their true form. They started to play their own game, but a little too late, and this is now the shame that they will bear.
Well, the journey might not be over, as we've said. There's still a slim margin. They can still make it the champs. All depends on which of those 4 teams out of those 8 will be making it deep in there. As we said, as long as it's FPX or Trace making top 4, they are out. If they don't make top 4, if either of them make top 4, then that is going to be a chance for Wolves at redemption. For now, this series and their run to champs is out of their hands. At least Nova got their first win on the board, so now we can say that, you know, they're still equal with Titan Esports Club. At least that's the one thing that they got going on for them.
Hey, if AG can beat FPX to give this opportunity to Wolves, I believe there's a world where they can place their trust in these other teams that are on those runs for Paris, that are on those upset runs to take those spots away and give that to Wolves, a team that, you know, after EG didn't get to make the last international, was able to make that deep run for the Chinese region in Toronto. But all in all, this was such an entertaining series, right? I mean, from a really competitive map one, such a well-rounded, you know, bread and butter map of Haven, to then a Corrode that clearly was not fleshed out to Wolves, to then what felt like the downturn of Wolves into the potential rediscovery of how to play Bind, and it's just both ultimately too many changes at too little time for Wolves. That's their downfall here at VCT China.
And if they had either of those two pistols, this would have been completely different. Unfortunately, yeah. Like, I feel like this is really the area that I wanted to crunch upon a little bit more. Their play wasn't that bad. Like, I was talking about how the playbook of Nova was a bit shallow on Corrode. We've seen shades of that here on the Bind. It's like they ran out of options. They basically played the same thing on defense for 6 rounds in a row.
Yeah. And the difficulties of a packed schedule, but all in all, I mean, I wish there was times where we got both of these teams at their best, like on Corrode, on this map. And I think there were a few rounds where we did get that, but they were few and far in between. And that's when we had the most entertaining Valorant. So, again, this is a roster that stood together the entirety of the stage for Wolves. I'm sure we'll see them in the future, whether it be at Champs or be next season. And Nova, let's take a listen into some of those winning moments.
加我下，跟我，看，兄弟
Go, go.
没了，哪里？中了有，朋友们，第2楼我中了。
We can connect?
No， 你没事啊？
说实话，我们就4个人抱团，
抢一下吧，
可以，
缺枪啊，
不急着回。
哎，
让地管，跟2楼一下。
对，push down, yeah, do that, yeah.
你在这，我在呗。
给他抓捆了。B 档没有，
别走，对，别动，别乱，就是 A 无敌。
I went 内的内的
，Yep。
感觉躲我闪了，没事，你们就吃 A 吧。
A 小开口，要来
A 小，
一会儿走。A 小，没。
Well, what a performance in general from Nova as a team, but this man has been the highlight, has been the key. 7 multi-kills to find the value, and I guess, you know, when you MVP 2 maps, like he was my MVP in Haven. I don't care that.
Oh no, he was.
He had the standout performance there.
He's the one that got them that second round 30 that kind of set them up for a really good running, but. Again, I had worries for him and his flexibility onto the deadlock, but he did a really good job. From that first round where he played, second round where he played with the Spectre off of his wall and showers, I knew that he was going to be a very fleshed out, a very well-rounded deadlock player, and that's kind of what we saw come true here. But all in all, I mean, Azir was there for every clutch moment that they needed. Swirl was confident on the entries like they needed across the series, whether it's the Neon or the Raze. And we really very rarely now get to see him on the Raze over the Neon anymore in their current map pool. So that was refreshing to say the least as well. And again, I mean, it was just this confident air behind Nova that gave them the edge in every aspect that Wolves for some reason didn't have today.
And I feel like basically the transformation for that, or the incarnation rather for that, is the first bloods that they have been leading throughout the entire series. They've just been fighting first kills. Despite Wolves running double duelist, you know, you'd expect double duelist to be able to have the proper setup to do that. And even the win that Wolves got, as you can tell, 16-14. Just to scrape by in a Haven that honestly was unconvincing from both teams. Like, it was a much more convincing Corrode. The Bind was entertaining. But yeah, unfortunately for them, it just didn't really pan out. And, you know, that pretty much might leave a path for DRG, who are much more behind in terms of champs points. I believe that they are on 5 points total. But hey, who knows? Maybe a miracle run happened for them and they make it to top 2.
Perhaps. But I want to revisit something you said at the beginning. You said Nova was the worst league in VCT China, but now they have beaten the VCT Toronto #3 team. And I mean, I was saying beforehand that it was, you know, these key rounds that set them apart between winning and losing against really difficult teams. Are you any sense of a believer? Or do you think this was just a fluke thing?
I don't think it's a fluke. I'm just gonna be completely honest. This is not the same team that we've seen at Toronto. This is a shadow of themselves, and they even spoke about it. You know, the transition is basically what we've seen from EDG in Stage 1. That is my like-for-like comparison. You know, EDG Stage 1, their struggles with Gianni, not being able to find an identity. and them not being able to make it to Toronto themselves, I guess we're seeing the repeat of that now.
Well, again, bygones are bygones, questioning if they needed to change those things this drastically or not. But we do have our interview ready. Our live translator standing by, so we're going to go ahead and throw it down to the stage.
来接受我们的采访，跟大家打声招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是来自 Nova 的 CB。
欢迎你们！今天这场比赛真的打得非常的漂亮，全员发挥，手感火热。尤其是你哦，今天数不清的多杀和高光操作，能不能评价一下自己今天的表现呢？
How would you rate your performance today?
平时正常的发挥吧，可能今天能前面打这么
And he's like, this maybe like how I'm usually playing.
包袱，然后我们就放开手脚，放开。
And like today we have no more worries anymore. And we could like relax and play very well.
搜索还是图二沿海矿阵，都是对方选择变阵，我们去接招的这样一个状态嘛。那在比赛当中是如何去灵活的应对和调整的呢？
So how did you adapt to like wolves changing comps on both maps?
比赛的时候，我们都没有去看他们的录像，我们没有去研究他们的战术。
And he's like, we actually didn't watch too many of their VODs.
然后应对的话，
And we were focused on like how did we like play what we knew very well.
想点小妙招，然后去前压也好，或者
And like him and the leader, the coach, like thought of a lot of things to help them.
使起来就很顺手。
一些临场发挥出其不意
Yep.
打出了特别好的效果。那图三员工重阵，你们其实也是选择在阵容上做出了一些调整，选择了维斯加死锁的这样一个双少的阵容吗？为什么会选择变阵呢？
因为我们队长回队。
So why did you guys change comps on map 3?
调整，就这一套阵容比较适合我们嘛，然后我们就换了这套。
And he's like after Oling like came back to the team, this comp was like more suitable for
这
them.
张图上面这个双少阵容的强势点又在哪里呢？
双少。
And why do you think that double sentinel is so strong this map?
就像我们打方 plus 那场，他们防守守了我们10分嘛，但是我们队可能对于双少的这个进攻比较拿手一点。
虽然我们是双少，但是咱们进攻。
And like, usually like double sentinel is like better on defense, but I think like for this team in general, they had a better understanding of the double sentinel on attack.
看到你们为常规赛的结尾画上了一个圆满的句点。那对于这段旅程来说，不管是个人还是团队，觉得有哪些成长呢？
And how do you think the team has grown throughout stage 2?
这第2、3轮打的还是太臭了，我们也尝试了很多方法。
And he's like, we just kind of played really too badly in stage 2. He didn't think there was too much growth.
我们尝试了很多方法，但是就是没有打好。然后进步的话是没有什么进步。
Yeah, and they tried a lot of ways to like solve their problems, but it didn't work very well.
我们真的相信你们未来一定会越来越好。
奇招吧，
出其不意嘛，制胜了。那最后有没有什么话？
It's just like today might have been a miracle.
有没有说的呢？
就还是辛苦你们了。这今年上半年我们给你们这么好的一个表现，但还是高开低走了嘛。然后。
And then he just said to the fans that they worked hard. It's like they've like played pretty well in stage 1, but then they've like let them down in stage 2.
可能今年是打的最臭的一年吧，还是辛苦你们一直支持我们，谢谢你们。
谢谢
Yeah, you guys like he says to the fans that they worked hard for supporting the all this time.
然后回馈自己，回馈粉丝，相信你们，也感受你接受我们的采访，谢谢你。
谢谢。
大家不要走。
Yeah, and that's it for the interview.
Well, yeah, that one is heartful, honestly, and you know, it means a lot for Nova because this is the last time that we're gonna see them for this year. And who knows what's gonna happen next year for them. Even Wolves, this might be the last that we see of them too. So definitely, I guess, like a lot of heavy emotions. The VALORANT was very entertaining, very good at times and puzzling at others. But all in all, I've got to say, like, if you're a fan of either teams, if you're a fan of VALORANT, you would be leaving this one satisfied.
Oh, for sure. It was competitive till the very end. It's always kind of sad when like a team that has all these stakes gets beaten by one that like they win or lose. It was the end of their season, but it shows how nothing is given to you in these leagues, right? And again, Wolves, they're going to be watch party, they're going to be coping, but we gotta go look at some of the people who did believe.
Yeah.
Now, okay, I gotta
like us, yeah.
I'll let, okay, so number one, I met Wolves in Toronto. I love their energy. I became a believer. Number 2, I trusted Nova against the All Gamers game and they failed me. So how was I gonna put my trust in them here now? And they, I think my pick'em's probably like one of the worst rates of any of the Project Horizon casters. We need like a tracking graphic ASAP.
Yeah, I'm intrigued how that one went, but for me at least, you know, I'm really happy for Nova that they ended up the season on a win. It just is shocking, really, because I expected a lot more from Wolves, and I feel like all in all in this series, like, you know, if, for example, I mean, like, I want to look at the entire series, at the success of the series, rather. If Spring showed up more here, this would have been a much easier game for Wolves, but unfortunately, that's the nature of the game. With their new comp, with their new identity, you can tell, like, both the Juicy and Spring, both of them are really trying to land on their feet, and it's clear that, you know, they are unable to just find the form for all 5 players simultaneously.
Yeah, and we've seen the highest of highs they can achieve when that happens, but it'll happen in Paris is up to other teams, up to Trace, up to FPX, most notably, as we move forward into playoffs. But we still have another decider for the Omega group coming up next. And Volt, I believe we have some amazing casters as well to take us through that.
Yeah, we got Medante, my main man, and Catch Me Outside, both of which will be taking DRG, now the team that have guaranteed their 4th seed into playoffs, taking on my beloved XLG. Guys, I'm gonna be honest with you, I bought the Classic, buy the XLG Classic, support them because they deserve the support this time for sure. If you're coping for Wolves, I'm coping for XLG. They will show up on an international stage, I swear. I swear they'll show up on an international stage.
I lost hope for them in Toronto. I lost hope for them after Toronto. Anyway, speaking of support, before we let you cope too much and sell too many XLG bundles, you shouldn't buy the XLG bundle, you should support Project Horizon. Us here, you know, the production staff, the casters are all doing this out of love for the game, out of love for the VCT China community, and bringing it to all the far reaches of the world. I mean, again, I was a believer, you know, I mean, like, again, in Wolves, I think that helped me become, like, more ingrained in the actual, like, widespread space itself. Obviously, EDG being champions, I think, helped accredit that. But, again, when it's this competitive, I want to say, I think this has been one of the most competitive regions itself, this stage in particular. Yeah. A lot less blowouts, a lot of map 3s. Every time I've cast, it's been map 3. Maybe I'm cursed, but that's all I can say, Volt, about it. So make sure, you know, show your support for Project Horizon. Anything is appreciated, whether it's monetary, bits, subs, or just word of mouth, getting you know, Project Horizon out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? We've had our fill of word of mouth. Now we're gonna take our own break. There's still, of course, the final few games for Group Alpha that will coming up to wrap up Group A, but Group Omega still have one more chapter in this tale. So that's it from us. Thank you so much, Zobi, and guys, we'll be back after the break.
Hello and welcome back to VCT China. Hopefully you had a really good time in that previous game, but now you're here with me, Catch Me Outside, and with me again is Madante. How are we feeling about this game, XLG DRG?
Very, very excited, mainly just because of the fact we've got a lot to talk about and we will get into it, but I think right now anyone's calls on how anything goes is now thrown out the window. Just before we came online, you actually asked, Keds, what are we voting for? And I believe the term is now upsets. We are not voting for who's to win, we are voting for who is going to completely upset the situation.
We're trying to get as close to 50-50 as we can. It's about who can guess the best at this point, because this is the region of upsets, and as we look at our predictions for DRG XLG, I can't help but notice that you have predicted DRG. Now that's an upset if I've ever seen one.
Look, I misclicked. I was meant to say that Nova took it from Wolves, and I misclicked. So, and unfortunately, there will never be any receipt to prove that. But honestly, with how this is going, I could see it genuinely happen. DRG and XLG have never actually played like on the big stage before. There are jitters, there are first-time kind of experiences with that that are going to come down. The biggest, I guess, overlap that we've got is DRG, XLG have played Nova and Wolves respectively, and the Wolves, situation for DRG, that was last week, and it was Wolves actually took it against DRG 2-1. Now, with Wolves' performance, that's shaky for DRG to say the least.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I really want to hammer this home. XLG and DRG have never played each other in franchising. So we actually don't know how well these two teams match up against each other. Because sometimes, you know, you get a really good team and a good team, and the good team will win just because it's a better stylistic matchup in terms of calling and the way that they play. So we don't actually really have a good idea of how these two teams are going to match up. But I think it's safe to say XLG are the favorites coming into this. DRG are not. Remember, they're 4-0 right now.
Flawless win streak is all you need. Now, DRG like has some big favorites and stuff. We'll get to talking about them at the moment. But at the moment, as you said, they are the big heavy favorites. They are every reason to be. They are comfortable. One point as well to consider is for DRG especially, they have now got their 4th place seeded once it comes to the playoffs. So in theory, this match doesn't really mean too much for them. Bragging rights is, in my opinion, the most important. I also believe if you were to take the first away from XLG, if you were to give them their first loss after being placed 4th and seeded 4th, that actually gives you so much of a mental start for going on to the playoffs that I hope DRG are still taking this very seriously.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, beating the #1 team, it seems like, in China right now is a massive confidence boost. And actually, DRG are perfectly positioned to do just that. They are 2-2 right now, and you could say a hater would argue that they've only beaten somewhat weaker teams. No, you're a DRG supporter.
I'm overall hater. I am a DRG lover.
You wouldn't, but someone that, you know, hates you maybe may argue that
getting personal. It's been getting very personal in the chat, to be fair. You know what? Let it get personal.
I mean, look, someone might argue that DRG have only beaten relatively weak teams in China, and that group itself is relatively weaker. But XLG have beaten the same teams as well. They're in the same group. They've also only beaten relatively weaker teams. So honestly, in a region of upsets, this is anybody's game.
In a region of upsets, someone's going to be upset. I can tell you that 100%. There is definitely going to be at least one moment here, and I can guarantee it. I'm going to maybe be a little bit overconfident here and say, but there will be just a clutch out of it. And this is the thing, DRG's clutch in particular, as we start to see all these players that are capable of doing it, of course, it will be XLG. XLG's fundamentals always seem to be a bit stronger. Their attack and defense are just a bit better overall. Where DRG shine is the pistol round conversions and the clutches. So all you need to do is do that 13 times. 26 if you want to do for both matches. It's not that hard.
It's a little hard when you're up against the people that we're seeing coming into the stage now, the incredible talent of XLG that actually had them winning Stage 1. This team is almost unchanged except for one person, and a lot of that rides on Rarga, their star duelist, and how well he ends up being set up now in Stage 1. It was a lot of that Teho meta, and that setup benefited Rarga a lot. But then, even so, seemingly, it doesn't seem to have affected them too much because they're coming in now looking just as good in Stage 2. 4-0 again, and as Nomad comes in real excited to take over here on the stage, there's a lot of work that DRG has to put in to make this team work, and here's that guy, here's the man of the hour.
It's difficult to mention XLG without bringing up Rarga, and believe me, we can talk about the stats and everything. I'm sure Rarga will add to them over this series, and I believe by the end people will be going, okay, this is why Rarga. Rarga has been pretty high up there as one of the best players to just watch out for in general. I do think, to be honest, this is the new man himself, Yova. You said it mostly had been unchanged. Voya is the one exception to that, and he's proven himself a very pivotal part for XLG.
Dragon Ranger Gaming.
Oh, I think we've lost my man. Oh, he's yapping himself. There he
I'm
is.
yapping to myself, but there you go. As Wakashu walks in, this is a battle of the Ascension teams. For the first time that these two teams are going up against each other. I have no idea how this is gonna go. I'm expecting some incredibly close games, even though on paper it shouldn't be. I think it's still incredibly possible that this is gonna be very, very, very close. In terms of maps, though, Madante, what are we thinking? What are we expecting for them to ban and pick?
So, I would be very shocked to see Corrode. I know Corrode has started to really get itself kind of comfortably here, and you know, very quickly just before, but there's the man himself, Nick, number one of the highest performing overall in terms of the entire series, the entire circuit, and that's something just very quickly. That's what DRG have. DRG have high performers and maybe just a teeny bit weaker in the overall, like the fundamentals, that cohesion. That's where XLG have been shining. But yes, back to the maps and such, as you had said. Corrode not expecting. Haven probably will be a pretty surefire pick. Icebox, I used to just completely write off, but everyone seems to be confident playing Icebox, and XLG in particular.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, XLG will always ban Corrode. They're not gonna play Corrode for sure. And then honestly, it depends. Haven will be up to XLG. It depends on whether, up to DRG. It depends on whether DRG want to ban that early or let that float. But generally speaking, they do not like playing Bind and Haven, so we might not even get to see either of those. I'm honestly expecting to see a Lotus, maybe a Sunset. That would be kind of fun to see. I like to see these maps where they don't play these traditional duelists, where we get to see Neons and Yorus wreak havoc or fail miserably. Both are fun.
Win VCT China or die trying is very much the overall attitude, and I believe as the fist bumps come through, the maps should be coming through in just a moment. And I'd like to see that call. I'd like to see a Lotus into Sunset. It could be Icebox instead of that Lotus, but big maps into small maps always just kind of go from the biggest fundamentals. And ladies and gentlemen, here we go. And actually, okay, a bit of a mix up here. Lotus instead of the Icebox, which fair play. You got that. But starting off, Ascent, the tried and true, and DRG's pick on Ascent, that honestly surprises me a bit.
Yeah, I mean, we see that Corrode being banned from the XLG and the Bind ban coming from DRG, perfectly expected. And we see the Icebox ban from XLG, which is also expected since they've almost banned it every time. But that ban on Sunset from DRG is a new one, letting that Haven go through and letting XLG pick that. If XLG manage to do really well on Ascent, DRG might come to regret letting them have that Haven as they head into that Lotus, though, because XLG are a really good Lotus team.
Yeah, that was where the Icebox kind of that belief had came through, was if you get that Haven ban, then you can swap out for Icebox. You do have to play, you know, Icebox Lotus, which can actually be, I think a lot of people do underestimate how much like the map changes back to back in particular. You know, you play a big map, go into a big map, that's fine. You're kind of set up for the big plays, you know, the faster rotates. But sometimes that pace, which we have mentioned about, and for anyone that's seen the previous series, Nova versus Wolves, pace was the name of the game. And going from that change can be the make or break and the biggest deal. So once we get to see the rosters, whether, as you said, the Neons, Yorus, to make that faster pace, and here they are.
There it is, double Yoru with some Vices on the way. I mean, look, Ascent. Oh, hang on a minute. This is Ascent. This is such an interesting comp. For Ascent, we're seeing a Chamber, 2 Vice, a Clove, a Fade. Okay, so I guess we're just not doing meta at all anymore.
DRG have never respected it. Ackerman's really been really going for that Clove. Like, we've got the double controller set up here. Meanwhile, XLG are running for that double Sentinel. There's a lot to be made for that. This match may be decided just by this first half alone. DRG are running that aggressive side, that double controller. They want to be getting in, playing fast. They want that control. XLG are more than happy just to sit back, relax, let DRG run into them and die. So this first half, if this goes like any way to like 6-6, both teams are scared.
Yeah, absolutely. And oh god, I'm so excited to see how these Yorus are going to be played. Apparently, it is both Flexin and Vokashu's birthday. So I think, honestly, I'm going to change my prediction, Madante. I'm going to change it.
Are you a birthday buff man?
I think I'm a birthday buff, man. I think DRG is going to take this home, and it's going to be a gift. It's a joint gift for both of them.
It's a joint gift for all of us as we get into it. We already see how XLG are going to be playing this. A super aggressive defense, actually. I mean, you've got No Man essentially on that additional duelist, and they've got all the control in the world. They've read that DRG were kind of playing this patiently, and there's a 3-man push onto the flank as the site is collapsed upon. The first frag goes down, and Rarga not able to find anything through the smoke. The shots are not there. That is tragic.
That is tragic. What a great flank, but they might not expect a second one here as No Man starts to slowly push out, walking as not to make any noise to give away his position. But this is going to be a very difficult retake. 5 people still alive for the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming and only 3 for the side of XLG. It's going to be a good start for No Man though, getting a quick kill. And it's Flexin who isn't quite able to get the conversion, but it's Nick who is able to save his teammates. No Man gets another one and he gets another one. Hang on a minute, there's only one person left. It's just Nick, but he's got the headshot. The plan does not come through, and it's Dragon Ranger Gaming to take the pistol. That got really close.
That got really close, and there definitely has not been any aim labs or any equivalent used beforehand. Some of these shots were a little bit uncharacteristic here. These gunfights were lasting, you know, quite some time. No Man there, but that is a great example of kind of Sona, and then still being able to take that fight off of Spirits. The positioning was there. XLG had the call that DRG were going to kind of just burst out of main and play it slow, but the flank was a bit slow, and DRG managed to take that pistol round, which they have done so many times before.
Now with the weaker buy, XLG a little bit scattered, not sure where DRG are going to hit, and I mean, they're stacking together mostly. It's 3 people here in A main. They don't want to be giving any of these guns up. Spirit with a hero vandal, a full vandal on round 2, something I hate seeing in my enemies in ranked.
It's scarier when No Man can grab it and teleport away, but he will not find that position at all. Akaman and Vukashu are playing it perfectly, the mid control. They understood actually that XLG had wanted that double flank on the initial round. They've made the call that they'll try and get that mid position again, which is exactly the call. And now, speaking of mid position, 4 members of DRG just happy to slow walk, and it's all down to 1 man to try and say the market's closed.
Raga has the world in front of him. He has so much to do. He does get the first one, a clean double tap onto Ackman. Nick does trade him out though. That ghost coming in just about handy. Now Flexin hanging out around market here. The side is theirs to take. It's still a very difficult retake. 4 people alive for the side of DRG and only 3 again for the side of XLG.
As well, a man who, Vukashu, I have talked about a lot every time that we've watched DRG play. Arguably the strongest, maybe most consistent member of DRG is a better way of putting it. He has an op, and there is no lie. He is an operator currently right now, and XLG not only respect the space that the outlaw turned operator can give, because of course they're none of the shields, but they're just happy to try and die to the spike. They don't want to give away any alt orbs because there's a lot of pivotal utility that DRG can try and build up.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. This might as well be an op, and I think XLG are aware of the danger that is about to greet them if they try to make this retake. So they're just going to play for these exits and try to get themselves to die to the spike manually without giving up any alt points to DRG here.
And that's a big deal. I've mentioned it before, and teams have started really respecting like the alt economy. Oh, Coconut has to save. Oh no! I was like, Coconut's not gonna make that. Oh no! He saved a classic! Congratulations, Coconut saved the free That's heartbreaking!
Well, that's an out point that he's that's 300 credits that he's not gonna get, although I don't think it's gonna be too.
He doesn't get his buy! He doesn't get his buy!
How does that not hit him?
He doesn't get his buy!
Surprised. He walks into it and it still doesn't hit him somehow.
It ran away from him.
Perhaps, but it doesn't matter. It's No Man who gets the first kill. It doesn't seem to matter too much because he does have a stinger, an incredibly lethal gun if played correctly, and that's exactly what Coconut is gonna try and do now. Up in numbers, 4 people left on the side of DRG. They're gonna try and re-explore towards mid here. They want to get a little bit more space.
I love the setup for XLG here, just the way they've been playing it. Rarga, of course, to get that aggressive swing. You've been hearing the Outlaw being shot. The flash and the timing is absolutely perfect. Noman just cleaning it up. Happy Way to get the second frag. And Rarga down to 10 HP will just get out. Happy Way, the one to finish the job onto Vukashu.
I mean, this round's done, but I'm still thinking about how Coconut didn't die to that spike. Because we saw him walk into it, and then it just kind of... he faced through it, and I want to know how he did it so I can do it in my rank games. But with Coconut, the only person without a gun now on side, but it's Noman who's again come to the service of his teammates. That's 1, 2, and 3 as he just did there.
Point them down, ladies and gentlemen, because those frags are pivotal. Those plays insane. The play off the flash, Noman they're getting flexing, of course, but it's all down to this positioning, this setup here. They understand the mid control. DRG are trying their best to fight XLG for it. They were able to do it on the lower buy, but XLG are showing that not only can they do it on a full buy, they can do it when one of their players has got a stinger.
Well, now it is a buy round. They have... This is the round that's going to be so important, and it's Noman exploring once again. The cojones on this guy is incredible. He has no fear. He doesn't know that somebody's up there. But he has no fear nonetheless. It's Spirit that comes out, and then he actually just gets taken out by Coconut, who has a gun this round. And it's Noman who gets a kill onto Flexin as well. There is a trade coming through. Just one though, but it's Ahmed. He gets a second one. Coconut goes down. The spite is on the side of DRG. And it's a retake in the cards for XLG, but it is better in terms of HP. The one person down, it's Nick. He's down to just 1 HP. They're holding real close to spike. Not yet planted fully because they haven't really gotten the opportunity to do exactly that. It's Vukashu who comes out, gets one heavyweight trades. It's trades all around. One person left, and it's Nick who finishes things off with just 22 HP to his name, keeping the lead that his team has so thoroughly built.
The positioning from DRG post that scenario, and I want to, Spirit had tried to get in with the dimensional drift, create the space, immediately shut down with that, but he still actually did create the space. He wanted that frag, but Noman was trying his best to stop it down. Coconut as well, and then Akaman and Vukashu together playing off of these flashes. The utility was there, and just when you need one last man to bring it home to take that round, Nick comes through, no issues at all, lands the shots, and already timeout coming through, and a timeout for XLG forced this early on. DRG gotta be happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna be very happy starting 3-1 against XLG. Now, it is not XLG's map pick, this is DRG's map pick. And after this, they do have to go into Haven, which is a map that DRG are very comfortable on, but right now, they're very happy keeping up this lead. And if they can get this half to end at, I don't know, 7-5, that'd be really good.
They need that. That is exactly what they need. These compositions are very much just tried and true for the sides both teams are currently on. Double Sentinel versus Double Controller is a tried and true, and Double Controller does get a bit more difficult on that defense side just because the retakes become that much harder. Yes, you can try and drop a lot of smokes, but then it's a two-way street. People can hide in them as much as you can use them as well as cut off the angles, and the buys here all coming through. Akaman, it's essentially a 6 versus 5, the not dead yet, very pivotal, and it's coming down to Noman to try and prevent this push from beginning at all, and he gets pushed out for it.
Rarga, he wants a lot here, but he's not gonna get anything. It's Nick who gets 2. He gets one on the Rarga and Viva, the collab, the lineup. Noman wants more. He's down to just 1 hit to the body from a Vandal. And that's exactly, he's even better, but Heavyweight gets 2 as well. Spirit does manage to trade him out, leaving Coconut just alone here on the wrong side of the line. That timeout didn't quite work out, Madante.
It did not. It really didn't. And the double flash setup there from Spirit and Vukashu is exactly what you want to see. Nick just getting the 2k, getting the Nightfall online is phenomenal, of course, but that additional positioning, Noman trying to hide in switch, just trying to shut down any push. The initial flash comes through. Great, I've turned the first flash. That's fantastic. While the first flash is going off, Vukashu sets up the arc rose, and turning 2 flashes even in the highest caliber, is so difficult. And Coconut, I don't think he wants to even be in the same postcode as the Spike right now. Him and the Spike are not on good terms after that second round.
No, not at all. They're going through a bit of a rough patch. They gotta go through couples counseling, I guess,
counseling and things.
Yeah.
Get their feelings chatted about, get everything talked about, how the Spike isn't doing, you know, what it should be doing and what it does for everyone else. But that was then. This is not
Coconut feels like there's a distance between him and the Spike that wasn't there before. And there certainly is, as XLG struggle to convert any of these rounds. Struggle to hold these sides and to retake, unfortunately. DRG are kind of running away with this half.
We've seen twice already, this has been, you know, rounds that look like XLG's rounds, and then that clutch potential that DRG have and the pistol round potential they have, it's enough to carry them already. And XLG, they don't have much of a buy. Nick's got Nightfall, Ackerman's got the Not Dead Yet, so there's a lot of utility that DRG have to work with. And you can see XLG now setting up, you know, or XLG setting up, not Vukashi, of course, Happyway on the back and being supported by Viva, but with all the utility and everything supporting the side of DRG. Either they just bring this home, or maybe this is where they struggle. And that's a hell of a start.
That is a hell of a start, and it's Raga that comes out with that singular hero Phantom. Only able to get one though, as the rest of DRG are actually caught in that ultimate, which just put a little bit of a damper on things. XLG still managing to keep their grasp on the side. DRG down to just 3 people, finding themselves in a position they couldn't have expected to, given their much superior firepower. But as they push out now, they have to be aware of the guy on site. It's Viva. He can do so much here. He does. It's another headshot. How has he done that? Happyway getting another headshot with the Marshall as well, leaving Ahmed, the sole survivor of DRG, has to do so much. He gets one. There's 2 people left, but he still has the better gun.
20 seconds.
Coconut.
No Spike.
With the classic. Viva with the Sheriff. Spike is down, and it's a headshot that comes through the wall somehow. These guys know where everybody's heads are. 9 seconds on the clock. 7. He has to run into sight, running into the clutches of Viva, who has been so incredible with that gun. And he just continues to deliver. What an incredible round from Viva.
Yeah, that double setup towards Switch, towards the defender side spawn. Happyway getting that shot on the back is just phenomenal. Viva, look at that. You want to see shooting, that is what you do. Rarga, of course, then playing it. Vukashi try and claw it back, but the position, it's a no scope as well, even just for a little bit more style. Surprised there's no timeout, and XLG committed the Steel Garden there. If they'd have lost that round, that would have been massive. Instead, DRG actually not opting to use any ultimates. The economy's not looking great for them this time, and XLG could have comfortably found their way back in. As Spirit, though, speaking of, grabs the Ult Orb and tries to find his way yet again with that dimensional drift.
Still a couple of hero vandals on the side of DRG that could put in a lot of work in getting all of the space, but unfortunately XLG are more than happy just to wait and see what DRG do and where they end up going.
I like to point out how quickly mid has become empty. The initial 2 rounds were all for mid. It was the battle for, you know, every team, and now all of a sudden XLG, they don't want to push up aggressively, and DRG, if they don't see XLG, they're happy to assume, okay, mid's clear if you're not pushing us. And you really wish mid wasn't clear, because there's a lot of utility bearing down on this site.
Happyway, he gets one. He's blinded, but he still gets one. And it's Raga who gets another one as well, but Vukashi, he's ready to trade people out. Viva does manage to get one coming onto the stairs position, just the Steel Garden ending. Still, there are 2 people ready to enter side. One of them already already in. No man, there's a gap for him to play around. This is an AWP, not an outlaw any longer. It's just a straight up AWP. They do have side control, but look at the spike. It's still not quite in. It is now. 10 seconds left to plant. They do have the time required, unless this Hunter's Fury manages to connect, and it's gonna just about miss. It looked like it was on him, but not quite.
Just patience now. The sonar dart comes through, the scan. The op shot is sidestepped. Ackerman though stands back up. XLG opting to push this. If Ackerman gets the kill, he doesn't. He doesn't at least, but now 1 versus 2. If there's a man to do it, the clutch percentage has been on their side. It's one person, he finds one. It's on for the ace as well. He hears the drop. The swing comes through and the shots are found. Coconut with the clutch ace off the back. Or Coconut falls to Vukashu's clutch ace, I should say. As I said, if there's one man to look out for, if there's one man that can do it, Vukashu do that voodoo that he do so well.
That kill, that snap onto Viva in that 2v1 scenario was just perfection. And when you get a kill like that, I mean, how does he get that second one? The wall's coming up, his bullet just faces through the wall. I guess everything lines up for him, and these shots are just so snappy. This guy is unreal.
Happy birthday, here's your ace.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday, every round. Happy birthday, incredible, stolen from the jaws of defeat. DRG are just, they show you why they are the clutch, mate. They show you why they are the team of clutches. And now, right back to the mid control. All this utility to work with. No man, no tour de force, nothing else to work with.
A devastating round, truly, for XLG, and going forward, because it absolutely decimated their economy. And this time, though, DRG are taking a lot of mid control before making their way onto the A side here. Against a much weaker buy, but it's Nomad who gets the first kill. Coconut gets another one. Nick only manages to get one. Dragon Range Gaming down one person, but actually the teleport is just not very good. The Shouted Step betraying him as Achman gets 2 and Flexin. Another one on the board. Happy with the last one left. Can he show off his own prowess with a clutch of his own with just the sheriff in hand? It doesn't seem like it's going to be very likely.
If he does, I think everyone's eardrums are being burst because both of us are screaming, and we may need an extra sound mixer or something. The production may or may not just watch their utility, their side come through, and yet again. We've been mentioned it a few times, and you are shaking your head, as am I. Walls aren't even a suggestion anymore in VCT China. It used to be smokes. Like, people used to just get shot through smokes, that was fine. Now you're just being shot straight through walls.
I mean, they might as well not exist.
Yeah.
For some reason, everybody in this region knows exactly what head height is, no matter what scenario they're in. Look at that! That's not, how do you know?
Vukashu showing that the flicks are not only for people he can see. He closes his eyes, he visualizes the map, and the rest of it plays out. 6 and 2 for DRG. Now, very quickly, this is what the sides should kind of show.
He does manage to get one before teleporting away into safety, but it's Nomad that dies to Spirit. A shorty. And Flexin, he's supported by his teammates in market. That amount of space given up by XLG coming to bite them in the behind. Literally, as the person in stairs stays taken down.
You know the push has gone a bit too well when you have to reopen market door to let your teammate in. Whenever we watched Spirit just kind of get the door shut on him, and then they were like, oh wait, no, he's one of us. Get him in. And this is going the way DRG kind of needed to go. Again, you know, there is they've really committed towards this heavy attack side, and XLG with Chamber and Vise. Again, there is a bit more proactivity to both those Sentinels, but you don't really want to be going in at a potential, you know, at this point, 10-2 scoreline is possible. I'm going to say more realistically, 7-5. I'm agreeing with yourself on that, Kat.
Yeah, I mean, a 7-5 scoreline when you're starting on an attack on this map is as good as you can ask for. If they can manage to get 8-4 or 9-3, I might have to call him around it, because this is an incredibly attacker-sided map, and to be getting round after round so convincingly like this is... Ooh, that's scary for XLG. I wouldn't be surprised if you get another timeout early on.
I think it is kind of necessary here. The mid control isn't going. Look at
teleported 5 feet.
Look, we've seen everyone on DRG be able to do mad flicks. That means nothing. That teleport meant absolutely nothing. Yeah, there are no timeout just yet, because to be honest, even if XLG do, they timed out once early on and DRG adapted. They just need to make this work by themselves, and they have decided both sentinels towards the A site. You see the razor vines, you see the arc rows all set up. This needs to work out for XLG, but the Nightfall is going to try its damnedest to prevent that from going down.
It's a lot of utility to take this side here, but that wall does prevent a good chunk of their teammates from entering. But Happy is down to just 1 HP, and look at Flexin. Look at the amount of space this guy's taking. They're not going to be expecting him here. Who would? How would you ever expect that? He gets a second one, I mean a third one, and then it's Rarga who finally puts an end to his tyranny before being taken down by Aquaman. And now, look, there's nothing they can do. It's 2-8. There's still 2 more rounds to go.
It's that fast. Nightfall in tandem with the From the Shadows is one of the most effective ult combinations in the game. It's a bit difficult to get it off, but you've seen DRG do it. There's a masterclass. It will be the first highlight. There you go. You see No Man trying to just hide underneath and flexing with that ultimate just off the back of it, happy to tear the rest of XLG's defense apart. Even with double Sentinel set up, they don't seem to be able to do anything with it. They are lost.
It's one of the most devastating defense halves I've ever seen, especially like you said with double sentinel. But this proactivity might actually end up helping them here though, because they've taken a lot of space into B. Look at Rarga, his position in a place that he can teleport out of whenever he takes a fight. He needs to just get one and then get out of there, and that's a great start into this round for them.
The big executes at the start. Rarga having to get away already, and yet again, it's basically him just fighting this site on his own. There's a lot of smokes that can come through. Viva will have to push through. The Clove utility will have to push through, and Rarga actually opting for the very proactive use of the Dimensional Drift to get out of the Steel Garden. He's going to have to rotate all the way back. Viva's been pushed away. This is going to be a full take for XLG with 1 man to hold the fort until they get there.
Oh, just absolutely demolished by Spirit, and Aquaman and Vokashu are getting kills of their own. It doesn't look like. It looks like these two teams are on a completely different level in terms of mechanical ability, because these duels are just not at all going the way. What the? How did you do that? Vokashu, someone check him PC. That wasn't even. That was a timing shot.
As I said, we've said that smokes are suggestions, walls are suggestions for these teams, and DRG deconstructing map. This is looking like Corrode. All these walls are paper mache. All these walls are getting shot through. This looks like Corrode.
I mean, it might as well be the way that DRG are playing it, because they seem to have they seem to know something that none of us do. Because these shots, again and again, are so incredible. Even that kill from Spirit onto Rarga, yes, it was just a fast shot, but it was a pre-fired shot. That's why it was so fast. So he knew exactly where Rarga was going to be peeking from.
This is again, these teams have never played against each other before, so there is a lot down to just who has studied the other team more, and currently at the very least, it's not, written, it's not done just yet. We'll see that little flick again, but it does seem to be that DRG have done their homework. Yes, of course, it is their, their map pick. It is. Look at that. That's smokes are suggestions, ladies and gentlemen. That's all you need.
I mean, if you're able to do that, I'm not sure what level of macro XLG would need to beat this team.
They're non-existent, to be honest. We've been seeing XLG try these aggressive defenses, try this initial peak, and every time it's just not worked out for them. And you've got to remember, Ackerman's doing pretty decently. The power of Clove and the double controllers, again, you've got to deal with a 6v5. You've got to have one person standing up. And when DRG are very much the ones controlling the pace, controlling where these engagements are happening, and even making XLG play in the positions that DRG are wanting them to play, yeah, you make that ultimate get so much more value. And the mid control, XLG are scared. It's again 1 man, and it always seems to be down to this 1 man.
Oh, he sees the back of Flex and he's gonna get that shot, but he doesn't actually get it. It's Spirit again that kills a kill on Rarga. A headshot through the wall. 1 more time. It doesn't look like there's anything anybody on XLG can do at this point.
Market is open for business right now. DRG are forcing the opening time. The Steel Garden to try and buy some time, to try and give XLG this rotate anything. As the From the Shadows is popped as well. Coconut using it, believe, just to try a little bit of a bait there. He's all the way towards wine. They believe DRG are going to rotate, but with 30 seconds left in the clock and these positions, I think we know where DRG are going.
I think we have only one way they can go, with just 20 seconds left on the clock here, but there are two people here, one of which is Vivo, but it doesn't matter. Happy Way is the first to die in Boathouse. Vivo's doing his best, but it does not matter at all. Flexin getting the kill on the Coconut, the only one able to get a kill on the side of XLG, but look at Vokashu. It doesn't even get to Vokashu. It's Spirit, a third kill on the board, and a 10th round. It's 10-2.
Yeah, the XLG are moving on to attack Ascent with 2 Sentinels. Good luck.
And 2 rounds.
And 2 Sentinels and 2 rounds. It just, every time, yeah, like even there, that looked like a guaranteed kill for Rarga. Spirit should have died basically every single time, but it just isn't working out for them. The reads are there, the positioning, the aim is out of this world. Sometimes literally with some of these shots we have seen. It's very much DRG's map, and XLG are living in it.
Absolutely. I mean, this is as dominant of a half as you can ask for. And I think this might be... Oh, the meme cam. I'm not sure. How is anybody going to recreate that? That's so hard. They have to get up.
Yeah, I mean, look, when it was like 28 degrees in the UK, I could do that meme cam. It's actually gotten a bit cooler, so yeah, no, I couldn't do that. And yeah, everyone, honestly, right now, the snowman is XLG and DRG is Phoenix. That's the only thing I can say right now.
This is the world's most complicated meme cam I've ever seen. My God, that's so difficult to do. But another difficult thing to do, unfortunately, is for XLG to win this map, because they have 8 rounds to catch up just to equalize. And then they have to win 3 more to even win this game. So they essentially need to win like 11 rounds on this next half to even come close to winning this game. And that's going to be really difficult to do. This is a damage graph for Vokashu here. And you can see there's a round where he got almost 1,000 damage.
He walked away with an ace, and they were all, I think, all headshots, maybe bar one. The shots, like, yeah, like everything about it was insane. There is a possibility here. XLG, now that they move on to attack, they do have, you know, I say double Sentinel, let's face it. One of them is Chamber. It doesn't count. But at the same time, that is a bit more defensively focused. You know, No Man, we've seen 1 or 2 shots from the Tour de Force, but everyone else has really been struggling. Rarga hasn't really been able to do any, you know, Yoru tricks with the flashes. The setup from Happy Way hasn't all been there as the pistol round starts. And again, DRG have thrived. I was going to say thrived on these pistol rounds.
They indeed have. And again, this is... Look, XLG need to win this pistol round. If they don't win this pistol round, it is pretty much a GG go next type of game for them. And this is a good start, though. They do have pretty much all of B. Nobody's on that side. Vokashu just gets the kill onto the person on Switch through the smoke again. Another headshot again, by the way. And it's Rarga who wasn't gonna... It doesn't matter. They just know. Spirit just knows. He already knows that Rarga's there. And is ready for that headshot. No Man does manage to get one, bringing his team a little bit closer to equalization, especially with Aquan solo, and that does actually get that job done. Nick managed to get one, but Viva trades it out. It's a 2v2, it's a retake coming in, and it's Vokashu gets one, No Man gets one as well. No Man versus Vokashu. It's 1v1. The spike is down. He does spot out the shoulder there. He knows exactly where he is. He's gonna try and get this off. With that smoke coming in as well. No Man's gonna jump down. He might be spotted out, but he's playing it perfectly. He's dancing around the box. Ring around the Rosie, and it's a running right click for No Man to finish out the round. And it's an important pistol for XLG.
Let me introduce you to this thing. It's called a free gun. It's called a shotgun. And if the bullets fly, then it is going to make it work. Yeah, that I was going to say, because that shot from Vokashu there, the smoke hadn't even been put down.
Not yet.
That's wild. Like, you can't get on the Switch without that smoke. Like, that is a death sentence if you do. And another thing, we mentioned the smokes. At no point there, other than that last engagement, did No Man see who he was shooting at. He was going off of either purely the position on the map that was shown from POV, from line of sight, or he was just kind of clutching the shots through the smoke. Again, no one here really wants to take these fights where they can see their opponent.
No, they don't need to. I mean, they seem to have all gotten themselves some sort of X-ray vision situation going, and look at XLG. They're slowly pushing up Kaiwork here, and it's Flexin who doesn't have a gun out. Please get your gun out. It's a shorty. He might have the He spots it. He spotted. He spotted.
I love the attempt. I love the attempt. He nearly danced around the drone, but he doesn't quite. Still a lot of damage though onto No Man, which is something, but there's a lot more to be done here, and there's still a minute left, and XLG uncontested in this mid. We do see another pushed up. Ackerman actually trying the exact same thing over on B site, and there's no Sova drone to back it up this time. There's no way to force the position out. Ackerman, though, just happy to play the patience, and XLG seeming a bit indecisive as they do decide. They make the choice, but Vukashu only showing down one.
Does manage to only get one, and Raga is able to get Spirit as well. And there, finally, the shorty gets some damage done. And Nick also managed to get another one. Coconut, the only one alive on side, and he's good enough. He gets both of the last two players on side, and the only one left. Oh no, wait, Akban is still here. He has an outlaw. He doesn't spot him out. Coconut playing it perfectly, coming around the other side. Ooh, that was a close one though. That was a buy run, and it was still close.
The shorty smokes trick is frustrating. It works in Iron. It apparently works in VCT China, and it was very impressive. This swing from Vukashu at least traded out, and Coconut, who wasn't having the best of the initial start, really coming up clutch there. I loved. We've seen the lurk potential from Ackerman. They're playing it super patiently, catching No Man in the back with the shorty. It's good for XLG, but as you said, a lot of damage done. That was DRG's, save. They did a lot of work, got a lot of ult economy, and Spirit is happy to keep it running.
Spirit, you are a monster today in this map, my guy, because that was incredible. Two clean headshots. Again, knowing exactly where the players of XLG are gonna be, and as No Man gets spotted out, that actually might help XLG sell this fake a little bit better.
If you are trying to fake with only 3 players remaining, no ultimates, there's a lot again still for Viva. We've still got both shock darts, still got the recon dart, but with the way the market pushes have been going down, Vukashu's been shutting that down, and of course he is pushed more back towards the B site, and this split looks to be more leaning towards the A site at the moment, but it's Viva almost being sent on a mission with that frag, with that double frag though. That is the comm. A little bit tentative still, but only one man to try and keep this A site held.
This is incredibly doable for the side of XLG, down to a 3v3 from a 5v3. But they don't expect Flexing to be this close to Generator. Viva does trade him out, but he's down to just 50 HP. That's going to be coming up to about 73, 72 HP. He's going to keep it there. Vukashu down as well, and Viva's not quite hitting the shots. The final one does hit Akban, taking down the last remaining member with just 70 HP. Viva one hit away. It takes one kill, and it's not going to happen. It's Viva that keeps XLG alive.
These we have went from, honestly, some of these are like master classes in accuracy, the most clean flicks, the most decisive shots, and then there's sprays like that. This is down to the wire, and starting off with Spirit doing that, Happyway deciding that I can do it too. That is a very uncommon angle to pre-fire, to pre-aim that convincingly, and it was just enough on the back of a Guardian. It is enough for XLG to bring this 5-10.
How does Spirit know that? Surely I don't think you can hear that from that distance, but regardless, it is Viva who ends up getting the round for the side of XLG of a really, really clean 2K with their Guardian. DRG still do have, well, DRG now down to a massive eco, and perhaps a round given up to XLG as a result.
Be fair, I mean, we've seen what the Sheriffs can do.
Oh my god!
We've seen what these Sheriffs can do. It doesn't seem like they really need full buys, and Spirit may do it again. Not quite. It's actually Happyway. The over-aggression finds 2. Spirit and Ackerman fall, and just as likely as possibly, DRG look to secure a round. XLG snatch it back from them, and honestly, we may very well be in for the longest, or one of the longest sets of this series thus far.
We might be if XLG actually make this comeback happen, or if we go into overtime. That's gonna be incredible, but look at Vukashu. He doesn't get spotted out. He dodges the recon arrow by just crouching and gets 2 clean shots. off. And then Coconut, oh, he's ready to retaliate, leaving Flexing just alone. He might be able to pick up a gun, though, coming in this flank scenario. His flank position.
From the shadows, the positioning here, but if anything, again, DRG, this shouldn't be winnable, but Flexen's been able to do it. Coconut and Viva have missed the occasional shot. They're both set up ready to go, but this is two 1v1s currently. Flexen believe they're playing a bit close, and the double swing is played to perfection.
You could not have asked for a better double swing. They did not play alone. They played together, and it was a high-low double swing, and that, I mean, that's not a lot that Flexen can do. But these rounds at XL, I mean, oh my god, Nick. Unlucky for the side of DRG on this one. I mean, just about lining up, really. Just about lining up.
Shot missed. I didn't even know that.
They just about lined up at the end there. I mean, again, these rounds that XLG are winning are still really close.
I don't think more than 2 people have walked out of a round since Pistol. And I mean first Pistol, I should say. And DRG now, yeah, they have to, this timeout is exactly to be expected. XLG just, I mean, DRG are the clutch masters. DRG are more than happy to make this work. They are more than happy to make the clutches, to just pull open any sort of dream. And XLG are now on their way to shutting it back down. So prevent XLG from ever getting that momentum. Stop relying on sheriffs. Aim with your proper guns, and you should be fine.
You think that's what they're? You think that's?
I think that's what it is. I think it's if you can take what you're doing with the sheriffs and put them under your vandals and your phantoms. I think DRG are going to be fine. But right now, every time they seem so close to bring the round back, the nerves are getting there. And it's wild because we have talked about, for anyone that doesn't know, this doesn't really change too much. You know, DRG have already their seeding, but they are playing this quite anxiously.
I can imagine the head coach Nathan just telling them, you know, guys, just use the sheriff, I guess. Just even buy a sheriff. Even if you have the money, you know, you guys are hitting shots, why not? But look, it's 10-6. XLG have won 4 rounds in a row now. This, if any, this is the round to put a stop to these shenanigans from the side of DRG, because DRG need to bring themselves back into this. They need to keep this secure. It's a good start for DRG as they prevent any real entry into the side of A here.
Free fires, it's worked. The first time Vukashu has shot through a smoke and not found a head, I believe, this series thus far. And XLG's patience, it has been paying off for them. DRG have been getting a frag or two and then overcommitting, or at least very much overextending, and XLG have been able to punish off of it. DRG, they just need to play with each other. They dodge the Steel Garden pretty comfortably. Spirit knows the flash is coming, gets himself set back up, dodges the second one too. Shots aren't quite there.
No shots are hitting, not even from Okashu, until that kill finally comes through, but it's Viva with the trade. Spirit finally manages to get one exactly at the same time as Flex, and he gets a second one as well. No man gets taken down. Rarga, the only one left. He's got a classic in his hands. Oh, that's right, the Steel Garden did hit him, and it's Flexing jumping shorty. That is exactly what they needed.
You call that a shotgun? This is a shotgun. Bang, shoots him. Yeah, whenever you run out of ammo and the Steel Garden hits, it's pretty rough, and it's nice to see, okay, the positioning is set up, the counterplay is there. Again, the shots are a little bit iffy, but a little bit iffy from both sides, it has to be said. It was, I think, 2, maybe 3 op shots from Spirit before one's actually able to finally connect. And Vukashu, the first frag he gets is actually through a smoke. He lines up the position through before the smoke pops, but even still, it's a first kill through a smoke, and the aggressive push from Ackerman here, needing to be backed up by his team. Never mind, he's already good for 2.
Back up. Ackerman doesn't need backup. He could just get 1. No, he could just get 2. That's all he needs is a gun with bullets in it, and that's all he had, and that's all he got. And the rest of XLG are now pushed seemingly towards A, but they're instead opting to explore mid a little bit more here, hoping maybe they can get a little bit more space.
I like, it's been a while since we've seen like a preemptive market door close, and from a defense side, and I really like the call because there's no guns here, there's only sheriffs. Never mind, I'm not saying only sheriffs, apparently they're the best gun in the game. There are sheriffs in tow for XLG. And Vukashu's able to shut down one Spirit, actually opting for the Dimensional Drift just to see if there's any lurk. Meanwhile, in the back line, in the defensive side, Nick happy to clean up both.
That's match point, if I'm not mistaken. That's
Absolutely.
6 and 12. Dragon Range Gaming 1 round away from clinching their own map pick, but still in a fashion that is so dominant. I mean, that is ridiculous. How do you control, how do you reset so fast and manage to flick onto the other person? I'm not sure, but, well, someone knows, and it's Ackman.
By the powers of timeouts, you can do anything. And speaking of, you've got one more round left, XLG, in this map, and a 13-6, I don't think is what they'd be wanting to see on Ascent. Of course, DRG's pick, but you'd want to make it a bit closer than this. Granted, it was, what, 10-2? So, I mean, a 13-6 is a far better than 13-2, but XLG, they really just... It's coming down to these gun plays, honestly, and it's very weird to say that. Usually there's a positioning error, the macro's a little bit weaker, the trades aren't quite there. The position's all fine, the re-swings are there, the double swings are all there. It's just down to these gunfights. It's straight up down to these pure mechanics and nothing else. Of course, it's such an obvious thing. Yes, okay, aim. If your aim is better, you win. But usually at this point, at this stage, aim is just something that's to be expected. Everyone's expected, okay, if you've got a headshot, you can kind of clean up. And so far, there has been at least 2 or 3 rounds that have very much changed because a pivotal shot has been missed by both these sides.
Yes, Papa Bren used to say, you get shot in the head, you do die. And XLG have been experiencing that firsthand as they keep getting shot in the head and then dying. And look at Flexit, he's gonna use that ultimate to get so much information. He's sticking it, he has stuck it. There's no way Coconut's gonna know. There's just no way, there's nothing they can do. It's Spirit that's coming in from mid-link now as well. It's a pincer movement, fueled by that ultimate. It's beautiful.
It's something. This is... how many rounds ago was it I said, like, strategies work in Iron, they work in VCT China? And Flexin has just, from the shadows into XLG spawn. He's gone, what they doing over there? And he's made it work flawlessly. Spirit with the backup. The Dimensional Drift from Rarg has been popped to try and grab any information. The spike, at the very least, is planted, but the numbers advantage, Nightfall, there is still so much that DRG can use to seal this deal.
There's 3 members alive on the side of XLG. Well, they are making it work. The Raga getting a kill onto Flexin. Happyway might be able to get another one here. Ackman does get 2. Happyway is the only one left. He gets a kill onto Nick. He has so much to do. He has 7 bullets in his barrel. It doesn't matter. It's Ackman closing things out, and it's DRG winning the first map of an incredible series. Dominantly.
That was probably the best decision we have seen come through. Vukashu was meant to come through sidewalk. The angle was being held, and Ackman actually, the argument can be made, impatient, you know, swung a bit too fast, but very happily almost had the read, had the call that I'm not going to be being held. Sidewalk's going to be held, Vukashu's going to be held, so I can take this fight. And then, yeah, when you've got Flex and an additional member in your spawn, and he's not part of your team, it gets very, very hit and miss. And you can see Happyway there, yeah, holding for Vukashu, and Ackman just reminding him there's another step to come through. And these highlights are all going to be sheriff shots.
It might be. We might even, I mean, I just want to see that one shot again where he got someone through the smoke with an ult, but it's fine. Look, I mean, I'm getting a bit wary of saying this every single day in this region, but I don't think this game went how anybody expected it to go.
I think, does anyone, can we do, like, just throw a dart at a board just every time someone says that? Because unironically, yeah, it's been said so often. And to be fair though, it doesn't make it any less accurate or any less important to say.
No, absolutely not. I mean, these shots are incredible. I think we're gonna get a look at the team comms in just about a second, but I mean, look, it was so dominant. It looked like what you would expect XLG to be doing against DRG, but just in reverse.
Yeah, honestly, couldn't have put it better myself. The setups are there, and you get to see here. This is the moment that XLG Coconut had not been very much there for the defense side. He started to pop up actually quite a lot on the attack, and we'll get to hear that come through, as you said, just a mo. And then here we go. The shots there. They find their targets. The ultimate usage, very solid, very clean. Nothing being wasted as we get onto the team comms.
他想第二反击啊。稍微比。
现在我回做 B 吧。
We go to get B。稍微你看慢慢。
我感觉这边是不是要摆中路的？他第二时间要摆中路。
因为他 B 点应该出来全部了。
对。
然后他们选起。IFS。晚上。
我还有一颗烟。我们把这个 B 通人杀了，兄弟，然后看直接打 B。
If we go B man, we go B too. Okay, goes. 开狗吗？还是顺他？顺他吧。
感觉可能要开狗了，兄弟，开狗然后直接打炮弹。来，没有，这边看 OT，
再一道，我可以绑他，他被我埋了。跑哪里？
帮你推黑了。
有事哦。
有墙，没白了，脸上有墙。
啊，后半边。
快点，行。楼梯，对。
我们上面兵，我们上。
对。
楼梯。喂。
OT 呀，看。
我知道了。
Flash second.
OK， 然后。Flash。
Nobody. Watch mark. Jordan City。
哎，没人了，那没人了，好像没人了。Nobody side。
1 second smoke。给一下吧。
I can smoke。
传送就绪。
换子弹。
I have already.
Four bullet 一辆，4 bullet。
对，Operator。Nice, one more.
我方还剩1人。
14，是吧？
剩1名敌人。
拜拜。
No! Fuck! Bro!
I mean, so good.
There's one thing you gotta say. Look at that. He got his ace. We heard the comms even in English quite a lot, you know, in terms of 4 bullets, the operator, everyone being empty, the team's coordinated, they're listening, very engaged with the amount of yelling. You can say, you only need to say that there's one on site once, but Asia just as a whole, you gotta hear that comm like 5 times.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, yeah, true, but even in the context of a mixed language communication, so clear. I feel like if I could understand all of that, I could have played off all of those comms too. So I mean, just incredibly clean, incredibly nice, and I mean 307 ACS is oh my goodness.
It's cool seeing both Vises go toe to toe. To be honest, it's quite rare to see that, but that unfortunately for XLG does mean there's probably other things that you would want to see.
14.
Okay, I thought it was good. I didn't think it was that good. I would have said like 10 at like a push. 14 first bloods. Holy moly.
There is a flawless on the side of XLG, but I don't think that's... I think that's little consolation when you're -9 in terms of first kills and first deaths. And look at that post-plant success rate as well. 10 out of 10. I mean, that's a very dominant set of statistics.
Yeah, it is. There's nothing more that needs to be said. DRG just showing that their attack completely flawless, and XLG having banked their setup on the defense. You know, that double sentinel, when you walk away with 10-2, yes, there's a possibility, but usually the sides are meant to switch in the other way. Usually, if you're running the double sentinel and you start on attack, you're happy then for the sides to switch. That makes more sense. Then there's a possibility, but yeah, it was just too big a hill to climb.
Yeah, no, you're right. And now there's a world in which DRG actually end up 2-0ing XLG on this next one, and your prediction might just come true against all odds. I will say it, against all odds.
Honestly, the way the rest of this has been going, I don't even think it's against all odds, but Well, we will find that out in just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. We will jump for a small break. I need some water because my voice is already going. We got plenty more to come. But when we are back, back, as you said, Kets, for map 2 and potentially the entire series already done and dusted. We'll be back in just a moment.
Welcome back to VCT China. We've just had the most incredible map 1 of DRG versus XLG, where DRG won 13-16 in an incredibly dominant showing. And now we're heading into Haven again. I'm Kets. With me again is Medante. What are we thinking?
I'm stressed. I'm stressed for these teams. I'm not even playing and I'm stressed. Like, this is absurd. Going into Haven, again, 13-6, move on, it happens. Just very dominant showing from DRG. Only stat that is necessary, 10 plants, 10 converts is an absurd stat for any attack on any map. Going into Haven now, DRG have had a characteristically bit of a rough Haven, and I've looked back and checked why. I've pretended to be a coach. I've pretended I understand enough of what's going on to, you know, be able to actually comment on that in such a way. Vukashu gets shut down when he just plays Cypher and sits on C-site and no one goes to visit him. If Vukashu has to play retake on Haven, DRG just struggles so badly, and we see him on Cypher. It starts with the attack, so that is all that could happen. But meanwhile, everything else looking kinda standard, I want to say. Until you point out something and I'm lost.
Well, it looks about right. The only thing that's not standard, perhaps, although it's becoming a little bit more standard, is that double duelist on the side of DRG. But they are starting on attack though, so having that incredible explosive power, especially with the Neon and a Yoru, that is a annoying combo. It's an incredibly annoying combo to play against. But on the other hand, Rarga switching out of that Yoru and into a Neon, he struggled a bit. Ascent. He struggled quite a bit on that Yoru, but now he's back on somewhat more of a comfort pick for him. We might see him pop off here.
It would be nice too. Yoru, and I very much just want to... Yoru, I genuinely believe, is like the highest skill ceiling, and it's quite a big difference between him and like the second hardest to play agent. Yoru just has such a decision whether you fake the gate crash, you go through with it, how your flashes operate. There's so much small stuff that can go wrong, and if it does, you see what happens. You really struggle. Neon, of course, yeah, there's still quite a lot of execution. Your slides need to be on point, your mechanics, but that's the biggest concern you've got. Starting on the defense though for them should be hopefully solid, but I say that walls are a suggestion, ladies and gentlemen. Happyway's already down to half HP.
He is down, but there is a little bit of damage done onto Rarga and Flexin, as well as the rest of DRG now start exploring towards that mid area outside B and outside garage, and No Man does have some utility to give him some information if they decide to push into here. He knows now, but he doesn't really have the ability to hold his side, especially with the gun that he has.
Patience, methodical, as you said. That knowledge has been granted. It's not enough to force anyone from XLG to make that rotate just yet.
They're going back to A, which is completely stacked right now. Whoever made the call to stay on A has made a brilliant decision, because Rarga is just about to meet everybody, but he's not going to be able to get a kill if he doesn't actually hit these shots. Coconut not quite taking any damage. The stun does come in, but that upshock just a little shallow. And once again, DRG have decided to rotate again. There's two people waiting for them. They keep rotating into these stacks. Bukashu manages to get the kill out the happy way. No Man does trade him out, leaving them able to completely take Seaside. This is a bit of a pincer though, now with No Man all the way down in C long.
15 seconds left. They know he's there at the very least, but pistol rounds have always been the way of DRG. The HP not fully there as the spike goes down. XLG very much HP and position advantage. Man advantage follows up, and it's going to be a tough hold for DRG.
Nick does get taken down, and Akman has to get at least one here. He needs to get at least one if he wants to keep his team in it. He does manage to get one. Flexing gets another one as well. It's a 2v1. Flexing down to just half HP, and it is not going to be enough. It's Viva, and XLG have won themselves a pistol.
Congratulations. It seemed impossible, honestly, with the way Ascent had went. It seemed so difficult, and honestly, XLG's performance already just feeling a bit more comfortable. DRG feeling a little bit more lost every time they wanted to push. As you said, they were very indecisive. They were very lost as to which site they wanted to go on to. And Rarga, that push up through short could have been a big issue for them. And the aftershock going just that little bit shallow, not managing to connect itself onto Coconut. Actually, XLG saving grace as the guns start to pile on. XLG 54% win rate has been doing a great job against everyone else on these pistol rounds. Now starting to develop up as the outlaw comes through, and the setups pretty standard from XLG.
This outlaw, it might not get as much value as Vokashu is hoping here. There's only 3 people with enough, with shields low enough for that thing to act as an op. And it's a very risky buy when you're on a save here. But he has to get value. He has to make that work. Otherwise, this plan kind of falls apart at the seams.
Patience. DRG, they are not showing that same kind of confident. Even when they started on that, you know, even when the defense came over in Ascent, they were still showing a very confident aggression. This time, not the case. And Rarga has to... Yeah, this is a big moment here. Flex, and of course, that's towards the mid. He's not going to be swinging in, but Rarga has to land these shots. And Bukashu's faster. Oh my day!
How's he done that then? He's gotten 2. One on a jump peek and one on a jumping out. 2 bullets in the chamber. I guess that's all he needs. He gets 2 quick ones. He passes. He retreats back onto side, and now he's got 2 more bullets to get 2 more kills.
Bukashu has to stop him. Bukashu has to swing and do it faster. He does! He does!
Okay. Well, there's still a lot to do here. There's still 2 more people on this A side. They still have to get rid of both of them if they want to make this plan easy for them. But it's Viva. He's going to get 1. He's going to get 2. And it's Bukashu. He does manage to get another one with that bold buy on the op. But unfortunately, that's all that he's going to be able to get as Happyway cleans up and gives XLG their second round.
A little bit on, like, don't get me wrong, of course, I get why, you know, Vukashu taps the spike, but to be honest, you know, 1,500 credits, like, he has to force that either way. If he can get that for his team, that's massive. That toe shot into the follow-up, excellent stuff there. Vukashu, as you said, finding himself too, but had he got the plant down, I would have genuinely said that, including the Outlaw, that still went okay for DRG. Without the plant and with only 2 kills, that's pretty brutal.
That is a tough post-plant for them. Well, not even a post-plant, a pre-plant for them. But now DRG with their guns, finally, except for Vukashu, everybody else has guns. They're going to hope to maybe convert this one because they don't want XLG winning this bonus round. They want map 1. They need to keep map 2 at least close if they're not going to win it. And the first step to that is winning this bonus.
It's concerning as well. We were talking about earlier the you know, the 3 site maps, the spaces, you know, that change to pace, and if XLG are able to, you know, hold down DRG on Haven, you know, obviously we then move on to Lotus, but that momentum really will take you through, because Lotus is arguably just straight up, in my opinion, a harder map to play. So if XLG can make this work, they are looking very confident as the push comes through. All members survive as the flank goes through, and Spirit shutting XLG down.
Spirit manages to spray transfer between 2 people and gets 2 quick kills as a reward. Darkman gets 1, but it's Rarga and Coconut who are trying to keep things competitive. They get 3 kills between them, keeping us in a 2v2 with Spirit down to just 1 HP. Coconut takes him out. Vukashu does manage to get a kill with the Sheriff, but that's all he has. He still gets it!
It's all he needs! It's all he needs!
He doesn't need any more! Incredible! Incredible from Vukashu.
The shots were being counted there, by the way. If you didn't, Rarga was counting the shots for that Sheriff. I believe we'll have to see. I think that was Vukashu's last bullet.
Let's see it.
So I think you've used 3, 2. Okay, and 1 left in the chamber. Absurd, and yet again, the clutch factor with the man behind it. Who but Vukashu?
Who indeed, an ace in the last map, and now another clutch for him on the books. The birthday boy gives himself a birthday round as DRG are now looking to equalize.
Oh yeah, big happy birthday to Vukashu, and who is it as well as Ackerman?
Flexen.
Flexen, thank you. Yeah, a big happy birthday to them. And again, Vukashu, he doesn't need birthday presents. He will buy himself the birthday presents, and the presents are rounds that should not be winnable, and just phenomenal stuff. And, honestly, DRG didn't really change up too much there. They just happy to play it. The execute here's a bit more of a change up. Ackerman pushing through, but no real backup. Rarga's able to get away for free.
And a kill from Viva as well, figuring out where Spirit is and then taking him out with that Hunter's Fury. 3 people now remaining on the side of DRG, and it's going to be a very difficult side to take with 2 people here, a 3rd one on the way.
The quiet just falls through, and yet again, XLG's positioning off the back of these like initial frags. Look at how much control. They know exactly where DRG are, and 20 seconds left. It looks like another commit towards that B site, which did work for them last time, but with 2 members down and Happyway ready and waiting to introduce them to a different type of shotgun. We'll see if DRG can make this work.
This is going to be a little hard for them to get through, so they're just going to have to wait a little bit longer. The clock is ticking away. He doesn't... It's near sight, not no sight, and he gets 2 right through it. Flexen does manage to finally take care of him, but he's left alone against 4 people, and that's 4 people who know that he doesn't have the time to plant.
I'm expecting the timeout here, and it needs to be about DRG's struggle, the indecisiveness, the lack of decision, the lack of the play until like those last couple of seconds. We've seen now, I think that's 2, maybe 3 rounds where it's very much just came down to the initial frag goes the way of XLG. They're able to maybe pick up another one just off the back of, you know, something crazy, an ultimate or just another solidly good position, and then DRG struggle from it. So no surprises here, and the biggest thing I would like is just a bit more confident on the attack. We've seen what you can do with the guns. I genuinely believe that Ackerman gets followed in there. if Ackerman gets followed in there, Rarga dies, you survive the Hunter's Fury, at least for the most part, or even if Spirit still dies to it, you've got plenty more position. You've got plenty more understanding. Right now, it's just sitting and kind of twiddling the thumbs, and it's night and day from what we've seen in Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, not quite able to really figure out what they want to do early on and in the middles of these rounds. A bit, like you said, indecisive. They rotate one direction, they see people, they rotate completely in the other direction, but they don't have the space. And XLG do. They use those gaps to get that space, and you can see Rarga. He's up a main at the start of every round. He's gotten so much space. And if they come to him, even if he doesn't get a kill, he gets information.
That, like, honestly, Rarga up A long, and then if there's no engagement, no man is down C long, and he is down so fast. And the minute you've got that information, great, DRG have to be stuck around mid, and they have to be concerned, and yet again, they are trying to get the aggression. This is what I want to see. DRG meeting fire with fire and forcing Rarga out. No initial control, and in fact, XLG, you look towards that C site, Coconut and No Man are actually considering rotating, which was not the case in the pistol round. They very much held their ground the last time there was an aggression like that.
Rarga spotting out 2 people from the side of DRG, and look at Spirit or Achman coming in, but it doesn't matter. Spirit tries to come in as well, and it's Rarga. Oh, Happy Way getting another kill as well. Just 2 members left on the side of DRG, 5 alive, with no damage taken even on the side of XLG. This could be a flawless round, but not if Okashu can help it. Viva does trade him out though, leaving Flexit alone. And with 5 HP to his name, and a Sheriff to boot.
Again, you can't... We've seen what can happen. It's ridiculous to say, but it's... no, this is copium off of the highest level, of course, but even still, you know, a frag or 2 again, but... That was nice to see. It didn't work out for DRG just because the position from XLG was really well read. Happy Way's use of the Viper Wall and the Snake Bite, just phenomenal. But there was a decision made. There was a play. There was an execution. It didn't go exactly to plan, but let's face it, that's fine. The guns weren't exactly there for DRG either. They're able to pick up one just at the end to try and save it, but Viva very much hovering over it and saying, what are you trying to do? Have you got a license for that gun? Put that down.
He doesn't have a license for that gun. It was passed down to him, and he tried to get it, but it was just not allowed. And you can see there's a bit of a disjointed attack here. You've got your 2 duelists who are executing and diving into side, but not really supported by any particular utility. They're just trying to use the chaos by itself, but you can't use chaos by itself. You have to create the chaos and mold the chaos to what you want it to do. It's just a tool.
You merely adopted the chaos. I was born in it.
You must be.
And speaking of chaos, DRG, look at their buy. They are relying on Spirit getting this kill and picking up a gun. Happy Way's already picked up one in the meantime. Yes, DRG have this position. The advantage is finally there. No Man has not been checked, and the corner is so clean. It's over before it began. There is 1 man on that site, and that is all XLG needed.
I'm at a loss for words. How did he do that? He killed 1 person. He's blinded. He's semi-blinded, but then he flicks to another, transfers to another, and then a 4th flick is on the books. Look at this. A jumping headshot. He's jumping. And it doesn't matter, because No Man is just the most incredible anchor in the whole region.
Spirit ulted. The dimensional drift was there, and still No Man managed to hide in that corner. That's absurd, and that is a big mistake. And DRG, look at their economy. They seem stressed. Vukashu, I think this is 2 rounds in a row he's not been able to have a buy. Ackerman's trying to pop in with the overdrive to make something work. Again, it's a very confident push, but they need more.
Nick does manage to get 1 kill, but it doesn't. I mean, No Man is just on a heater. He's just taken out Achman, who was trying to use that ult to somehow get themselves an advantageous position. The spike does go down, but Coconut is able to clean up. It is another near flawless for XLG. It's 5-1, and it's the complete opposite of the last map.
DRG, they've... Complacency's maybe not the word, but there's a very clear loss in the confidence of what they had in Ascent. It's coming back slowly, but they're not getting the economy to back it up anymore. We've seen at least one, maybe two members of DRG always are a gun down. They're always struggling. They're having to do like a really clutch hero play. Spirit in the last round's a great example of that, you know, with the stinger. And I'm really concerned, okay, thankfully, this is the moment that DRG need. This is finally, they've got all of the guns online. They've got a fair few ultimates to work with. Granted, two of them, not exactly the highest impact, and that's the scary part about running things like Cypher, things like the Omen as well, is you are going to run out of them. Rarga trying to keep his control towards this A-long, but getting pushed out yet again. I would just love DRG to split towards Sewers and just execute off of this.
There's 4 people at a rolling thunder now. Could be incredible, but it's actually just Spirit and Flexin who are able to get the kills himself. Raga is still frying. Getting 2 kills. Nick does finally get him out though. And Coconut, he speaks at the right time. He speaks exactly when he wasn't looking. Bokashi does manage to kill him now though, and now no man is left alone. He is at this A side, but look at him. He's read it. He knows they're not coming here anymore. He's going back. He's gonna hear them in garage. He's gonna go behind them. And he might just be a bit too late though.
Bokashi has a trip. Bokashi has a tripwire. He's opting to use it towards the defender side, but that's not going to find any value. And Bokashi has been the sentinel of the day, but it looks like...
Doesn't know.
It looks like...
His logs. He has to clear it diligently, but he is doing exactly that, and he gets the kill anyway. No man is unstoppable. He is a different beast today.
Oh, that's... Yeah, that all came down to that one tripwire, and DRG not respecting XLG's confidence, not respecting the XLG have a bit of a read onto them. This was a phenomenal start, but look what Rarga does. Rarga immediately just dances in between all of this utility, picks up another frag. He finally goes down, but Coconut then playing against the neural theft to pixel perfection. Knows that the scan is going to come through, swings just before it happens, and who does he see? He sees the back of Nick's skull and puts a bullet through it. The Rolling Thunder still online for Nick. You'd mentioned it last round. I would really love to see DRG just pop it and run.
I think it's going to be necessary. They need to start winning some of these rounds, and they're going to go for an early fight here. Rarga stuck here, stunned by multiple things, but still manages to just about get himself to safety. There's still 3 people here on the A side, and that seems to be what DRG are insistent on pushing, that they can do it with a perfectly placed Rolling Thunder, but they have to make sure that it hits at least 2 of these people, because they're not going to be able to take it otherwise. Rarga holding with an op here in long. The Rolling Thunder does come in. It does hit 2 people. The first one, Viva, he's fully stunned. He still gets a headshot onto Ackman. It's a cosmetic stun. It doesn't matter. Rarga gets a kill. Flexin does manage to get one. No man has got one, and Viva's gotten another. Flexin, the only one remaining. Rarga has perfect vision of the whole side except for the pit that is Happy Ray's domain. He takes him out. I mean, how does Viva get that kill?
We're about to see, and this is something that actually I forget the team that had done it, but we have seen actually quite a lot of the breach stun into Neon swing into whoever's been stunned, just kill Neon and move on with their lives. We've seen it quite a lot over the course of VCT China here, and yet again we see it. Look at that, the shots are absolutely clean and sliding. He's sliding everything. He doesn't care. It's a suggestion. Smokes are a suggestion in this series. Walls are a suggestion. Stuns are a suggestion. The only thing that is not a suggestion right now is XLG take this map, because so far it's looking like a foregone conclusion at this rate.
Yeah, I mean, I remember I was saying, you know, in the last map when we were at 10-2, that's the kind of score we're expecting in reverse. And it looks like we're going to get a score even better than 10-2 at this point. 11-1 is fully on the cards for XLG here, if not at the very least another 10-2 half. And I'm not too sure Dragon Range Gaming has what it takes to bring this back, but if they can, I mean, that would be historic for this region.
It would be so cool. I want to say, again, based on what I'm seeing, it seems that DRG's, their pride is being shut down by Rarga. They are almost so committed to taking this fight on A long with all that utility that they're forgetting about the rest of the map. And actually, it's Rarga is the first person to say, okay, no, I'm done. I don't want to keep taking this fight. Even though it's been working out for XLG, they are adapting quickly. And they may have made this read that DRG have been told, okay, stop taking that fight on A long against Rarga, go C, and Rarga's gone, great, I'll meet you there.
Yep, I mean, look, you're gonna fight me whether you like it or not, and it does seem like though DRG are actually looking to explore a bit more towards B, hoping that nobody's actually holding that actively and just using their util to hold it, and that is exactly what is happening. They are gonna be able to successfully take control of this B side and probably get the plant down as well. Oh my god, Vukashu is so good with that Jared. Coconut does trade him out, and but He wants to get a free kill here, and he does onto Ackman. This run speed is just not enough to avoid the watchful eye of Viva. Okay, how? Why? Okay, he's just gotten a kill. Rarga flicks onto Nick. Coconut flicks onto Flex, and it flicks all around, and Spirit finds himself the last one remaining, even though the spike is down. And Rarga with that op has been indomitable.
Yeah, he's been scary, and that's even as you said at the start of the round. You will fight Rarga. You will face Rarga at some point, and it wasn't on the C site, but once the rotated came through, the op shots they just were on point. No concerns, no issues, and yeah, Vukashu's trying his best, but XLG's the refrags, the use of the ultimate. Viva I think's got a 100% success rate with the Hunter's Fury, and that's against a Neon, the best movement in the game bar none, who should be able to survive that. Plenty of room to run around to able to bait out a couple of the shots, but no, happy to dodge around it and will still find the frags. The lockdown now online for No Man. C site has already been no man's land, literally, and it will continue to be this case.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, it is no man's land, because he is, if I'm not mistaken, he's at, he's 12 and 3. That is a ridiculous stat line for a KJ on a 3-site map, by the way. A map where you often just don't have people walking into your bomb site because there's 2 full other bomb sites to go to. And he still has 12 kills to just 3 deaths, and that's incredibly impressive. And he might just be able to get a few more as they actually started to walk towards his dominion that he's taking a vacation off of.
He doesn't need it anymore. He's been so comfortable with it the last time, and the dimensional drift getting popped to try and find out. But Spirit, to be fair, the dimensional drift didn't save them last time, you know, and we even see that corner being checked. I believe DRG are absolutely traumatized from it as the spike goes down and the retake comes through. It seems to go the way of XLG, and Happy Way, no man has to fall, but the refrags are so clean.
Happy Way getting another kill onto Spirit, and Nick is just getting completely caught out. He's just not ready for the aggression. Rarga gets the last kill as well. Gosh, we're only able to get one, and it's 10-1. If DRG don't win this next round, it's going to be 11-1. That's going to be even more dominant, which, again, who would have ever thought of this?
Anything you can 10-2, we can 10-2 better, I guess, is genuinely 11-1 scoreline would be not unheard of, but as you said, not like entirely unheard of, but for this set before we reach the playoffs as well, yeah, definitely for this bracket, for this group stage in particular, and why not? It's the last round. Oh my god, there's 2, and there's an op. What? Oh no, XLG have opted to play the Corrode meta.
Oh, XLG are just looking to tilt DRG at this point, because if I was DRG and I'm walking into an op and 2 Odins, I might just leave. To be honest,
I would. Flexen doing what he did in Ascent, and it works. Ackerman's able to pick up one as well. Surely XLG are ready. Yeah, you can see Happy Way. He's paranoid about it. He doesn't want that to go down again. Ackerman tries to get one, but the remainder of XLG remind him it's not just one member toward this B site. It's all, as the retake for 11-1 pointing the way of XLG now begins.
They have made this a doable round with that spike down and in great positions for this close plant. The op especially not gonna get a lot of value any longer with these short and mid-range fights. The Odin good still, but still not as good as a Vandal at this point. Vukashu getting a kill onto Viva, and as Varga starts to head in, he is taken out with a perfectly placed tripwire, and Vukashu cleans up. It's a second round on the board for DRG, but maybe too little too late at this point.
I mean, look, hey, if XLG want to buy 2 Odins and an AWP every round going in, then who knows, maybe DRG stand a chance, but that felt a little bit kind of like XLG, not necessarily like, by all means, not throwing in any way, but very much going, let's try and do something really cheeky, let's try and do something that doesn't really have counterplay, because, well, we've been shooting through walls all series, may as well get the best guns to do it, and I would just want to see more of DRG do that. That was a clean execute. That was solid positioning, excellent fundamentals. It just wasn't there for the rest of the set, and it's tragic that the last round of the half is when it comes through, because now it's the exact same as Ascent was.
Getting a bit of an audience interview. Unfortunately, we will not have translation for this one, but you're right. It's the exact opposite of the previous map. And I wonder if this Omen feels the same way. I can't tell if they're happy or sad. Oh, they support DRG, so they must be a bit sad about this map. Not so happy about this one.
Must have been ecstatic on Ascent, though, to be fair. You know, must have been absolutely loved it. That's, to be honest, actually, I think that's an excellent call. I think that's actually excellent. It's very... It's not, like, super, like, detailed. Oh, there we go.
Vukashu fan.
I assume, yeah, who's your favorite?
Or did they just write that really quickly?
That was fast, yeah, that was quick. You must be given stuff on stat to write that down. That is speedy, but yeah, we'll have to see if Vukashu can do what he can on this defense, but there's the prediction.
That's the prediction. Well, I mean, look, he's got the XLG score. It is 10. if DRG pull out a 13 now, they'd be right.
That's true. You know what? Never doubt. Never doubt. Again, we've seen what Sheriffs can do. We've seen what... to be honest, actually, I'm sure that Omen player feels represented by flexing and the from the shadows into the enemy spawn. That must be pretty damn good to see. But speaking of what's damn good to see, if you're an XLG fan, 10-2 moving on. The pistol round went really well for them this first time. They seem to be going pretty aggressive, and DRG want to match that.
Quite spot anybody out. I hope they don't think that anybody's not here, but they do manage to install Spirit in this cubby position, which could actually be the key to winning this round if Rarga decides to continue pushing, which I assume they will, because the spike is towards C here, but they are frozen. Are they okay? They are really frozen.
Just no over executes, no over eagerness. DRG have shown a bit of it, and in fact, you can see the over eagerness coming through already. A little bit of time has passed, and 3 members are just kind of quickly rotating towards that A site. And weirdly enough, XLG, looks the exact same side. A bit indecisive, a bit impatient in terms of DRG, a bit too patient for XLG, and it's actually worked out phenomenally. For each of the sides, or counterintuitively, I should say, for each of the sides. With 40 seconds left, it has to be this A push. Vukashu with all the information towards that B site. It's all down to, I think, how quick this rotate can begin once that 30-second timer hits.
The execute does begin, and there's a flurry of utility, and it's Akman who gets the first kill onto Happyway, and there's more fights happening towards main as Raga pushes in. Akman gets the kill onto him. Viva does manage to get a kill onto Nick, though, and Vukashu down to just 9 HP. Another kill onto Akman, and it's No Man. He's still here. It wasn't just the defense half. He's still here for the remainder of this game as well. Spirit and Flexing the only ones remaining, but there is a bit of a thing for them to work around. But nope. No Man is just incredible. He's just... This is his map. It's not about C side or A side or anything. Whoa, wait, hang on, man. In fact, it doesn't even go up. No Man. The remainders are low. Viva.
Goomba stomped him.
He did try to, but Viva sees him fall from the sky, and No Man is just letting them have it.
I mean, No Man deserves this energy. No Man deserves that. Everything has been worked. Like, look at this. So that was that shot from Ackerman there. Pretty damn solid. It's a good start. And then, as you said, one person. Yeah, as you said, it's not C site. It's this. Look at this. That's confidence. That is just pure. Complete happy to read. You know the flank is coming. You know your crosshair is on point. One bullet just drops Spirit, who was doing so well, may I remind you, on Ascent. that's another pistol round for XLG. Both pistol rounds going their side this map. And as I said, Lotus plays quite a bit like Haven. It's just a harder map. And with how confident XLG have made this run, it could be the reverse sweep.
It could indeed be the reverse even with a pistol one as well, and then the remainder of these rounds coming very easy. How does he get these? He's so confident. His hands are moving before he even thinks. It's instinct. It's instinctual at this point.
Like water, my friend. The verse
Like
that is genuinely the flow that No Man is having. We were talking about, you know, again on Ascent there was a lot. There was Vukashu, Ackerman, Spirit. There were some really clean shots from that. No Man seems to have harvested it. And speaking of harvesting, the firing squads that XLG put on the DRG, and that one lurk from Nick will do nothing but delay ever so slightly as we move on to potentially the last round of this map.
DRG not quite able to emulate the success of XLG, at least in the second half of Ascent, but they did win 4 rounds in a row. Again, with Rarga getting that early kill, it's looking more and more like we are going to be heading into Lotus here for that final deciding game.
They come back to just what we've seen time and time again. We've already seen 1 frag down for the side of Spirit. XLG just now happy to wait out DRG, see if they over-aggress, see if they overcommit. They know they've got the weaker buy ever so slightly, but again, 3 out of the 4 members for DRG are facing down Rarga's operator instead of his outlaw, so that is a big factor to point out. No Man trying his best to peek out. He doesn't quite see the Cypher cam yet, and Nick's timing not quite able to find it. The shots come through the smoke, they don't find it, and meanwhile towards the C site is potentially the be-all and end-all.
It certainly has to be, and it's Flexin and Vukashu who have to do everything, who have to be the final stand for their team. They managed to get 3 people before they're taken out, leaving this in a 2v2 to decide whether we're going to Lotus just yet or in a few rounds, presumably.
At this point now, if it's a 13-10, DRG need 8 in the back and XLG need 1, or the scoreline just isn't happening at all. And we've seen XLG's defense. We've seen how they've been doing in these kind of plant situations before. They've been so confident in the timing yet again from No Man, but the shot better from Nick. And Coconut wasn't showing up on Ascent, has been showing up now and needs to do it one more time.
Doesn't quite make it, stands in that stun and just get taken out. A 3rd round on the board for DRG, but I mean, they need 9 more to take this into overtime, and they need to be flawless for the rest of this game.
Vukashu seeing the corner that was chilled in by No Man and going, actually, you know what? Yeah, that corner doesn't get used enough, and there's no oh, nice shot. There's no Yoru dimensional drift or anything to kind of, you know, see you out, spot you out. There's no even real kind of Sova drone you would need to worry about at that range. It will get dealt with by someone else. So I like the on-the-fly Vukashu's kind of going, okay, definitely something I haven't considered and I'm going to do it. The setup, though, towards the A site as he rotates towards the C. 3 members towards the C site, but the defensive utility, a mix between the A and C site. But XLG look to be eyeing up this B site, look to just be making it as quick, as powerful of an execute as they can, and end this before DRG even know what happened.
This site, I mean, they're not going to be. It's Spirit that gets a kill on C long onto No Man there. The demon of XLG being taken out early on into this round. As the rest of that team tries to poke and prod towards Garage here, not really getting a lot of value out of it. Does manage to figure, whoa, where did they get that kill while the drone was still active? The aftershock, getting rid of Viva. And Nick might just be able to time this stun in a way that he actually gets another kill, but he doesn't quite have the patience for a Rarga. A crouch peek to take him out, and Happyway gets a kill out of Spirit as well, but there's one more person here. He's running at him. He's got a classic in hand and he's jumping and right-clicking and he's gonna get the kill because Happyway is quite low. Rarga, the plant is down. It's 2 people remaining, 3 people on the side of DRG. The retake is good. They do have the utility to make this work.
It's all down to the first frag as XLG, the trade 2 versus 1. Coconut, a very risky TP, but it works.
They don't know. They have no idea, but he also doesn't know that someone's past him. He's gonna drop down. Yes, he spots them out, but it's Ackman who sees Coconut dropping from that heaven position and then gets rid of him through that headshot. A 4th round on the board. Hang on a minute.
Are you drinking the copium juice?
Not yet.
Are you drinking the copium juice? Also, petition to rename the mid kind of generator on B palm tree just because Coconut fell off of it. I'm sorry, that was terrible. Moving on.
No, that's good. I like that one. I'm gonna call it palm tree from now on.
But yeah, just very clean. Rarga's first frag there, and honestly, Coconut, that is a massive brain. That is so risky. It works out. It's just Ackerman's positioning there counters it, and as you said, probably without even truly knowing it. And it's actually, despite the fact they only need 1 more round, you can see how passionate XLG are. This arguably should have been over. We should be on the Lotus by now.
Yeah, we're yelling at his players, not content with a 413. He needed that 213, but now that he hasn't gotten it, he needs at least a 413. And I'm afraid if XLG continue to lose rounds, they might not live to see tomorrow. I think they might be taken out by their head coach. He seems very angry.
I mean, yeah, this is you would really believe again. DRG, they've cemented their seeding position, but XLG, they still want to show that, still want to get that flawless. They want to move on. They want to also take out the fact that they've never fought against DRG on the stage before. They want to get that round. They want to start that off because, again, if DRG can beat XLG, make them 4-1 and going into it as 4th seed going into the playoffs, that is a mental infringement on some opportunities there. And DRG opting to play this A alongside the exact same way XLG were on defense, but XLG not fighting.
They are not, and using that wall to sneak his way into that advanced position. Happy Way is ready for an aggressive push, and yep, he is. He absolutely is. The sheriffs keep coming through. He's fully stunned. He's got his knife out. He's not gonna make any contact, though, as he is taken out by a shorty by Flexen. Rarga using that overdrive to get a lot of space towards A, keeping 2 members of DRG confined to A as Wakashu coming out with that Vandal, getting a kill. Rarga getting another one. No man is behind them. A headshot onto Wakashu. 2 people left. Guns picked up. At least 1, no, 2 guns picked up from the side of XLG. This retake has all of a sudden become incredibly difficult, incredibly hard. They have managed to make themselves in, but this angle is so good for the spam, and there's not gonna be a lot that they can do. Rarga even dodges it. He gets a headshot with the right click. Not quite enough damage to get the kill, though. And Nick, he's managed to get 2. He's the last one left. Viva, the time's ticking away. He doesn't have the time, and it's Viva that finishes it off with 1 body shot. A round, a game, a map for XLG, and we are going to Lotus.
Yeah, incredibly spaced out from XLG, just making sure all the utility prevents DRG from ever getting that defuse, making sure they have to take the fights, making sure they lose those fights as well. And DRG's positioning that last round was pretty rough, all things considered. Happy Way should not have got away with that. If he'd have got the knife, I would have burst my own eardrums. This is a nice retake, but then look at No Man. No Man's timing in the smoke. He knows exactly what he needs to do.
I mean, the shots in this last round were reminiscent of the shots in Ascent, where we saw people getting shot stunned, getting shots through walls, through smokes, through flanks. I mean, incredible from both sides. Yeah, through each other. And in the end, I mean, look at this one. I mean, incredible. In the end, though, it is XLG coming out on top in a, again, dominant fashion, just like map 1, but in reverse. And this, I mean, No Man's performance, I'd be surprised if he was an MVP this game. It might be Rarga, to be honest, because he did have a better attack half, but at the same time, No Man was so instrumental in that 10-2 half that put XLG just as far ahead as DRG were on Ascent.
It's very much, in terms of like statistically speaking, may be Rarga just again because of that, but you cannot overstate how much No Man's performance on that initial half just clearly gave XLG the confidence that they understood everything they needed to going into that half, and DRG just seemed like they struggled. But look at this, like look at how clean this second round they got an attack was, and they just couldn't replicate that any other time.
Nope, just one time that they managed to do it, and that just wasn't enough. I mean, an incredible performance from XLG. I think one that everybody expected, and let's see how they sounded when they did it.
That's Cypher. That's Cypher in Garage. That's a Vukashu spam. Yeah, Cypher in Garage. Confirmed. In your cage.
I didn't see it.
There's some more.
There's smoke.
I don't see top B.
I think bridge on B. I think bridge on B.
Yes.
You know, bridge. I'm gonna punch you. 75 omen. 75 omen. He TP up to TP on you.
Plenty for healing.
Yes, I re-smoke ceiling.
I see 75 omen, okay?
Just trip on me. I need to help you.
Ceiling out. I powered them. Backside.
You need to go, Jim. Backside dead.
Dead one. Nice. A-Link, care.
Yeah, B-man. A-Link one.
I need to take on.
A-Link, B-man, maybe.
I think.
It's okay. 你的位置很差，
I go city.
有中。The smoke remain. 有中。
I'm jiggle here. I need to go.
It's plan for A-Link, guys.
Yes.
Oh.
It's okay, it's a good spam. Should be no diffuse. Spam a bit more left for our guy if you can.
Ding, bridge.
Off. Have recon.
来时间。Bridge wall. 来时间。One hit.
Nice!
I mean, incredible. You can see the clarity of communication, keeping each other calm and collected throughout that round, even though they had the worst guns and honestly not great. I mean, the postman was somewhat good, but they weren't. It wasn't as good as planting in the front and side and just holding in long, right? And holding in main. So even through all of that, just calm, collected, supporting each other, giving useful comms, not just speaking for the sake of speaking.
Oh no, you have Silverdart use it. I don't think that is an aggressive. That is even the small things. You know, Rarga aim a bit more to the left and such. For anyone that is, I believe for the benefit of Vukashu. I believe in terms of that English comms. So yeah, as we've talked about before, everything seems to work out, and all the stats leaning the side of XLG this time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's a bit closer. It's not the 4-13 we saw. 4-15 5-14.
Wild.
Sorry, 5-14 that we saw previously. And you can see DRG really struggled with the post plans in this map. 2 of 7 is not really it's not the kind of scoreline you would expect from a winning team. And as you would expect, they didn't win.
I mean, it's definitely no 10 and 10. It's definitely no 100% execute and convert. But yeah, also I feel very vindicated talking about Vukashu whenever in the team comms they just went, that's a Vukashu. I really do. That's quite entertaining. So that feels vindicated. And now, well, we move on to Lotus in a commanding fashion, but for both sides.
Yeah, a commanding fashion indeed. I mean, look, going into Lotus, my home map. Now I'm here already. I'm ready. I've been here. I've been waiting. I've been waiting for these people to show up. I've been rubbing my hands. I've got the food ready. I got the drinks ready. I've cleaned up. It's a good sight to find out which of these teams is better here today. Again, their first time meeting each other, and an incredible game is what we've been promised and what we've been getting so far. Welcome back to an incredible game between XLG and DRG, where map 1, Ascent, was a bit of a dominant win for DRG, and then map 2 was a incredibly dominant win for XLG. Just as dominant, a bit more so, but now we're heading into Lotus. I'm still Kets, and with me is still Matante, and how are we still feeling?
Well, you couldn't ask me to leave at this point now. After these first two maps, we are here until the bitter end, and every time we have seen scorelines go like this beforehand, again, for anyone that's missed it, for anyone that has unfortunately missed the first two maps, go and check them out in the VOD. They were phenomenal. Both of these teams, first time they've met, 13-6 and then 13-2. Anytime we have seen kind of a dominating map 1 into a counter-dominated map 2, usually map 3 ends up going to the absolute wire. Now, Lotus plays very similar to Haven, and DRG were very clearly struggling on it, so whether they are able to bring that back or if XLG can just maintain the momentum, that's what we're about to find out.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think XLG are generally a better Lotus team, but at the same time, I would have expected this to be a 2-0. So I have no idea where this map is going to go, because that Ascent has completely thrown off any semblance of analysis I had for how this is going to go. But what I can analyze is that XLG seem to be so much more in tune with each other on that 3-side map of Haven. Like you said, again, 3-side map. So we might still be seeing Rarga get back on that Neon and do incredible work. And if DRG give them as much space, especially on their defense half, as they did in Haven, I can't imagine this map going to the wire at all. Yoru.
Here it is. Here it is going through, and DRG opting for...
He's got Yoru.
Rarga's on Yoru, which he struggled with, and DRG rocking the exact same composition that was on Haven. This is a big deal, because for anyone that's been noticing, Viva's on Fade, Nick's on Breach. Every time Ackerman has swung into a very clearly Breach-stunned person, he's been shot in the face by them.
Yeah,
without
absolutely.
Without fail. He is every time. Viva's opting for the Fade, which we're not too surprised to see. The Seize and the Showstopper has been phenomenal. It genuinely comes down to this entire series, I will say, stands on Rarga's shoulders.
Yeah, it might actually, and we do see this double duelist come from both sides, where both sides do have that Yoru, but where one side has opted for that Neon, the other has opted for a Raze. Now, the Raze will help in getting a lot of control in the defense half, especially that A main rubble area. But on the other hand, when you're a Neon and you can slide into sides, how are you gonna stop that? How are you gonna stop that?
Yeet the paint shells.
I mean, you can try, but if they slide past it, I mean, I would not put it past Akman here to just slide past any utility thrown at him as we head into this pistol round. Remember, they're both even on pistol rounds at this point. That's not true. It's 3-1.
Yeah, no, 2 to DRG and Ascent, and then 2 to XLG on Haven. And so far, Ackerman wanting to make a statement and make it 1 to DRG on this Lotus bot. We've seen a lot of, you know, the round starts out one way and very quickly swings another, especially with that Viper wall having to be played around, so it's not foregone just yet, and DRG need to be decisive, which I hope we get to see more of.
I do hope so, and they're heading towards B now with a little bit more information and ready to greet them. Unfortunately, is Coconut, who actually still fully stunned, manages to get a kill. Bukashu does manage to trade it out. Now they're down to just 2 people. Spirit killing the second person left alive. Happy way? How did you flick like that? It doesn't matter though, because Bukashu is here to finish the round, but that is an incredible flick nonetheless.
If anyone couldn't tell, that was like genuinely I pogged in real life. Like that, my mouth did the thing. Like absolutely, that was a disgusting flick. A really solid decision made, a really excellent initial fight from Ackerman there, finding 2 on XLG who they plan to swing into him, and I think we're genuinely starting to see why you maybe just don't want to opt for Breach anymore. The stun doesn't seem too relevant, especially if Happyway can aim his shots like that. But still, pistol goes to DRG, and I'm sure the confidence goes to them with it.
Absolutely, and it's an important pistol to win on a decider map. They want to get this momentum going early as possible. They don't want... I mean, this map is a much more balanced map than Ascent, but it is still a slightly attacker-sided just because it is 3 sites. And as DRG start to rush in here with both duelists using their utility to get on the side, they are going to be able to take these fights early on and get a kill. But look at Happyway getting 2 again. Unfortunately, though, his team not quite able to replicate his success, except for Coconut, who manages to get 1, and Spirit does take him out at the end, and Flexen, we're gonna get the final kill onto Raga, and yes, he does. Not the cleanest anti-eco, but one that they're gonna take nonetheless.
The Marshall online that we sing, that's a big investment. 950 credits. Of course, whenever the full buys and such come out, but for that second round losing the pistol, yeah, that is a big investment, and it wasn't exactly the riskiest. You know, the shots can very much find it. The read was there that DRG were going to push onto the C site. It just, Rarga couldn't really find the angles to make it work, and already seeing if it's your Yoru who's on the Marshall, who's on the kind of longer range gun, it's usually a bit of a concern.
A bit. And that would, I mean, he just gets caught to it and he goes back, but it's not too, it's too late. Nomad's already here. He's double satcheled his way here and he gets rid of Flexen. Kashu holding with that outlaw once again. He wants to get a lot of damage out of it, and he has been pretty good with that gun, although it hasn't overall gotten him enough value to justify so far. But this could be that difference maker.
I want to see, in terms of value with guns, I want to see how much the Sheriff has, like, made a positive impact on the economy, because 800 versus, you know, 2900, that's happened a fair few times, but that's something else to consider as this setup comes through. DRG have made it a little bit obvious, but they are quiet. There's no rotate from XLG just yet. 3 members towards Mound, all ready for the back of Ackerman to try and slide in with the stinger, and it's Rarga to really shut it down. If he falls, the rest of C will likely go with him.
The flashes do come in and the slides follow quickly behind. Ackerman and Spirit ready to take the fight, and Rarga gets taken down by Spirit. He has a rifle, the only one with a rifle, and look at Bukashu with that outlaw actually getting value he wasn't able to get in the previous maps, but now coming through exactly how he needed it. The plant doesn't quite get taken down because of the spam from No Man here, taking a little bit of damage off of Ackman, bringing him down to just half HP. How did he get that shot? Ackman's down to just 1 HP. Bukashu's down to half HP as well. This is a difficult fight. Spirit managing to get another kill. Ackman has to get one here. He doesn't quite make it work. Coconut. Bukashu once again. He does get taken out. It's a 1v1 No Man versus Spirit. It's the 2 duelists. No Man was so good in that other map, but it's Spirit that comes through. He's in the perfect position, anticipating the push out of the smoke, and it's a bonus round converter for DRG.
Massive work done, and so close as well. 10 seconds left, losing Flexen at the start. 10 seconds for that spike to get planted with the wall bangs, as terrifyingly prescient as they were. Bukashu finding his shot, No Man fighting, but the timing is just not gonna be there. Yeah, hear that. That's the energy you would expect from a conversion of that level. And one thing, for anyone talking about Yoru, I want to just quickly run back to that. Of course, we see the timeout come through. There is no smiles. This is all serious. Yoru is so difficult that Spirit ended with a gate crash still online if he wanted it.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the other hand, once again, Rarga finding himself slightly struggling on that role, not really having a very good understanding of when to disengage and when to engage, and instead finding himself overwhelmed by utility, which, granted, is used to perfection by DRG. But, I mean, he's playing Yoru. He needs to be able to get out of that. Utility should not be a limiting factor for Rarga. Unfortunately, he hasn't quite figured out how to make that work, but DRG are looking so good again.
It's difficult. Gate crash is one of those, and I've made very much like a high point of covering it, that gate crash and essentially just eliminate 30 seconds out of the round. Because if you push, either Yoru's on the site, if you're on defense, I mean, or sorry, from the perspective of an attacker, if you push, Yoru's on the site, or if he's not, he just teleports to the site. So gate crash limits that, and oh my days, the limitation is irrelevant.
He's gone. Rarga taken out, Akman soon to follow, and the rest of XLG are ready to fight this. Viva manages to get one with a headshot. Akman not a bit whiffy there, unfortunately for XLG. Does manage to clean up at the end. No Man getting a kill with another Sheriff kill. Coconut gets one as well. No Man's the only one left with just about half, less than half of his HP. 17 to be exact. Nick down to 5, and Mukashu still fully healthy.
I mean, this should go the way of DRG. If No Man does something here, then XLG will absolutely, you know, herald him as a savior that he arguably would be. Jumps over the tripwire, and that could be enough actually to make sure that no members of DRG look for him. They are both staring down this waterhall, and no one should have really taken that fight on the door. The spike's ticking down. No Man's got a gun. He seems to be playing this. He's accepted the round is lost, but he doesn't want any members of DRG to walk away with a gun.
I mean, he's gone. There's nothing he can do. And it's the 5 HP Nick that is going to be able to close out that round. It's a 4th round on the board, and it's another... I mean, it is a save round lost for XLG, and now they are going to be heading into a buy round where potentially they will put into effect what they spoke about in that timeout. But look at Rarga. I mean, he's struggling really to get the timing right on that gate crash.
It's a tough... I mean, again, it's...
Tough,
for anyone that seems to forget, Chamber's teleport is faster, despite the fact Chamber is a sentinel. Like, that is how wild it is. It's a difficult piece of utility, and the setup just isn't working out. And speaking of the most violent use of utility you will ever see, the most explosive beginning to a round.
Look at Rarga go. Now with the op in hand, he's back in his natural element. He's able to get a very, very easy kill. As the door opens, there is a bit of a trade, and Spirit manages to get another one, having made his way onto side. Nick trading out Coconut, who kills Mukashu. Now it's a 2v2. The spike is still on the way, en route to the side. It probably will be placed down, but look at this. I mean, the op is going to make this a very difficult retake.
The option here for Spirit would be plant the gate crash, and then try, yeah, here we go, plant the gate crash, and then use the dimensional drift to buy out the time. That's exactly what we're seeing. The stuns come through. It is an operator. He doesn't have to worry about Rarga. Doesn't actually take the bait, but still misses the shot. Dances around, and it's being allowed as 2 1 versus 1s.
He's teleported away. He's great crashed himself into tree as Nick gets a kill onto Happy Way. I mean, this is perfect. Your utility. That is excessive.
It worked. Yeah, excessive's the word.
That seems a bit excessive, but at the end of the day, if you want to secure the round, you're going to want to secure the round. I mean, when it's Rarga, maybe it's not excessive anymore because he's gotten the first kill, and it is Nick in a bit of an off-angle position to close out that round. It's the 5th round on the board, and it's another buy round lost for XLG.
I'm just a bit... I'm surprised to see such an effective play. Like, DRG, again, they're running the exact same composition and everything. It just is night and day. Whether it is the confidence, whether it's just they like Lotus that bit more. You know, there's a lot to factor in here, but still, the performance is phenomenal. Whatever they're doing, it's really working for them. This, though, that was a risk. Nick popping the Rolling Thunder, just having to take that 1 versus 1. Very scary, but Spirit, we've been talking about the gate crash and how strong it is. Spirit has been putting on a clinic with his Yoru.
Yeah, a masterclass of Yoru utility, using not just the gate crash, but the flash to get information and then getting out without taking a fight for no reason. And now, as XLG are down again to another save, DRG are happy to just stack A and take it fast.
Not broke, and it's not broke whenever there were guns allowed, then shouldn't be needed to fix, shouldn't be needing fixed when it is down to this lower buy. Of course, though, No Man, there's Nightfall, there's Showstopper, there's a lot of ultimates for XLG, but that is a risk if you pop them with no guns.
They don't know. They have no idea he's up here. He's going to be walking into multiple of them. Akman gets 1, gets 2, finally traded out by Happyway, but it's Mukashu and Flexin, and then it's Flexin that finishes off the round. It is a fast set of fights, and it is a fast end to the round. A 6th round.
No ults used, which is a big deal, because I was kind of fully expecting at least the Showstopper to get used, But now we're starting to see if XLG do not pop at least 2, even 3 ultimates at this point just to secure a round. Yes, excessive is what we used when Nick popped the Rolling Thunder in the 2 versus 1. But at this point, XLG need anything. They should just throw the kitchen sink. It sucks to do it, but they're already clearly struggling kind of balancing these ultimates out, so they should just use them.
Spirit, a very fast first kill onto Nomad as XLG tried desperately to take control of A, and he even manages to get out of there with very little damage taken. Down to half. I mean, the Nightfall does bring them down a lot further and betrays their positions on this side of the plant. Not quite put down yet, and Nick still manages to get a kill. Viva all alone, blinded. Kills coming in left and right. Raga finds himself alone, the sole survivor in a massacre by DRG. They cannot keep losing these buy rounds.
A lot of 3 ultimates used. It likely would have been 4 if no man had even been allowed to pull out the showstopper, but of course Spirit's not letting that happen, and they were lower health, they had the dimensional drift, they should have had everything. DRG had everything against them there. That was absurd, and that will need to be replayed. That is a timeout and a half if I've ever seen one, but I think that could be XLG's last one if they opt for it. They're not opting for it. I'm not the coach. I disagree.
I disagree too, and I'm not the coaches. And look at these members of DRG go. They're so confident. Yes, Raga gets a kill, but the slide, the kill, the slide, the kill, and it's Akman with the opportunity for an ace. Can he do it? He's got 40 HP. He's got... I mean, I don't think he's gonna go for it. He wants to secure this. He wants an 8th round on the board. But if the time gets sufficiently low, which it might, he might in fact go for it.
I mean, Vukashu got one. I'm sure he wants to be added to it as well. Who was the follow the leader? Who was trying to get the ace that led? It was on Haven. I forget the teams, but it was like a 1 versus 4, and someone was on for the ace, and it ended up just being a big conga line. I forget the matchup that it was. I'm sure someone either in chat or on Twitter can remind me, but it's nice to see that DRG aren't doing that. There's no overheat to try and get Ackerman as ace. They just want the win.
There he goes. He knows that the time is too low for Coconut to win this, so he's just going hunting, and unfortunately for him, it's not gonna be found by him. But what an incredible entry from a world-class Neon player.
I was the breach stun. We were saying, you know, there's been a lot of shooting through it, and the shots very much finding their mark. But Ackerman, he's adapted. Ackerman, the swings have just been that bit wider. They've been a bit less readable. They've been less obvious, and that's night and day. I know I've said it a few times, but the difference between what Ackerman's swings were like in Haven versus this is almost 2 different players.
Yeah, it's night and day, and I don't know, it feels like every map is just more dominant than the last, and it's for the opposite side, and I have no idea what's going on anymore. It's 8-0 now, and XLG taking their final regulation timeout, and if they don't bring this back to about 4 rounds now, they have no way to bring this back, because there will be no way to come up with anything new to do.
There's no, again, 3 ultimates used. We've seen the Viper's Pit, we've seen the Dimensional Drift, we've seen Nightfall come through. If those ults aren't getting you around, there is something fundamentally going wrong. There is something that just is more than a whiff shot, is more than like one piece of utility going astray. It is purely your executes are struggling, your cohesion, your communication, all of that is just not to the level it should be, and DRG are punishing XLG for it. And yet again, one man that always seems to be at the start is Rarga. He always seems to be this initial engagement.
Raga is spotted out. He does a little bit of chip damage onto Akman, but that's about all that he's going to be able to get. They worry now that there is an ult coming through into that smoke. Spirit's taking space into heaven with Akman. The pain shells do come through and pushes them back into side, but they've got the plant down. They've got post-plant positions. And the ult from No Man gets No Man. Nobody's there. Spirit in a perfect position. He doesn't even get spotted out. He whips though, and Nomad does get the kill on the Spirit. What an incredible recovery. But it doesn't matter. It's DRG getting 3 kills. Raga's alone on site, but he gets all 3. He's kept them alive. The first round on the board off the back of an incredible round from Raga.
Honestly, just keep your gun out. That was a risky decision from Ackerman, and it doesn't fire through. Spirit here, the whip, really brutal. But then the counterplay here, the setup from both Nick and Flexen was phenomenal. Flexen getting caught out, and then Ackerman, all he needed to do was just swing with the gun. All he needed to do was back up Flexen. Instead, he pops the overdrive. The theory's there. It makes the shot harder. You have to flick harder if you are Rarga, but Rarga makes that. He can do that. This is the elitist of the highest of stages. If anyone can do that, it's Rarga, and a 3k to finally put XLG on the board.
Rarga not quite making it out on this one though. He tries to do the exact same strat again. This time DRG are much more ready, and they'll do take him on. How has Spirit done that? How have you done that, Spirit? But I don't know. But I think he's gonna be very happy with that as they finally take B side. Once again, it's almost the same strat as before, except this time they've made the adjustments. They've made all the adjustments to come out on top of every single fight. And Coconut is gonna be fighting Arkman here.
Still some fights left. There's still some fights left, and after what Rarga did, I don't think there's a way to confirm them. Spirit getting caught out, and it's all green. It's all XLG, and it's just Flex and 1v1. He knows. He misses. He pulls out the shorty and at least finds no man at the end, but it was really scary.
I mean, it got really close there. I cannot believe that ended with him switching to shorty, and thankfully he was just about low enough to make that work. And unfortunately for XLG, devastating. That is their economy fully reset. No more 2,900 credits because they've lost a bunch in a row because they had just won a round. And look at these shots from everybody on the server. Incredible precision, incredible decision making, switching and then getting that kill, but they have no more money.
Yeah, they don't, and this is the thing, Spirit showing yet again what you can do with a dimensional drift. They have no money, they have only one ultimate, let's face it. Again, Coconut's not really doing much. Oh, they overcook! Come on! They overcook!
Spirit, you are outside of your mind, my friend, as Arkman does manage to stabilize very well with 2 kills. Flexing gets 1 as well, and Arkman is there for the last one. But Spirit, my friend, he is feeling way too confident.
But that's at least... That is not the DRG we've seen in Haven. That was silly, that was overconfident, that was a commit and a half, and yet it worked out. That was not what they were doing on Haven. They were much happier just to let let XLG run through that. Smokes are a suggestion. Look, accept it, move on. Smokes are a suggestion. We already know that's the way it is. It's terrifying what this region can do when a smoke is there. It may as well not be.
Every time it happens, it's like the 10th time and I'm still shocked because how? If it happens once or twice, it's luck. If it happens 10 times, I don't know what to call it anymore.
Prophecy. The X-ray
precognition.
Yeah, it's something like a crystal ball that is not getting refunded is what that is, but yeah, it's rough for XLG. This aggressive hold towards the A site, and yet again, DRG more than happy. I imagine as soon as that Viper Orb goes down, they're not even waiting.
And this time, Spirit coming out of that great crash with an incredible kill on Rarga, who is absolutely not ready whatsoever for that aggression. Happyway does spot out Spirit in that smoke. 30 HP left. He does pop the Viper Spit here.
I like this a lot. I like forcing out the Viper Pit. Proactive, do something. You need to make this round work. It's better late than never, and we were close to looking at never, but Ackerman, no fear.
He doesn't quite spot out the gun of Coconut, even though we could see it. Unfortunately, Ackerman does not. And Flexen the second birthday boy hanging out on site. Nick gets the first kill. Flexin is there for the trade or potential trade rather, and he's there for the other person coming out of the smoke as well. No man is alone. It's Flexin gets the third one, gets himself around. It's 11-1, the most dominant so far.
So I mean, you can see the scoreline at the top, but we went 13-6, 13-4. We are now on track for a 13-2. And Spirit, I said at the start it was down to Raga, and Spirit is refusing to even let him in the kitchen. You cannot cook if you're not next to the instruments of cookery, and there is no postcode. There are no utensils in the world that Spirit is giving to Raga right now.
Absolutely, and 11-1 is, I mean, I said it before, I'll say it again, it's just getting more dominant with every map, and as we head into halftime, Puyoya has a final chance to talk to his players, try and get them to come back. Look, 11-1 is hard, but we've seen this happen twice. Once when DRX did it, and once very recently when Liquid did it against PRX at the biggest stage in Valorant. So, look, it's not out of the realm of possibility, and this is asking the audience, by the way, which team they think will win the next pistol, which could be XLG, could be DRG, but either way, it's still a mountain to climb for XLG. And if I'm not, no, DRG did win the pistol, didn't they?
Yes, DRG took the first pistol. I believe it was flawless for DRG on Abyss, on Ascent, flawless for XLG on Haven, and then so far we've had one, and Ackerman here pointing out, we have seen occasionally Ackerman and DRG really struggle because Ackerman just can't get in because the Neon has the Neon stun into swing has just been shot again and again. But this is what happens whenever Ackerman adjusts just slightly, whenever the swing isn't just as obvious. And now we have to ask, can DRG really fail to close this out? Because it is possible.
I mean, if they fail to close this out, but if they fail to close this out, I think that might be. I don't even know. I don't even know how they would react if they fail to close this out. But at 11-1, I think it's going to be all but guaranteed at this point. And as we head into this pistol, I mean, I don't need to tell you if DRG win this pistol. I mean, it's a good start. Flexin, a very quick kill onto Rarga, and Spirit might just be able to get a kill onto Happyway here as well. A bit of whiffing happening, no one little bit of damage done, but Happyway does manage to get the kill here. XLG might actually head towards this seaside. That is tends to be where they're going. XLG getting kill after kill after kill. Nick, the only one on the side of DRG who's able to get even one, leaving himself the last member remaining.
That firing squad from the 3-stack towards A just shuts down Rarga before it ever begins, and then all of a sudden the rest of it, had Spirit got that frag on the Happyway, I believe that was us. I believe that would have genuinely just sealed the deal. But now XLG on form to win this pistol. The only way they don't is if all three of them just forget that someone has to swing to prevent this defuse. It's not going to happen. Nick is just going to try his best to get it. He's not even going to go for the tap. He's going to try and swing, but the upper-lower play is played to perfection, and XLG at the very least get that pistol round.
A second round on the board, 9 to go to even it out, and 11 to go if they want to make a flawless run to a victory here. I mean, look, the DRG are probably going to save the next round. They don't want to get overzealous and try to close this out, force this game to be closed out. Instead, they just want to close it out in their own time, calmly, according to plan, and yeah, going for a save to do exactly that.
Okay, that's nice to see from Rarga. There's a little bit more initiative. There's a bit more just, okay, gate crash out, get out. And he's even positioning himself a bit less, or not obvious, I guess, a little bit less open. That's the word I'm looking for. Because every time we've seen him gate crash beforehand, he's very much been out in the open and just been shot before the teleport's ever gone through. That time, though, bit more confident, a bit more aware, a bit more assured of his own position, and it was enough to cause quite a bit of a util deficit, which is good for XLG. DRG, though, they didn't really have much to begin with.
It don't. And I mean, look, if DRG managed to get a few early picks here, this round is still in the cards for them, but XLG don't really want to be giving them any of those shots. They're working together as a giant ball walking up this A main position. There's someone in, there's two people in here. They might not expect the second one. It's Flexin, he gets the first one. But the rest of XLG clean up, and it's just one kill for the side of DRG and a third round on the board for XLG. 8 to go.
Ladies and gentlemen, get the countdown. I want to be seeing in everything that you can do as XLG. If they bring these rounds back, obviously, I want to be seeing countdowns. I want to be seeing 7, 6, 5. I want to be going because, again, look, I have a soft spot for DRG, of course, but at the end of the day, I want to just see the best Valorant we can, and that means going the distance. And so far, Rarga with the backup of his team there, that double shot, that clear from tree, followed by No Man and Viva on that mid. The split was played to perfection. The execute was good. The guns, of course, weren't there for DRG. This is the beginning of either the end or something beautiful for XLG.
Yes, sir. The first buy round coming through in this. I mean, yeah, like you said, this could be the end here as Flexin pushing up so far. This is very bold. He gets stunned by his own teammate. A bit of a mishap. A bit of a mistimed jump. Unfortunately, doesn't quite get in what he wants to. No Man gets a kill through the wall. Does he even spot Flexin, or does he just shoot and get kills like we've seen them do time and time again? Heavyweight. A second kill on the board, and it's Wukashu rather, who manages to finally get a kill for the side of DRG. He's gonna stay here on site. He does have some utility. He knows it's a fake. That he might not expect them to start heading to A immediately. Nick.
Okay, there are 4 of them still alive. It's just 2 of them have been bunched up. That was confusing me.
Well, they do have 4 alive, and now DRG just have 2 against the 4 of XLG. They are here in time, at least Ackman is. He might be able to get an early kill here. Not really given the satisfaction is Wukashu on the other side, who manages to get the kill, and he's left all on his lonesome against 3 members of XLG who are not letting this map go.
7.
7.
7. 7's all you gotta say. Yeah, this is a very oh my days, through the smoke and a double headshot through the wall.
How did they do this?
It's a suggestion. Map geometry is a suggestion in this region. We can say it time and time again, and we will remind you time and time again. A really solid plan from DRG, just the execute a bit per. Getting stunned by your own teammate kind of sucks, it turns out. And now XLG, you can see the confidence they have. DRG are trying to fight them, and XLG are happy to meet.
They are absolutely warming up, and it's Rarga flicking between bottom and top. Ackman and Flexin both taken out, and he even gets Nick. Doesn't quite know where he is, but it doesn't matter. He's got 2 HP left. He might even get a 4th. We've seen what Rarga can do. He can do so much with so little. The last member down to about half HP. He's not yet taken out, and he gets the ace on 2 HP, and a dream come true.
All of a sudden, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, 6. 6. It may be too little, too late, but again, better late than never. Those frags are clean, the utility, perfection. The guns, not enough to save DRG, and suddenly, it's getting scary. Listen to the crowd, listen to the hype. I'm getting stressed, and DRG are forced to time themselves out, and it's no surprise.
DRG, well, they do still have 2 full timeouts left. XLG having used theirs in that first half. They have the opportunity now to bring this back, although I do believe they're going to be heading into a bit of a save round the next round. But after that is going to be the most important round, because, okay, 11-6, still 5 rounds ahead. They lose that one, it's 11-7. Then they're on a save again, it's 11-8, and all of a sudden, it's 3 rounds. 3 rounds is not insurmountable. I say this every time. 3 rounds is not insurmountable.
To be fair, 9 rounds is meant to be. But if you can do 9, you can do 3. If you can do... That's the thing. Every round that XLG get... Yeah, of course, like, let's just say, yes. Obviously, it means they don't lose. Just get that out of the way. But it does mean the momentum starts. The the complete dream starts to show up, and more importantly, every round that DRG commit utility that they don't walk away with, that is less utility they have to work with. That is less ultimates they've got. That is less guns, economy, confidence even. And yet again, this time those Spirit playing this B-side.
4 rounds in the row for XLG, and now Spirit wants to put a stop to that. He does manage to get 2. Happyway does manage to kill Achman. The number is still an advantage of DRG 4v3. Spirit somehow gets out without taking any damage whatsoever, and 2 kills instead.
Really, really perfect execute there from Spirit and Ackerman. Spirit gets beats the flash out, gets the shots. Ackerman actually then going through gets immediately fragged out and flexing, doing exactly what he learned from XLG. Does he get checked? He does. He finds one anyway.
Just one though. Coconut does trade him out, and they're back. They're not really back to B. There's one person at B, but the spike is slowly heading towards C. And if Spirit manages to get this kill onto Happyway, or even gets a timing onto Happyway, this round might be too difficult for Coconut to win. Doesn't quite happen. They do have the C side fully clear for them to take, and it's a 3v2 retake.
The pit is online. Happyway and Co have found it. This is big. 23 seconds left. That spike's going to go down. They had time to get the accuracy perfectly. Viper's pit behaves very inconsistently depending on where it gets put, but with the time to plant it, Happyway is more than comfortable with it. And Happyway has been a force for XLG every time it has looked dire. Of course, Coconut has been too, but look at that 16-14. It's the only positive behind Rarga. So we'll have to see if it's enough.
Coconut is spotted out by that Cologne, and he's taken out by Bukashu. The owner of the pit still stands. Happyway. Everything to do. He gets the first one through the smokes. Another suggestion. And he gets a second one as well. And he gets a third one. How's he done that? He flicks from 1 to 2 to 3. He's done the impossible.
If there is one man for XLG, it's this man. If there is one man for DRG, it is Bukashu. That is illegal. That is insane. There is no way but Happyway. Filthy work. Having to work against a neural theft as well. That is insane. Being seen through his own Viper pit. It is still his domain. It is still his world. And now DRG, I think, are scared to live in it.
They must absolutely be terrified. And as Achman takes a lot of aggressive fights, he doesn't quite manage to get a single person there, but Nick does with that aftershock. Unfortunately, he's going to be caught out alongside Flexin. He manages to get a second one before he dies. Happyway does finally kill him though. It's a 3v2, but look at the amount of HP on the side of XLG. They have nothing.
Meanwhile, DRG, they've got Bukashu has been the clutch gun. I don't like him going first. Why would you? Okay. Okay, because never. Yeah. Why do you do that? Because guess who? Bukashu. Okay. I still genuinely believe maybe could have been played the other way around, because if Bukashu falls there, you do have that 1 versus 3, and it did not look clean. This is probably the most violent fight for A site I have ever seen ever in Valorant, including every professional region, including everything you can see. Phenomenal work, and it just worked out for DRG.
And it worked out beautifully. It's 6-12. It's deja vu from Ascent, where XLG manages to get themselves to 6 before DRG closes it out. Is it gonna happen again? It's Spirit. He's taking in a very aggressive fight and crashing his way out of there. Exactly what you would expect from a good Euro.
Something that Rarga hadn't. Oh, it was something that Rarga hadn't been able to do. And Bukashu finally, he hasn't used a default Cypher trip this entire time. And finally, when it matters the most, he does, and he finds a frag. That is Nightfall out for Viva. That is heartbreaking as the Rolling Thunder comes through. This could be it.
Does manage to get out, but Rarga is taken out. Happyway alone alongside Coconut, but now Coconut is alone. This has to be it. Surely this is, and it's a flawless way for DRG to close this out. 2-1 dominant yet again on this final map of the series.
just... Yeah. Look, I believe, Kets, I believe me and you can basically say it in unison. Yes, of course, there is going to be delay, but we would never have imagined that in a million. You would never have expected that.
I mean, this is an incredible result, and it's not that XLG didn't give it one heck of a go towards that second half there on Ascent, and now again on Lotus, but it is DRG that comes through. Incredible! Every single member of that team looked revitalized and like a completely different... I mean, they look like a different team.
You like, honestly, if you show the Haven match and then show that match, like, anyone in their right mind would say it was from two different series. Everyone would be like, okay, this is after. Everyone would have been like, okay, this is maybe after, you know, a little bit of a reset, a little bit of, you know, having a bit of a review. No, this was just, hey, we lost on Haven. Let's just show how Lotus is done. And DRG did it incredibly well. And I don't have anything more to say. I have one more thing to say. Yoru is tough, and Rarga really just needs to give himself a bit more time on it.
I mean, in a vacuum, Rarga seemed roughly okay. I mean, he did get that one ace, and there were some rounds where he, at least as a general player, did quite well in both Ascent and in Lotus. But unfortunately, when you put him next to someone like Spirit, it's very clear that one of these two players has a much better understanding of how Yoru works and what you're supposed to do to bring value to your team as Yoru. And that turned out to be Spirit. And I mean...
And again, for anyone that says, like, we are not saying it is an easy thing to do. Yoru is ridiculously difficult to play, but those macros, the gate crashes, he has so much decision making, everything about his flashes, it's so dependent on it, and Spirit just seemed to be the better Yoru in this stage, and that is not to take away from everyone else. DRG, Ackerman, I want to point out, who can have a hit and miss, did phenomenal.
And Bukashu as well. I mean, this guy on a multitude of agents across this game on Cypher and on, I believe, KJ?
Yes, I believe on one we did see it. Yeah.
That's right. And as we'll see the comms in just a second, Bukashu just incredible for this team, exactly when we needed it. So let's take a quick look in a bit at the comms, because not quite yet. Now.
Here it is.
Guys, fight me. Guys, maybe C trap, careful.
我用个假人骗一下，我捏黑。没有，我跳一下。
给他开个门。
没有，兄弟。
可以开个门了。
不开门，直接来。来，掰过去。来。拿了。
我给我打瀑布一辆。
打瀑布。准备好了吗？正好接他这个烟。
等下。
放 TP 了。来，闪光。被我黑了。包点可能还有一个，包点有一个。
我听包点。
来。没人，我点的 CT。CT 右手。
我们 TP 进了。
我们 TP 上位。
我正
瀑布看不了啊，看吧。我这有烟。我两个。欧盟在 CT。我顶着 CT。Play time，我们拖时间。We play time。两个 CT， 哎呦 ，Viper 60。一口封烟，脸上。
我在你脸上。Hospital. Backside.
打身体。
Let's go, bro. Nice.
Yulia, happy birthday.
You can see the excitement on their faces, and our most valuable player is, in fact, Ackman, with 4 first kills.
Happy birthday to you and Vukash. Happy birthday to the entire squad of DRG. I cannot think of a better present. Gift wrapped, bundled up nicely. Whether you want to say it was gifted to them by XLG or DRG took it for themselves, doesn't matter. They took the W, and that's all you can say at the end. And look at these scorelines.
I mean, Happyway putting on an incredible performance himself with 310 ACS, but unfortunately you can just see, if you look at the ACS of all the members of DRG, it's Vokashu at the end. That when Vokashu is the worst performing member of your team, you're doing well. You're doing well.
I don't think I've ever seen an ACS be higher on the lower team. That was 2 more than what. That's absurd. I don't think I've ever seen that, and it just goes to show that you can do all you want, and Happyway did a lot, but it wasn't enough. And look at these conversions again. This just reflects what we've seen on Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, XLG did manage to get 5 out of 6 post plants, but they only got to plant 6 times. DRG planted 12 times and won 11 of them. I mean,
we like this site. We're gonna go to this site.
Yeah, twice as many. But there you have it. I mean, it's 2-1 DRG pulling out a fairly dominant upset win. 13-6 on Ascent, 13-6 on Lotus. Do fall to XLG 13-4 on Haven, which again was dominant from XLG. But 3 dominant maps where DRG just come out on top.
The tug of war, and I believe, because I've been seeing everything in the chat as well, just noticed that, I believe we've got to bring up the most important part now, the predictions. DRG have already been placed and seeded 4th, XLG being taken off of the throne just a little bit on that flawless, and we got to see how that stacked up for our squad here, so we'll hopefully get that up in just a minute. We can see what the predictions were, and I think there were not many believers for DRG, which I understand.
Well, you were there. You were there day 1, Matante, and you, I mean, I gotta say, Affinity has the insane track record for these upsets. I don't know how she does it, but it's incredible.
The Affinity's play seemed to just be, I'm going to kind of go for like the upset, but this is the region where upsets rule. This is the region where upsets are king. So Affinity actually seems magic.
Let's take a quick look at the interview with the winner.
请到了今天的小寿星福乐星选手，跟大家打声招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是亚季的福乐星。
欢迎你，也恭喜你们啊，获得了今天这场比赛的胜利。那图一自选图亚海选城真的是猛杀了，13-6大比分拿下了这一张图。其实这张图对手也是不弱的，那能够这么有统治力的拿下来，觉得哪方面是做得更好的？
Which areas do you think you did better on Ascent to win it in such a dominant fashion?
比较多的练习了对面这种阵容吧。
And he's like, we had a lot of practice against like their kind of comms.
前期工作做得非常好，手拿把掐了。
是的。
今天发挥也真的很棒，而且呢，你们也是这个木蝶体系啊，今天拉扯得非常漂亮。对方的上伯乐和夜路其实都没有太多去抽这个免费枪的机会，能够克制的这么好的原因是哪些？
Then how did you like stop the Chamber from Europe from doing its thing with the clove and the push and pull?
就是2个人一直出来找机会 pick 嘛，所以我们就大家就相互提醒，走得紧一点，你跟着我。
And they kind of reminded each other to like walk in tighter groups, so they were never caught out alone.
是你们叫出的暂停还是对方的暂停，你们都能够把握住机会去拿下分数，连拿3分终结了比赛。那在暂停的时候，你们都聊了些什么呢？
暂停的时候就是可能一下优势有点大上来，然后大家可能有点没稳住吧，就让我们冷静一点。
And like during the town, they usually told each other to like calm down a bit because they were like getting comeback on.
是的。
那今天也是你跟我卡叔的生日吗？祝你生日快乐！那在也是在生日的时候赢下这场比赛，今天有没有感受到这个生日 buff 的加成
Was there any birthday buff?
感觉可能有一点吧，因为其实自己去年也是生日的时候有一场比赛。
And he's like, he had a match last year during his birthday as well.
赛程的时候我就想，把去年的也一起赢回来吧。
Yeah, and he wanted to like kind of redeem himself from last year, kind of win this year.
把失去的全部都赢回来。生日快乐！今天也是获得了这个比赛的胜利。那在生日的当天冲进了我们的季后赛，哎，能不能发挥的又这么好，和我们分享一下现在的感受怎么样？
And how do you feel getting to the playoff?
现在的感受就是这第一步嘛，进季后赛，目标肯定是前2名，肯定是巴黎的。
Yeah, and he's like, this is the first step. Our goal is to get to Paris.
谢谢。
那大家也不要走开哦，现在我们就把时间。
And that's it for the interview.
I mean, I said it, that birthday buff is crazy. I mean, 1 birthday means you get 1 map, but they had 2, so they got 2.
there will be an extra. If those cakes are not map themed, if Vukashu doesn't get one for Ascent, and then we don't see Ackerman or Spirit get one for, or Ackerman get one for Lotus, then I will be upset, because that is genuinely, what better way to theme the birthday cakes than to give it. And yeah, incredible stuff, and just never underestimate the birthday buff, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, Wolves fans celebrating a little bit because they lost and it didn't end up mattering, because DRG still pulled off an incredible upset win against XLG. But I mean, in the region of upsets, anything goes, and that is exactly what happened. I mean, incredible maps all around. 3 incredible maps.
And we get to now look at it and see, I mean, this is the thing, it's Vukashu and Ackerman, and that's where the difference is. You know, both top 1 and 3, that's Nova. We've seen CB and Ezir. We've seen them in the series before. Phenomenal stuff there. It's Happy Way all on his own, and that's kind of fitting for how Lotus went. Let's face it. It was Happy Way did so well. He outperformed the actual MVP in ACS, which so rarely happens in a stage like this. But it just shows that Happy Way maybe on his own could pull out the clutch, but DRG actually looking that bit more composed, which again was not what Haven looked like.
And with that, they have secured a 3rd seed going into playoffs from Group Omega. XLG do remain in that 1st position, 4-1. Still a dominant run in this stage, just as dominant really as they had in stage 1.
If you show someone a screenshot of this, they would have assumed you like photoshopped it. Like, if before this started you were like, here's how this would look, they would have called you a liar, and they would have been right to do so. Like, they would have just told, nah, you're lying. That's just not true.
I mean, tomorrow we got some incredible games as well. Tyloo, JDG, and even more exciting, the 2 powerhouses, historical powerhouses and rivals of China, BLG versus Edward Gaming, Bilibili Gaming versus Edward Gaming. Incredible. So make sure you guys are here again for tomorrow's game. But I mean, if you're still tired from today's game, I wouldn't blame you.
I think everyone here needs a big rest. I'm absolutely exhausted. And also, if anyone tells you like how the predictions are going to go, tell them they're lying. No one can predict anything here anymore. No one.
It's like the stock market.
If they tell you they know something, yeah, exactly. That's very much how it was. But yeah, for everything until tomorrow, then that is going to be us. A phenomenal showing. Kets, it has been a blast. A thank you to you and to everyone here. Of course, as always, this doesn't really happen without all of y'all. The subscribers down there, if you want to join them, just give us some support. But you know what? Even just being around to yell some things in the chat, even if it's a little bit toxic, we do love to see it. But Kets, any kind of closing words from yourself?
Make sure you guys are here tomorrow, and make sure you share the stream and follow us on all of our social medias. Your support means everything to us. We do this for you guys. But I've been Kets. With me has been Medante, and we'll see you guys next time.